Chapter 430. Following the sound of the sniper team leader falling to the ground, the small alley fell into complete silence. However, no one could ignore the scene that unfolded before their very eyes. The five of them fell to the ground in different postures. There was a bloody hole in each of their chests. Blood kept flowing out of the holes. It was as if there were 5 blood fountains coming out of the ground. The ground was dyed in red. Under such a scene, a person stood in the middle of the 5 corpses. Blood flowed from his body, but his clothes were not stained by a single drop of blood. The blood flowed down like a leaf and dripped onto the ground. Similarly, there was a hand. After a long while, a faint sigh was finally heard from this bloody scene. The only figure standing had broken the silence of this place. Raising his hand and looking at the blood flowing on it, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes flashed with a golden glow. Although the urge to suck blood has been eliminated, a vampire is still a vampire. I can't help but want to suck in a mouthful of blood. Wu Yan smacked his lips and shook his head with a smile. He waved his hand and shook off all the blood on his hand. What a pity. Such filthy blood definitely doesn't taste good. Just as Wu Yan was about to turn around and go home, a sweet voice with a hint of laughter sounded behind him. Haha, I also agree with this little brother's words. The voice made Wu Yan's wine-red eyes tremble. He was a little surprised. Someone actually came here and approached him without him noticing. Wu Yan's face became serious. His wine-red eyes flashed with a golden glow again. Then, he slowly turned around and looked at the entrance of the alley. However, when Wu Yan saw clearly who it was, the seriousness on his face disappeared and was replaced by a deep shock. It was a very beautiful girl. She had long black hair tied into 2 long braids that stretched in front of her chest. She had bangs on her forehead, but the length was completely different. The left bangs were very long, so long that it covered her entire left eye. The remaining right eye was wine-red like Wu Yan's. Her skin was white and translucent. It shone with a faint luster like a pearl. Even in the alley where the light was a little dim, one could clearly see the luster of her skin. At this moment, the girl was standing at the entrance of the alley. Her only exposed, I was looking at the corpses and blood on the ground. She didn't scream like a normal girl would. Instead, she excitedly licked her lips, staring at the corpses and blood. The girl's eyes slightly curved into a crescent shape. In an instant, she retracted her gaze. It was as if the corpses weren't humans, but pigs. What flowed wasn't blood, but water. It was as if the corpses on the ground were her food. Compared to Wu Yan, she was more like a vampire. However, it was clear that the girl was more interested in Wu Yan than the food on the ground. Her wine-red eyes were filled with interest as she squinted at Wu Yan. She looked like a quiet young lady. Her movements were elegant and very cultured. Looking at the girl who was sizing him up with interest, Wu Yan's astonished expression slowly turned into one of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. That's because this girl is someone he knows. It's just that the other party doesn't know who he is. Tokisaki Kurumi. In the original work, it identified a sprite named Nightmare. It was also a fairy that descended earlier than the 10 fragrances, but only appeared later, and now she had appeared in front of him. Tokisaki Kurumi tilted her head and smiled. An elegant young lady aura emanated from her body. Since she descended earlier than Toka, she came into contact with this world earlier. Therefore, Tokisaki Kurumi's knowledge and etiquette of this world can be said to be very rich. Tokisaki Kurumi acted as if she didn't see the corpses on the ground. She raised her foot and walked over the corpses on the ground. Stepping on the blood, she walked towards Wu Yan. La. I didn't expect that I would see such an interesting scene when I was just curious as to why there would be a fire pillar in this place. Tokisaki Kurumi placed her hands in front of her and smiled at Wu Yan. Her delicate and beautiful face, coupled with her outstanding temperament, made her a beautiful flower. However, the words that came out of her mouth made this flower look like it was plated with a layer of blood. His wine-red eyes met with Tokisaki Kurumi's. Wu Yan didn't show any expression on his face, but he bitterly smiled in his heart. He knew that he encountered the most troublesome fairy to deal with. One had to know that this elegant elven lady in front of him was known as a nightmare. Of course, nightmare was only a superficial name. Tokisaki Kurumi had another title, and that was the most lustful elf. The descent of a fairy will cause a space-time quake and bring about a catastrophe in this world. Wu Yin didn't know how many people have died under the terrifying, destructive power of the space-time quake. However, Wu Yin knew that Tokisaki Kurumi didn't use the power of the space-time quake. She killed more than 10,000 humans with her bare hands. Therefore, don't think that Tokisaki Kurumi was joking. This scene was enough to make people tremble in fear, but in Tokisaki Kurumi's eyes, it was nothing. This was because in her daily life, such scenes were common. Tokisaki Kurumi didn't think much of it. She was already used to such scenes. Logically speaking, even if Wu Yin doesn't reject such a lustful being, he wouldn't take the initiative to approach her. Even if his second dungeon mission requires him to seal her power, Wu Yin would rather not do it. However, Tokisaki Kurumi is an exception. Others only know that Tokisaki Kurumi is a lustful fairy who killed more than 10,000 humans with her bare hands. There's no evil she wouldn't commit. However, all of this is just her disguise. Looking at the elegant Tokisaki Kurumi, Wu Yin sighed in his heart. This is probably the most difficult fairy to capture. If he doesn't do it well, he might not be able to do it in his entire life. To seal her power and complete his second dungeon mission. To be honest, Wu Yin isn't confident. What's wrong? Tokisaki Kurumi looked at the silent Wu Yin. She thought he was frightened by her appearance and the words trend. Wu Yin raised his head and frowned. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Tokisaki Kurumi laughed and said meaningfully, Little bro, do you think all girls are afraid of blood? Tokisaki Kurumi didn't let Wu Yin answer as she continued. Then, little bro, I will have to disappoint you. I, on the other hand, am not afraid of blood. In fact, I like it very much. Also, Tokisaki Kurumi closed her eyes and she stood on her tiptoes. She looked like a little girl waiting to be kissed by her lover. She had a bashful look on her face as she told Wu Yin in an intoxicated tone. Little bro, there's a nice smell on you. Tokisaki Kurumi abruptly opened her eyes. Her originally delicate and elegant face instantly turned a little lustful. She licked her lips and laughed loudly. Ha! Ha! It smells so nice it whetted my appetite. Wu Yin's expression changed. He stomped heavily on the ground and retreated. At the same time, a few pale arms drilled out from the ground and wrapped around Wu Yin. They brushed past Wu Yin's retreating body. Chapter 431. Tokisaki Kurumi is very, very happy. So happy that she's going crazy. Every elf has a spiritual equipment and an angel. For example, Toka's spiritual equipment is the amethyst-like armor, Kimui spiritual equipment 10 times. Her angel is the great sword Sandalphon. Tokisaki Kurumi is the same. As an elf, she also has a spiritual equipment called Kimui spiritual equipment 3 times and an angel called Zafkiel. The Zafkiel's body was a huge clock. The long and short hands of the clock were an ancient rifle and an ancient pistol respectively. The ability of the Zafkiel was to turn the ability of time into bullets for the 2 guns. By firing the bullets, it could control time. Simply put, Tokisaki Kurumi is an elf who can use the power of time. In other words, she's an elf of time. The ability to control time is without a doubt a very powerful ability. It can even be said that it's at the highest level of all abilities. From a certain point of view, the ability to control time is incomparable to Accelerator's ability. With such a powerful angel, it's easy to imagine Tokisaki Kurumi's strength. Unfortunately, such a powerful ability comes with a huge price. Since the Zafkiel is too powerful, there's a corresponding price to pay to use such a powerful ability. Every time Tokisaki Kurumi uses the Zafkiel, she has to consume her own time. In other words, she has to sacrifice her own lifespan to use the Zafkiel. In order to not exhaust her time by using the Zafkiel, Tokisaki Kurumi consumes the lives of others to replace the time she needs to use the Zafkiel. As long as someone is within the range of time eclipse, Tokisaki Kurumi will forcibly steal their time and store it as the price for using the Zafkiel. Every number on Tokisaki Kurumi's Zafkiel represents a type of time ability. Depending on the type of time ability used, the price to use it is different. The Bullet of 12 is the most expensive. Just one shot will consume the life of an elf. That's why Tokisaki Kurumi has never used the Bullet of 12 before. In fact, the reason why Tokisaki Kurumi kills people is to obtain more lifespan so that he can activate the Bullet of 12. He will return to 30 years ago and kill the first descending elf to fulfill his sorrowful wish of erasing the existence of the elves. This way, the elves won't be enemies with humans. The elves won't be hunted down, and humans won't suffer heavy casualties due to the space-time quake. However, the cost of using the Bullet of 12 is the life force of an elf. If Tashizaki Kurumi used it recklessly, even if she didn't die on the spot, she would become extremely weak and unable to achieve her goal. Therefore, in the original work, Tashizaki Kurumi wanted to devour Itsuka Shido, who had the power of 3 elves sealed within his body. But now, Itsuka Shido no longer exists in this world. There's only Wu Yin and Itsuka Shirori who were given the name Itsuka Shido by Kotori. Itsuka Shirori also has the ability to seal elves. But in this world, Itsuka Shirori is no longer the one chosen by Ratatoskr to talk to the elves. She doesn't even have the power of 1 elf, let alone 3. Without Itsuka Shido in the original work, Tokisaki Kurumi has no way to achieve her goal quickly. She can only consume the lives of humans slowly until the day she can use the Bullet of 12. This was Tokisaki Kurumi's original plan. But now, this plan is no longer necessary. The reason is Tokisaki Kurumi. Wu Yin, who just killed 5 humans, possesses immense power. As a spirit of time, Tokisaki Kurumi might need to pay a price to use the Zafgil Emperor, but it doesn't change the fact that she can use the power of time. Tokisaki Kurumi can use the power of time and can store time by devouring the lives of others. Naturally, she can also sense how much time others have. That's why Tokisaki Kurumi was so excited that she attacked Wu Yin without saying much. She can sense that the man in front of her has unlimited time. Limitless life. In other words, this man's life was limitless. Even if humanity is destroyed, the man in front of her can still live. Even if life is destroyed, the man in front of her can still live. Even if the world is destroyed, the man in front of her can still live because his time is unlimited. What does this mean? This meant that as long as Tokisaki Kurumi devoured the man in front of her, she would have unlimited time. She would be able to use Zafgil and Bullet of 12 whenever she wanted. She would be able to go back to 30 years ago whenever she wanted. Her ability to control time would no longer be flawed. To Tokisaki Kurumi, Wu Yin is the most attractive existence in the world. Tokisaki Kurumi was overjoyed. She was truly overjoyed. Whenever she thought about how she could achieve her goal by devouring the man in front of her, Tokisaki Kurumi could no longer calm down. Even Wu Yin doesn't know the reason for this. He thought that Tokisaki Kurumi attacked him to pay the price for using Zafgil. Who would have thought that his unlimited time as a true ancestor attracted such a troublesome enemy? After stabilizing himself, Wu Yin frowned as he looked at the pale arms on the ground where he was standing. If possible, Wu Yin wouldn't want to go up against Tokisaki Kurumi. Tokisaki Kurumi may be a bit of a psychopath, but she's still a kind-hearted person. At the very least, a true human elf wouldn't want to stop the source of all this. Tokisaki Kurumi once said in the original work that Tokisaki Kurumi is no different from her. In the original work, if Tokisaki Kurumi wasn't saved by Wu Yin, she would have become like Tokisaki Kurumi sooner or later. She would have killed for fun. At the end of the day, Wu Yin has the same thoughts as Tokisaki Kurumi. Every elf is a kind existence. Just the fact that Tokisaki Kurumi likes small animals is enough to prove that she has a kind heart. It's just that the humans have been hostile towards the elves for a long time. That's why Tokisaki Kurumi turned into her current state, treating humans as her food. Tokisaki Kurumi's heart was completely broken. That's why Wu Yin doesn't want to fight Tokisaki Kurumi. Of course, this is because Wu Yin doesn't know how important he is to Tokisaki Kurumi. It's even more important than how much Tokisaki Kurumi covets Tokisaki Kurumi in the original work. Tokisaki Kurumi won't miss out on Wu Yan's unlimited time. Under Wu Yan's gaze, Tokisaki Kurumi slowly raised her hand. Her body shook slightly, and a dark purple aura surged out of her body and enveloped her. At the same time, a gloomy aura spread throughout the small alley. Chapter 432. Dark purple energy swirled around Tokisaki Kurumi's body, forming a dark purple ribbon that danced around her. The black light undulated up and down as a sinister and dark aura surged out from Tokisaki Kurumi's body, enveloping the entire area. The sky looked like it was weeping as black rain began to fall. Wu Yan's wine-red pupils slowly constricted as the energy from Tokisaki Kurumi's body blew his clothes up. Wu Yan's heart slowly sank. He knew that Tokisaki Kurumi was serious this time. The dense dark purple energy swirled up into the sky, causing Tokisaki Kurumi's black noble dress to flutter. In the next moment, Tokisaki Kurumi's body moved, and her clothes disappeared. A pure white body appeared in front of Wu Yan under the cover of the dark purple energy. In the next moment, Tokisaki Kurumi's body flashed with a dazzling light, illuminating the entire dark alley. When the light dimmed, Tokisaki Kurumi's appearance had changed completely. She was wearing a noble Gothic dress that reached all the way to her chest. Her fair and smooth shoulders were exposed to the air, making her look like two ivory sculptures. Only two straps supported the Gothic dress. She wore wrist gloves with her palms exposed, only covering her elbows. Above her palms, a large bow was tied around her abdomen. Black stockings covered her thighs, and a pair of black high boots were on her feet. Her long black hair was tied into two ponytails of different sizes, and a pleated head ornament that looked like a headband was placed on her head. Liu Haiki's eyes drooped down, and his wine-red right eye flashed with a strange light. Tokisaki Kurumi's left eye had also appeared, and it was a golden clock. Tokisaki Kurumi, level 75. At this moment, the golden clock in Tokisaki Kurumi's left eye was spinning. It was like a pupil, staring straight at Wu Yan with a trace of impatience. The clock in the left eye represented Tokisaki Kurumi's time. If Tokisaki Kurumi gets her hands on Wu Yan, the time inside the golden eye of the clock will come to a complete stop. Therefore, Tokisaki Kurumi's gaze towards Wu Yan was filled with passion and greed. She was like a hungry wolf looking at the most delicious piece of meat in the world. Wu Yan frowned deeply. His wine-red eyes flashed with dissatisfaction and anger. Wu Yan really didn't like the way she looked at him like he's food. He's also very dissatisfied with that look. Tokisaki Kurumi saw the dissatisfaction in Wu Yan's eyes. Her red and gold eyes flashed with surprise. Tokisaki Kurumi smiled at Wu Yan. Era, little brother, you don't seem surprised by my transformation and appearance? Tokisaki Kurumi raised both her hands and tilted her head. Could it be that little brother who knows about the elves? Wu Yan frowned, but didn't say anything. He took a few steps forward and closed the distance between him and Tokisaki Kurumi. Tokisaki Kurumi couldn't help but smile. Tokisaki Kurumi tapped her cheeks. She supported her face with one hand, and her other hand was hanging by the hem. Her fair face blushed like a shy little girl. She looked at Wu Yan and said softly, "Hey, little brother, do you think I'm pretty?" Wu Yan pursed his lips as he looked at Tokisaki Kurumi's bashful face. He shrugged. "What are you trying to say? What are you talking about? Are you trying to ask me how I feel about you, so that you can confess your feelings to me?" Tokisaki Kurumi's smile widened when she heard Wu Yan's words. However, that shy look disappeared. "Era, that's a good idea. After all, little brother, you are very attractive to me. I'm really moved." Wu Yan sighed, and he continued. "Is that so? But you don't look like the type who would fall in love at first sight with someone you meet for the first time. Oh, you seem to know a lot about me, lil bro." Toshiaki Kurumi looked at Wu Yan with her different-colored eyes. She chuckled. "But you're wrong. I really fell in love with you at first sight, lil bro." Tokisaki Kurumi swayed her gothic dress and raised her high boots. She walked towards Wu Yin step by step. At the same time, she looked at Wu Yin in a daze. This is really troublesome. I feel like I can't leave you anymore. What should I do? What should I do? Wu Yin furrowed his brows again. He looked at Tokisaki Kurumi with a cold glare. She looked at him like she's in a dream. Wu Yin saw Tokisaki Kurumi's mesmerized expression. However, Tokisaki Kurumi didn't look like she was in love with a lover. She looked more like a poor beggar looking at a rich missy. She wasn't looking at the missy, she was looking at the word missy in front of her. Tokisaki Kurumi seemed to have noticed the coldness in Wu Yan's eyes. She stopped in her tracks, but the dazed look in her eyes didn't weaken. Instead, it became more intense. It was accompanied by a fatal fanaticism. She licked her lips, and her smile turned sinister. She looked at Wu Yin, and she coquettishly said, "Hey, lil bro, become one with me. We'll never be separated, okay?" Without waiting for Wu Yan's reply, Tokisaki Kurumi chuckled. Little brother, you can't refuse because I'll get angry." Tokisaki Kurumi laughed loudly. Her shoulders shook as she covered her mouth with one hand and muttered softly, I'm actually excited. Tokisaki Kurumi's body flashed with a red and white light. Several streams of light rolled up from her body and danced in the air. They turned into several pale red arms and shot towards Wu Yin like whips. Wu Yin looked relaxed on the surface, but he was on high alert. When Tokisaki Kurumi attacked, he made his move in less than a second. Dozens of crimson spatial ripples appeared behind him. As the ripples spread out, streaks of black light shot out from them and collided with the incoming hands. Then, the weak arms were all smashed into smithereens as if they were dried twigs. Tokisaki Kurumi seemed a little surprised. Her eyebrows slightly arched as she looked at Wu Yin with a smile. As expected, little brother isn't an ordinary person. You're not an elf, and you don't look like a human. Humans don't have such powerful strength. I want to make you my possession more and more. Wu Yin didn't feel happy at all when he heard Tokisaki Kurumi's fanatical words. It's not a good thing that this sickly girl has her eyes on him. It's better to run. Just as this thought surfaced in her mind, Tokisaki Kurumi grinned. With a twist of her hand, an ancient rifle and an ancient pistol appeared in her hands. She waved her hands in front of her, and the two pistols in her hands turned into a dance of spears. She swung them very smoothly. The appearance of the two guns made Wu Yin stop in his tracks. Tokisaki Kurumi grinned, and she raised her handgun. An invisible wave gathered at the muzzle of the gun. Bang! The sound of a gunshot reverberated in the alleyway. A bullet with enough force to shatter rocks came out of Tokisaki Kurumi's pistol. She fired at Wu Yin, who narrowed his eyes. Chapter 433. The gunshot was followed by the terrifying sound of wind breaking. The bullet from Tokisaki Kurumi's ancient handgun is much more powerful than the bullets from Wu Yan's sniper rifle. The reflection of the bullet in her wine-red eyes was getting closer and closer. Wu Yan didn't expect Tokisaki Kurumi to take out a part of her angel without saying a word. Wu Yan's reaction was a little slow, and he could only move his face to the side to avoid the bullet. The bullet grazed past Wu Yan's face and left a wound on Wu Yan's cheek. Fresh blood flowed down from his cheek. What did I do? Seeing the blood flowing down from Wu Yan's face, Tokisaki Kurumi turned pale with fright. She held her cheek and said pitifully, "I actually hurt little brother and made him bleed. What should I do? What should I do? I wanted to become one with little brother. How could I hurt little brother?" As she said that, a hint of sadness appeared on her face. It was as if she was really afraid. If someone else saw this, they would probably forgive her even if they were shot. Wu Yin bitterly smiled. He wiped the blood off his face, and he licked it. The wounds on his face melted away in less than a second. Tokisaki Kurumi stopped in her tracks. Her red and gold eyes showed an intoxicated look. Although the wound wasn't deep or heavy, it was still an injury. Even an elf wouldn't be able to recover in such a short period of time unless they had some special powers. With such terrifying recovery ability, Tokisaki Kurumi sensed that Wu Yin had unlimited time. Tokisaki Kurumi understood that the man in front of her really has an immortal body. This made Tokisaki Kurumi want Wu Yin even more. Hee hee, little brother, do you like the taste of blood too? What a coincidence, me too. Little brother and I are a match made in heaven. Hurry up and become one with me. Tokisaki Kurumi shouted excitedly. She raised both guns, but before she could pull the trigger, 2 crimson spatial ripples appeared beside her. 2 black whips shot out and tied up Tokisaki Kurumi's gun-wielding hands. At the same time, a series of crackling sounds could be heard from afar, accompanied by a dense bluish-white light. The bluish-white light vibrated, and before Tokisaki Kurumi could react, a bolt of lightning surged out and struck Tokisaki Kurumi hard. Ugh! The electric current violently flashed on Tokisaki Kurumi's body. Soon, white smoke rose from Tokisaki Kurumi's skin. She couldn't help but let out a soft cry of pain. Lightning? Tokisaki Kurumi raised her head with difficulty and looked in Wu Yan's direction. She couldn't help but be stunned. Not far from Tokisaki Kurumi, Wu Yan's body was flashing violently with bluish-white lightning. The sound of electricity echoed in the empty alley. The owner of the sound turned his head slightly and looked coldly at Tokisaki Kurumi, who was tied up by the whips. The wine-red color in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by a resplendent golden color. As Wu Yan's eyes turned golden, a pressure unique to a true ancestor rolled out from his body. Under this pressure, Tokisaki Kurumi couldn't help but feel her shoulders sink. She seemed to see a thick blood aura around Wu Yan. Hee. Tokisaki Kurumi's eyes were filled with excitement. She wasn't afraid of the blood aura that would scare an ordinary person. Instead, she was like a fish in water. Her eyes were filled with satisfaction as she looked at Wu Yan with intoxication. Little brother, you're the best. This blood aura that's like a lake of blood and the pressure of a noble existence. It's really great, really great. Tokisaki Kurumi smiled evilly and said to Wu Yan, I can't wait to become one with you. I can't wait any longer. I can't wait any longer. After saying that, Tokisaki Kurumi pulled at her bound right hand. Under Wu Yan's astonishment, her right hand was torn off. This sudden situation left Wu Yan at a loss. At this time, Tokisaki Kurumi used her broken right hand to smash the iron sand whip in her left hand. The iron sand whip shattered into iron sand, and she immediately leaped away. Descend. Emperor of Carving, Zafkiel. Tokisaki Kurumi raised her hand and shouted. Her voice resounded through the sky. Following her voice, a black-red lightning bolt descended from the sky and struck Tokisaki Kurumi's back. However, the black-red lightning didn't cause any damage. Instead, it distorted Tokisaki Kurumi's back. The black-red lightning turned into a black-red light that drew a circle behind Tokisaki Kurumi. When the light dissipated, a huge clock that was twice as tall as Tokisaki Kurumi appeared behind her. Tokisaki Kurumi's angel. Emperor of Carving, Zafkiel. Wu Yan's expression tensed up. He wanted to retreat. He didn't want to fight Tokisaki Kurumi to begin with. Now, Tokisaki Kurumi even used angel. It's clear that she doesn't want to let him go. Wu Yan bitterly laughed inside. What did he do to offend her? Why would she use angel at such a high cost? Even if Tokisaki Kurumi has other people's lives as storage, it's still a waste. She's really willing to sacrifice so much for it. How could she be so generous? Wu Yan didn't know that once he fell into Tokisaki Kurumi's hands, the so-called price would be gone. Naturally, Tokisaki Kurumi didn't care about such a small amount of time. Even if she used it all up, as long as she had Wu Yan, she wouldn't need it. Bullet of 4 Dalit. Tokisaki Kurumi raised her left hand that was holding a pistol. The clock in her left eye suddenly sped up. The number 4 on the huge clock behind Tokisaki Kurumi lit up. A black-red stream of energy floated out and entered Tokisaki Kurumi's pistol. After the black-red stream of energy flowed into the pistol, Tokisaki Kurumi smiled and did something that would make others confused. She raised the pistol but didn't aim it at Wu Yan. Instead, She pointed it at herself and pressed it against her chin. Then, she pulled the trigger without hesitation. Wu Yan wasn't surprised by Tokisaki Kurumi's action. He knew what kind of ability Tokisaki Kurumi's bullet of 4 has. It's the ability to reverse time. The golden pupils turned towards Tokisaki Kurumi's right hand, which was suspended in the air by the iron sand whip. The broken right hand trembled slightly, and the iron sand whip loosened. The right hand didn't fall down, but flew back to Tokisaki Kurumi and reattached itself to her severed arm. Tokisaki Kurumi clenched her right hand and smiled sinisterly at Wu Yan. Let's start again. Wu Yan's body tensed up. His golden pupils turned, and he focused all his attention on Tokisaki Kurumi. Tokisaki Kurumi seemed satisfied with Wu Yan's action and raised her pistol again. Bullet of 4 Dalit. This time, the number 1 on the huge clock behind Tokisaki Kurumi lit up. A black-red stream of energy floated out and entered Tokisaki Kurumi's pistol. Tokisaki Kurumi shot it into her head. Then, Wu Yan's expression changed. That was because Tokisaki Kurumi had already disappeared from her original spot and reappeared beside him. Chapter 434. Every number on Tokisaki Kurumi's angel represents a type of time ability. For example, the bullet of 4 can reverse time by shooting a bullet into one's body. After using the bullet of 4, no matter how much damage Tokisaki Kurumi suffered, he would be able to recover in an instant unless the golden clock on his left eye ran out. Otherwise, if Tokisaki Kurumi succeeds in using the bullet of 4 and shoots it into her body, Tokisaki Kurumi will return to her original state. Unlike the bullet of 4, the bullet of 1 is an ability that can be used on a user. However, it accelerates time, making Tokisaki Kurumi's speed unparalleled. In less than a blink of an eye, Tokisaki Kurumi has already moved to Wu Yan's side. Tokisaki Kurumi looked at Wu Yan's face that is inches away from her. She rested her head on Wu Yan's shoulder and caressed Wu Yan's face. She licked her lips with her little tongue and smiled. Oh, what a captivating taste! Tokisaki Kurumi's lips curled into a sinister smile. Her red and gold eyes stared at Wu Yan's golden eyes. They were red just a moment ago. How did they turn gold all of a sudden? Hey, little brother, can you tell me? Tokisaki Kurumi's unique fragrance wafted into Wu Yan's nose as she rested on his shoulder. If it were any other time, Wu Yan's heart would be stirred. However, no matter how carefree he is right now, he wouldn't think that this is the right time to do such a thing. Taking a light breath, Wu Yan didn't turn to look at Tokisaki Kurumi. Is this okay? You're touching my body without permission. Tokisaki Kurumi was stunned. Before she could react, the sound of lightning clashing echoed. Her face turned cold, and she quickly moved away from Wu Yan's body. However, her hand that was caressing Wu Yan's face was inevitably injured. The lightning struck her hand and caused her hand to twitch. The pain was transmitted to her mind. Tokisaki Kurumi shook her hand that was charred black from the lightning. She looked at Wu Yan and said, "You're not an elf, but you can use such power. Lightning? If I'm not wrong, the pillar of fire just now should be little brothers. With such power and time, what kind of existence are you? I'm really curious." Time. Wu Yan didn't pay attention to Tokisaki Kurumi's words. Instead, he noticed one of her words. Combining his understanding of Tokisaki Kurumi and her ability as an angel, a thought flashed through his mind. No wonder Tokisaki Kurumi treated him like that. It was because of his unlimited lifespan, which meant unlimited time. Well, it doesn't matter. Little brother, you're going to be mine soon. I'm really excited. Tokisaki Kurumi raised her right hand and pointed her rifle at Wu Yan's head. The next moment, a gunshot rang out. Blood flew into the air and scattered on the ground. Tokisaki Kurumi weighed the rifle in her hand and chuckled. He dodged it at such a close distance. Tokisaki Kurumi turned to look at the panting Wu Yan who's holding his forehead. Damn it! Wu Yan wiped the blood off his forehead. He clenched his teeth and looked at Tokisaki Kurumi. The ability of time is really troublesome. It's just a simple acceleration of time, and I'm already in this state. If I use other abilities of time, I'll be in trouble. How did Kotori defeat this pervert in the original work? That won't do, little brother. Tokisaki Kurumi's red right eye flashed with a demonic blood-red light. She raised her foot and walked towards Wu Yin. I should have told you not to reject me. As Tokisaki Kurumi got closer, a black shadow spread out from her feet. It covered the entire alley, including Wu Yan's feet. Standing in the shadow, Wu Yin felt something flowing out from his body and into the shadow. Wu Yin was shocked, and his face sank. Could this be the City of Time eclipse? It's over, it's over. I finally found some fun, and it's going to end just like that. What a pity, what a pity. Tokisaki Kurumi lowered her head in disappointment, but she quickly raised it again with a happy smile. But to be able to become one with you, little brother, it's all worth it. Everything is worth it. Wu Yin pursed his lips after hearing Tokisaki Kurumi's morbid words. He raised his head and stomped on the ground. At the same time, electricity surged out from Wu Yan's body and shot towards the ground with unimaginable speed. Tokisaki Kurumi's face changed. On the huge clock behind her, a black and red stream of air flowed out and turned into a bullet. It flowed into Tokisaki Kurumi's gun and hit her body. In the next second, Tokisaki Kurumi disappeared on the spot, avoiding the electric current from the ground. However, the moment Tokisaki Kurumi disappeared, the shadow on the ground also disappeared. Wu Yin relaxed. Although his time was unlimited, who knew if Tokisaki Kurumi would pull him into the shadow and devour him? If he was pulled into Tokisaki Kurumi's shadow, Wu Yin didn't think that his true ancestor body would be able to keep him safe. Even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be able to avoid staying in the shadow of the City of Time eclipse for the rest of his life. Tokisaki Kurumi was annoyed. She came in front of Wu Yin, and the clock in her left eye started spinning again. A huge clock appeared behind Tokisaki Kurumi. On the number 8, 2 black and red streams of air flowed out and were shot out by Tokisaki Kurumi. Bullet of 8, Chet. A shadow spread out from under Tokisaki Kurumi's feet. However, this time, the shadow wasn't the City of Time eclipse. Pale red, glowing arms extended from the shadow. Then, as if they were crawling out of a hole, they supported themselves on the ground. Tokisaki Kurumi crawled out from the shadow and looked at Wu Yin with an evil smile. Bullet of 8, Chet. The ability to recreate one's past self in different timelines. Seeing the Tokisaki Kurumi walking towards him, Wu Yin couldn't help but smile bitterly. No way. You're using a cheat. Seeing Wu Yan's bitter smile, Tokisaki Kurumi felt her heart ache. She raised her hand and tapped her chin. But what she said only made Wu Yan's bitter smile even more bitter. This time, I won't let you escape. I won't let you escape. Bullet of 7, Zayn. The number 7 on the clock lit up. Black and red streams of air flowed into the guns in Tokisaki Kurumi's hands. Then, Tokisaki Kurumi shot the bullet of 7 at Wu Yin. Not good. Wu Yin quickly retreated and dodged the bullet of 7. His heartbeat quickened. The bullet of 7's ability can stop time. If he's hit by the bullet of 7, he won't be able to move and can only be dragged into the City of Time eclipse by Tokisaki Kurumi. Bullet of 7, Aleph. However, just as Wu Yin dodged, Tokisaki Kurumi's voice rang again. Before Wu Yin could react, Tokisaki Kurumi appeared in front of Wu Yin. She raised her rifle and pointed it at Wu Yan's forehead. Bullet of 7, Zayin. Looking at Tokisaki Kurumi, who had a sickly smile on his face, his golden pupils constricted as he stared at him. Chapter 435. When he felt a cold sensation between his eyebrows, Wu Yin finally saw the rifle in front of him. His golden pupils shrunk, and in the next second, the sound of a gunshot reverberated through the empty alley. Bang! Clang! At this critical moment, a crimson spatial ripple appeared between Wu Yan's eyebrows. Black iron particles quickly floated out from it and condensed into a small ball of iron particles at the muzzle of Tokisaki Kurumi's rifle. It blocked the bullet that was about to hit Wu Yan's forehead, saving Wu Yin from danger. Tokisaki Kurumi's attack was neutralized in such a manner. She couldn't help but pause her movements for a moment, giving Wu Yin a chance to catch his breath. Wu Yin understood that there was still a gap between his strength and Tashisaki Kurumi's. After all, he was only comparable to someone at the beginning of rank 8. Tashisaki Kurumi, on the other hand, was level 75 and had a powerful angel like Zafkiel. If things continued like this, he would only end up as fertilizer. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Wu Yan's golden pupils. Instead of retreating, he charged forward. Electricity surged from his body. He stretched out his hand and pressed it on Tashisaki Kurumi's forehead. All the electricity in his body was transferred to Tashisaki Kurumi's body in an instant. Tashisaki Kurumi didn't expect that her prey would choose to counterattack instead of running away. When the chaotic electricity hit Tashisaki Kurumi's delicate body, she couldn't help but cry out in pain. After a while, her fair and smooth skin was charred black all over. Wisps of smoke rose from her body as if she was just cooked meat. A faint smell of stew wafted from her body. The reincarnations of Tashisaki Kurumi in the past finally reacted. They raised their guns and fired wildly at Wu Yan. Bullet after bullet entered Wu Yan's body. In a short moment, Wu Yan's body was filled with black holes. Blood flowed out from the holes and stained Wu Yan red. Wu Yan gritted his teeth. He endured the pain coming from every part of his body. He yelled, and he sent Tokisaki Kurumi flying with a kick. The consequence of this was naturally a new round of frenzied shooting. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous gunshots were accompanied by blood that floated into the air. The random gunshots echoed in the empty alley. When the gunshots stopped, the bloodied Wu Yan was already half kneeling on the ground. The intense pain constantly invaded Wu Yan's mind, causing the ruthlessness in Wu Yan's eyes to become more and more intense. It even turned into madness. Wu Yan ignored the injuries on his body and raised his fist. Lightning flashed from Wu Yan's body again. The violent electric current rushed to Wu Yan's fist, causing it to shine. Then, Wu Yan punched the ground fiercely. Boom! After a loud bang, the ground collapsed with the fist as the center. The ground in the empty alley collapsed into pieces of broken stone slabs. The surrounding ground turned into a huge pit. The reincarnations of Tashisaki Kurumi in Wu Yan's timeline were all caught off guard and fell into the pit. At this time, Wu Yan flew into the air. Above Wu Yan, a crimson spatial ripple expanded as Wu Yan soared into the sky. Along with it, the hilt of Nyedan Shana emerged. Wu Yan flew to the crimson spatial ripple and grabbed it, pulling it out with force. Burn it all up! A low voice came from the figure in the air. At the same time, the flames of the red lotus fell from the sky like lightning and crashed into the deep pit. Boom! In an instant, the red lotus fire burned fiercely in the deep pit, turning everything on the ground into a sea of fire. In the sea of fire, faint groans could be heard and screams could be heard. Faintly, in the sea of fire, a thin figure could be seen slowly turning into nothingness. Huff, huff. Looking at the sea of fire below, Wu Yan panted violently. His blood dripped into the sea of fire, causing a sizzling sound. But if one looked closely, one would notice that the holes on Wu Yan's body were slowly recovering until there was no trace of injury left at this time. A somewhat intermittent voice drifted into Wu Yan's ears. Looks like I've underestimated you, little brother. Hearing this voice, Wu Yan closed his eyes for a moment before turning his head to look. At the source of the voice, Tokisaki Kurumi's charred body crawled up from the ground. Her red right, I stared straight at Wu Yan. She didn't seem to have any reaction to the destruction of her past body. Instead, she seemed excited. Under Tokisaki Kurumi's excited gaze, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. He cursed in his heart, and his hand that was holding the Yamano no Shana turned blue. Wu Yan knew Tokisaki Kurumi wouldn't be easy to deal with. But now that he's facing her, Wu Yan knew that she's not just a tough nut to crack, she's a tough nut to crack. Bullet of 4 Dalit. Tokisaki Kurumi used the bullet of 4 again on his head. The charred body of Tokisaki Kurumi disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye and returned to its original state. Seeing this, Wu Yin couldn't help but smile bitterly. Who's the one with the immortal body? I'm tired of this game. Tokisaki Kurumi's face showed some impatience. The shadow under her body expanded, and pale, red, glowing arms started waving wildly around her body. Hey, little brother, are you happy to be dragged into the City of Time Eclipse? Are you happy? Tokisaki Kurumi laughed maniacally. Her sweet voice sounded like it was filled with ice, chilling the hearts of those who heard it. Sighing deeply, Wu Yin could only praise his own luck. He was assassinated when he went out to buy something, killed a rat, and then met a sickly girl. He raised the Yamano no Shana and faced Tokisaki Kurumi. Red lotus flames burned on the blade, and lightning flickered on his body. Crimson spatial ripples appeared behind him. At this moment, Wu Yin is going all out. Even if Tokisaki Kurumi is much stronger than him after using the Zafkiel, Wu Yin still wants to let her know that she can't bully others just because she's a cute girl. Era, so scary. Tokisaki Kurumi looked straight at Wu Yan's face. She held her cheeks with her hands and blushed. Little brother, you're so strong, yet you're bullying a weak girl like me. Wu Yan's lips couldn't help but twitch. He wanted to teach Tokisaki Kurumi a lesson. If she's a weak woman, then what's a man like me who risked my life to leave a mark on her body? What's the big deal? Say, let's get along well. Tokisaki Kurumi crossed his arms and raised a long gun and a short gun. The clock in his left eye spun crazily, and the Zafkiel behind him slowly lit up. On the edge of the Zafkiel, the phantom-like wheels and gears on the huge clock spun as well. A black and red aura swirled in the air. Wu Yan's heart tightened. His golden eyes were filled with vigilance. The lightning on his body and the flames on the Yamano no Shana also surged up. The atmosphere in the alley reached a critical point again. So much so that the two of them didn't notice that a bright light was shining above their heads. Chapter 436. In the empty alley, the solemn atmosphere seemed to be about to materialize, reverberating in this space. Under this atmosphere, the two people facing each other had different expressions. One face was filled with seriousness and vigilance, while the other was filled with excitement and fanaticism. Just as Wu Yin and Tokisaki Kurumi were about to start their second round of battle, a beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky. It descended towards the empty alley at a speed no slower than either of them. Before the two of them could react, the beam of light had already appeared above the empty alley. When the two of them felt that something was wrong, they quickly raised their heads. Only then did they see the scene above them. They saw an extremely resplendent beam of light descending at lightning speed. In the next moment, the beam of light landed on Wu Yin, who had just raised his head and enveloped him. What's going on? Wu Yin was shocked. He waved his Nyedan Shana in an attempt to cut off the beam of light that enveloped him. However, the Nyedan Shana seemed to have cut through the air and did nothing. Wu Yin furrowed his brows. When he felt that the beam of light had no effect on him, Wu Yin let out a sigh of relief. On the ground, Tokisaki Kurumi looked at the beam of light that enveloped Wu Yin. He seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed. He subconsciously reached out his hand and shouted, "Wait!" However, just as Tokisaki Kurumi's voice rang out, the beam of light suddenly lit up. The resplendent light illuminated the entire dark alley like it was daytime. The dazzling light caused Tokisaki Kurumi to raise his hands to block in front of him. One of his red and one of his gold eyes involuntarily closed. Within the resplendent light, the beam of light shook and retracted at a speed several times faster than when it came. It returned to where it came from and disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, the same thing happened to Wu Yin, who was enveloped by the beam of light. When Tokisaki Kurumi recovered from the dazzling light and opened his eyes, both the beam of light and Wu Yin had disappeared. All that was left was the ruins and the 5 members of the AST sniper team who were knocked down by the shockwave. Tokisaki Kurumi's expression turned gloomy. It was obvious that someone had taken away Wu Yin. Clutching her forehead, Tokisaki Kurumi chuckled softly. Her laughter grew louder and louder until it reverberated throughout the empty alley. Tokisaki Kurumi's red right eye flashed with a demonic blood-red color as he laughed maniacally. No matter where you run to, you'll become mine in the end. You can't escape, you can't escape. Behind Tokisaki Kurumi, the clock Zafkiel disappeared without a trace as soon as she finished her sentence. Tokisaki Kurumi lightly sighed and pursed his lips into a smile. Era, seriously, I'm getting hot in advance. However, the good stuff should be saved for last. So it's you again? At this time, an indifferent voice was heard from behind Tokisaki Kurumi. Hearing this voice, a faint smile appeared on Tokisaki Kurumi's face. She seemed to recognize the owner of this voice. She turned her head and looked towards the source of the voice. A petite girl of about 14 years old with dark blue hair tied in a ponytail and a mole under her left eye stood not far from Tokisaki Kurumi. Her brown eyes scanned the empty alley. When she saw the 5 corpses on the ground, she wasn't surprised at all. Instead, she frowned when she saw the mess on the ground. Her emotionless eyes stared at Tokisaki Kurumi. There was an unconcealable numbness in her eyes. The girl said, "Why didn't you use the word eat this time?" Nightmare. Tokisaki Kurumi chuckled and said to the girl, "If I said I didn't do it this time, would you believe me? Is that so?" The girl didn't care at all. It was obvious that she didn't take Tokisaki Kurumi's words to heart. Tokisaki Kurumi didn't care at all and shrugged. The number of people who died in Tokisaki Kurumi's hands is 1,000 times more than the number of people here. If she were to count them one by one, who knows how long it would take even if all of AST's members were to do the math. Adding in 5 more wouldn't matter. Seeing that Tokisaki Kurumi was silent, the girl's gaze sharpened. Then, a light flashed from her body. After the light dimmed, a light armor similar to AST's appeared on her body, but it was of a different color. The girl pulled out a lightsaber from her back and pointed it at Tokisaki Kurumi. "Then please die again," the girl said in a numb tone. It sounded like she's killed Tokisaki Kurumi multiple times already. Tokisaki Kurumi grinned. He didn't retort or resist. He looked at the girl rushing towards him and put down his gun. He looked up at the sky. Next time. Before he could finish his sentence, the light sword in the young girl's hand slashed across Tokisaki Kurumi's throat, cutting off the rest of his words. Fresh blood sprayed into the air. Above Heavenly Palace City, Fraxinus. On a platform in the invisible airship, a beam of light suddenly rose up and illuminated the platform like a light bulb. Then it slowly dimmed. As the light pillar dimmed, a figure appeared on the high platform. The clothes on his body were in tatters, as if he had just come out from a refugee area. However, a glint flashed across his wine-red eyes from time to time, telling others just what kind of energy he possessed. The one who appeared here is naturally Wu Yin, who was taken away by the beam of light. His wine-red eyes scanned the scene. When the familiar scene imprinted itself into Wu Yan's eyes, Wu Yin felt relieved. He also roughly guessed why he appeared here. Welcome back. In front of the platform, Rain Murasame, who always has dark circles under her eyes, stared blankly at Wu Yin. Her tired voice sounded like she didn't sleep at all. Wu Yin felt powerless when he heard it. Where's Kotori? Jumping down from the platform, Wu Yin looked at Rain Murasame. It should be Kotori's idea to send me back through the teleportation device. Rain Murasame nodded and walked outside. Let's go. The commander is waiting for you in the command room. Wu Yin scratched his face and followed Rain Murasame to the command room. In the command room, all the members of Ratatoskr looked up at the big screen in front of them. Their eyes were filled with seriousness, fear, hesitation, and uncertainty. They all fell silent, causing the command room to become silent. Kotori, who was sitting on the command platform, was included as well. On the big screen in front of them, the battle between Wu Yin and Tokisaki Kurumi is being broadcasted. Looking at the battle on the screen, everyone is impressed by Wu Yan's strength. Even when facing such a powerful elf, he can still hold his ground. Even though he's at a disadvantage, no one will look down on Wu Yin. That's because they all witnessed Tokisaki Kurumi's ability as an angel. However, right now, they were thinking more about the sprite that could identify Nightmare. After all, they saw with their own eyes Tokisaki Kurumi's strength, bloodthirst, madness, and wickedness. This was completely different from the elves they knew in the past. From this, they can see why Tokisaki Kurumi is called the evilest elf. It's because Tokisaki Kurumi's existence is constantly disrupting people's understanding of elves. Chapter 437. Kurumi's divine spiritual equipment appeared on her body. A gloomy luster filled the sky above her body, and a greedy aura swept out from Kurumi's body. Everyone's expression turned solemn. Kwang-san opened his arms and made a gesture of hugging. The golden clock in his left eye slowly started to turn. At this moment, everyone felt that Kwang-san was the only one left in this world. Zafkiel, Kwang-san floated half a foot above the ground and floated in the air. His hand reached toward the sky as if he wanted to grab something. He shouted in a loud and clear voice. His voice reverberated throughout the open space and entered everyone's ears. On the ground, Kotori, Toka, and Yoshino's expression changed. As elves, they knew what Kurumi's action meant. If an elf without an angel had a combat power of 1, then an elf with an angel would have a combat power of 100. Of course, the 100 here didn't mean that the combat power increased by 100 times. It meant that the danger level increased by 100 times. Under everyone's attentive gazes, a black lightning bolt descended from the sky and landed on Kwang-san's back. When the black lightning disappeared, a huge clock with an illusory wheel appeared behind Kwang-san's back. Accompanying it was an ancient handgun and rifle. He. Kwang-san grinned and let out a burst of laughter that made everyone's hair stand on end. She raised her 2 guns and drew 2 arcs in front of her. Then, like the hour and minute hands of the huge clock behind her, she pointed at the numbers on the huge clock. Aleph. When the handgun pointed at the number 1 on the huge clock, a black and red stream of air immediately floated up and flowed into the handgun in Kwang-san's hand. At the same time, the golden clock in Kwang-san's left eye sped up. On the opposite side, Yue Chinyu, who was standing at the back, gritted his teeth. Although the sniper rifle in his hand was aimed at Kwang-san, he didn't dare to pull the trigger because he knew that if he didn't succeed with the ability of the other party, he would definitely be killed in an instant. Therefore, this shot was very important. Yue Chinyu knew that in terms of combat power, he might be stronger than ordinary people, but compared to Shina, the gap was not small. After all, Shina not only underwent body modification, but also had the latest equipment. In this battle, Shina was the main force. Therefore, what Yue Chinyu could do was to be like a real sniper, waiting for the rabbit to hit the tree stump. When the rabbit hit the tree stump, he would fire a fatal shot. Yue Chinyu didn't shoot, but that didn't mean that Kurumi's pistols were weak. Bang! The sound of the gunshot echoed. Before anyone could react, Kurumi had already fired the Aleph into his head. With the sound of the gunshot, Kurumi instantly disappeared from Shina and Yue Chinyu's sight. Their pupils shrank at the same time, and their hearts were slightly shocked. In the blink of an eye, Kurumi appeared beside Shina with a smirk on his face. "Be careful," Toka and Yoshino exclaimed, but it was too late. Kurumi's rifle was already aimed at Shina's body. The next moment, the sound of the trigger being pulled, the sound of the bullet being fired, and the sound of the bullet hitting the body, it didn't take long before it was heard. Obviously, it was a bullet, but Shina felt like he was hit by a heavy hammer, and he was directly blown away. However, most of Kurumi's attack was weakened by Shina's advanced equipment. Only a small part of it affected Shina's body, and it didn't cause much damage to Shina. Therefore, with the help of the flamethrower on his equipment, Shina quickly stabilized his body. Just as he was about to rush towards Kurumi, Kurumi disappeared again. This time, she appeared behind Shina and sent him flying with a kick. Bullet of 7. The handgun pointed at the huge clock again, but this time it was 7. The black and red energy flow that represented the bullet of 7 flowed into the handgun, and was shot out by Kurumi. This time, Shina didn't have time to stabilize his body, and he was directly hit by the bullet of 7. When the bullet of 7 hit Shina's body, a transparent circular shield covered his body, and a strange thing is Shina, who was flying back, stopped in midair. With such a result, Kwang-san naturally aimed the guns in her hands at him. Shina. On the ground, Toka screamed in horror. Yoshino couldn't bear to watch anymore, and he tightly closed his eyes. Only Kotori calmly looked at the scene in midair. Bang! The sound of the gunshot rang out under everyone's different expressions. However, this gunshot stunned Kwang-san because it wasn't hers. The sound of the bullet piercing through the air rang in Kurumi's ears. Her hand that was about to pull the trigger stopped, and she quickly retracted her hand, but she was a bit slow. The bullet hit Kurumi's gun, and the gun that was aimed at Shina's body deviated from its trajectory. At this time, Kurumi pulled the trigger. The bullet that was supposed to hit Shina's body was deflected to Granny's house. The bullet shot into the sky and disappeared from Kurumi's sight. This wasn't the end of it. What was even more incredible was that the bullet that caused the trajectory to deviate was actually slightly slanted. As a result, the bullet that hit the body of the gun, after completing its mission, it rubbed against the body of the gun and went straight towards Kwang 3's chest. A sharp pain spread from Kurumi's chest to her brain, accompanied by scarlet blood flowing down from her chest. Kurumi's expression was a bit sluggish, as if she couldn't believe it. She lowered her head and looked at her chest, but the blood in her eyes told her that all of this was real. Kurumi clutched her chest and suddenly turned her head towards the direction where the bullet came from. There, Yue Chinyu reloaded his sniper rifle and aimed at Kurumi, telling her that he was the one who did that. However, Yue Chinyu didn't intend to chat with Kurumi. He also didn't intend to explain the principle of his unique skill to the opponent after the attack worked like in the anime. So, under Kurumi's gaze, the sniper rifle in Yue Chinyu's hand rang again. Kursen secretly clicked his tongue. He took a step in the air and left the place. The bullet brushed past his body and flew into the distance. The effect of this shot was to force Kursen to retreat. Kurumi narrowed her eyes and was about to rush towards Yue Chinyu to kill him. Perhaps Yue Chinyu guessed Kurumi's intention. On the ground, Yue Chinyu smiled at Kurumi, and that smile made Kurumi subconsciously stunned. Suddenly, Kurumi's expression changed, and she quickly turned her gaze from Yue Chinyu to Shina, who was stopped by the bullet of 7. She looked at Shina and immediately understood the meaning of Yue Chinyu's smile. She saw that the transparent black shield that wrapped Shina began to lose its effect, and in an instant, it disappeared. Shina regained control of his body and suddenly stopped his body from flying backwards. The 2 jets on his shoulders shook, and he rushed towards Kurumi. When Kurumi realized that she was careless, Shina had already appeared in front of her, looking at her expressionlessly, and the lightsaber in his hand chopped down. Blood spilled from the air. Chapter 438. After Kotori made the decision, someone in the command room responded and went to carry it out. Tozaki Kurumi will be the main target of Ratatoskir's surveillance. At the very least, Tozaki Kurumi's sudden appearance shouldn't happen again. After Kotori finished speaking, the command room fell into silence once more. Only the symphony of battle and Kurumi's maniacal laughter could be heard on the big screen. After some time, Wu Yin suddenly recalled the assassination attempt by AST's higher-ups. Wu Yin turned to Kotori. "Oh right, Kotori, before I met Tozaki Kurumi, I was assassinated by AST's people." Kotori's eyes widened. Wu Yan's casual but frightening words almost made her swallow the candy bar in her mouth. She choked and coughed. "Cough, cough. Why didn't you tell me about such an important matter until now?" Kotori covered her throat and coughed while glaring at Wu Yan. She was so angry that the ribbon on her head shook. Wu Yan chuckled awkwardly when he heard Kotori. "I say, Ratatoskir clearly broadcasted my battle with Kurumi on the big screen. So how could they not know that I was assassinated by AST? After that, I met Kwang-san. Kotori crossed her arms and curled her lips. We were able to detect your battle with Tokisaki Kurumi because she summoned her spiritual equipment and her psychic waves leaked out. Who would have been watching you before that? Ratatosker isn't a peeping Tom. No, Ratatosk was a voyeur. Every time an elf appeared, Ratatosk would replay the scene on the big screen and monitor it for more than 10 times. Wu Yin inwardly retorted. Subconsciously, he released a sigh of relief. This is good. At least Kotori doesn't know that he killed everyone in AST. Otherwise, even if Kotori doesn't blame him in her commander mode, she would at least feel bad about it. Moreover, the kind sister mode would probably be afraid of him. Who knows? Kotori glanced at Wu Yin and said to Wu Yin, "What's going on? Why would AST assassinate you? I haven't received any reports of AST's movements." Wu Yin didn't try to hide anything. The AST assassins that came to assassinate me weren't part of Kyuchi Origami's frontline unit. They were part of a sniper unit. They seemed to be under the direct command of the higher-ups of AST. Direct command of AST's higher-ups. Kotori narrowed her eyes and sneered. "Ah, it's those guys' troops. No wonder I couldn't get any news. The direct subordinates of the AST higher-ups usually don't appear in the eyes of others. They only hide in the dark and secretly do things that others look down on. If it's them, then it's not strange at all." Wu Yin could hear the disdain and disgust in Kotori's words. It seems like Kotori doesn't have a good impression of AST's higher-ups, who only know how to talk. Kotori asked Wu Yin, "Then, why did they attack you?" Wu Yin frowned and looked at Kotori in confusion. "Wasn't the reason why you attacked me because I was mistaken for an elf when I arrived with the spacequake earlier? After all, I only explained to you guys that I'm not an elf. But you don't have psychic waves." Kotori froze as if she thought of something. It's not just Kotori. Kimizuki Kyuhei and Murasame Rain also had a strange feeling. This made Wu Yin even more confused. Even if there's no psychic wave, the people from AST saw me descend with their own eyes. Perhaps they thought that I used some method to conceal my psychic wave, or perhaps they would rather kill the wrong person than let me go. That's understandable. Hasn't AST always been aiming to destroy the elves? Lucian asked. Wu Yin looked at Kotori with his red eyes. "All right, Kotori, if I was attacked, what about Toka? She shouldn't have been attacked, right? I tried to get information from the sniper squad leader, but he didn't know anything about Toka. Isn't that a little too unrealistic?" Wu Yin isn't sure if it's just his imagination, but he felt like Kotori's expression is getting stiffer and stiffer. She even started shivering as if she knew something. Wu Yin rubbed his chin and stared at Kotori. "Kotori, could it be that you know what's going on?" Kotori chuckled, but there's a hint of guilt in her laughter. Wu Yin narrowed his eyes. Wu Yin's intuition tells him that the reason he's being treated differently than Toka is because of this commander. Kotori's expression turned unnatural under Wu Yin's intense gaze. She finally said, Toka is under Ratatosker's political protection because she's an elf. As long as she doesn't have psychic waves, AST won't pay attention to her political protection? That's right. Kotori went all out. It's similar to America's Witness Protection Program. Oh, Wu Yin rubbed his chin and grinned at Kotori. In other words, Toka is under Ratatosker's political protection, so she doesn't attract attention, but I'm not. That's why I was attacked. Is that what you're trying to say? Kotori gulped. She's speechless. Looks like she's admitting to it. Wu Yin flipped over 1,000 tables in his heart. He couldn't stay calm as he shouted. Why is there a difference in treatment? Don't tell me they don't care about me. Aya, you're so long-winded. Kotori retorted. Ratatosker's political protection is only for elves. You're not an elf, so what? Kotori fidgeted for a bit and whispered. So, I forgot, after a while, Wu Yin slapped himself on the head and sighed at the sky. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. I'm being targeted because this cute girl forgot. That's why I'm being targeted. That's why I attracted Tashisaki Kurumi. My bad luck today is all because of this girl. Kotori knew that she was being natural for once, so she felt a bit awkward. She didn't want to face Wu Yin, so she quickly changed the topic. By the way, Shurdao, Ratatosker has decided to assign you an assistant. You can ask him to do anything for you in the future. In order to change the topic, Coterie didn't ask for Wu Yan's opinion. She yelled out, "Come in." The door to the command room opened automatically. A beautiful person with long silver hair, wearing the same uniform as Kyuhei Kanazuki, walked in and bowed to Coterie. "Commander, Yasuyuki Chinyu, I'm here to report." Finishing his words, the guy called Yatsuki Chinyu turned to Wu Yan and bowed again. "Captain, I'm Yasuyuki Chinyu. I'm looking forward to your guidance." Seeing that his so-called assistant is pretty, Wu Yan's expression lightened up a bit. "Thank you for your guidance, beautiful lady, yes." "Captain." Yasuyuki Chinyu smiled at Wu Yan. Wu Yan smiled back. But what Yasuyuki Chinyu said next made Wu Yan smile freeze. "By the way, Captain, I'm a man." Wu Yan channeled his innate qi into his head. Wu Yan looked at the smiling, beautiful girl in front of him, and he started crying. Chapter 439. Captain, this is a communicator. Yue Chinyu handed Wu Yan an item similar to a Bluetooth headset. "If there's anything you need, you can use this to contact me directly." Wu Yan nodded nonchalantly. He put away the Bluetooth headset, which is also the communicator. Then, he looked at Yatsuki Chinyu and sighed. Wu Yan patted Yue Chinyu's shoulder and said seriously, "Yue, I never believed that there would be a man who looks like a girl and is very beautiful. But after seeing you, I believe it." Yue Chinyu's lips curled up. He didn't seem to care about Wu Yan's words. Instead, he seemed to be very happy. He said shyly, "Captain, you can call me Chinyu." Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. Looking at Yatsuki Chinyu, who seems to be in a state of shyness, Wu Yan clenched his fists. His heart is struggling to hold it in, because if he didn't, Wu Yan was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and beat up this guy who had a beautiful face but was actually a pure man. After taking a few breaths, Wu Yan forced a smile and said, "Then I'll go home first. If there's an emergency, remember to inform me." Yatsuki Chinyu got serious when it came to business. He saluted Wu Yan and said in a loud and resonant voice, "Yes, sir. Captain, is there really no problem?" Casting a suspicious glance at Yatsuki Chinyu, Wu Yan could only keep his thoughts to the back of his mind. He waved his hand at his assistant and stepped on the teleportation device in front of him before disappearing. Heavenly Palace City, Wu He's house. Wu Yan took out the ingredients and clothes that he put in the gate of Babylon and pushed open the door of Wu He's house and walked in. Of course, Wu Yan wasn't used to shouting, "I'm back." The people of the Celestial Empire didn't like that. Wu Yan walked into the living room and threw everything on the table. He shrugged and was about to go back to his room when he saw a scene from the corner of his eye. He slowly turned his head and looked at the table not far away. Wu Yan saw a beautiful girl with dark purple hair. Her eyes were rolling and she fell on the table. She kept crying and looked like she couldn't get up. "Qin Xiang." Wu Yan's face changed. "What's wrong with you?" Qin Xiang, who was lying on the table, suddenly heard Wu Yan's voice. She trembled and raised her head with difficulty. When she saw that it was Wu Yan, her purple eyes lit up as if she saw her savior. She reached out to Wu Yan. "Shido." Wu Yan couldn't help but frown when he saw Qin Xiang's uncomfortable expression. Then he heard her weak voice. Wu Yan looked at her and felt a little worried. "She's not sick, is she?" Wu Yan walked up to Qin Xiang and held her hand. He quickly said, "Qin Xiang, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Shido. Qin Xiang looked up at Wu Yan. Tears fell from her eyes. Wu Yan was shocked. But in the next moment, Qin Xiang's words made Wu Yan's face collapse bit by bit. In the end, it turned into the word embarrassed. I am hungry." Qin Xiang seemed to have used up her last bit of strength. She closed her eyes and lowered her head. Once again, she prostrated herself on the table. Looking at the burnt toka, Wu Yan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He found out that today is really his day of suffering. Not only did he run into an assassination attempt, he ran into a sickly girl, he ran into a trap, and now he almost got screwed over by this glutton of his. "Where's Shirji?" "Qin Xiang, don't you know how to ask Shirji to get you something to eat?" Wu Yan helplessly rubbed Qin Xiang's head and sighed. His tone was full of helplessness. Qinxiang didn't look up. Her muffled voice came from the table. Shirji, she said she ran out of ingredients, so she can't cook. Toka struggled to lift her head. She looked at Wu Yin with teary eyes. She whimpered. Shido, dinner. Got it. I will make it for you now. Wu Yin waved his hand, and he walked towards the kitchen. Toka finally smiled when she saw this. She looked at Wu Yin with eyes full of hope and anticipation. While Wu Yin was cooking, Shirori caught a whiff of the aroma coming from upstairs. She immediately came to the living room. Kotori followed behind her, and she sat down with Shirori and Toka at the dining table. She looked at Wu Yin in the kitchen with glowing eyes. Smelling the aroma wafting through the air, she looked like she's intoxicated. Naturally, the three of them were very satisfied with the meal that followed. While Shirori was cleaning up the table, Kotori tore open a treasure and put it in her mouth. She enjoyed it like a dessert after a meal. She licked the pearl in her mouth and glanced around the living room. When she saw Qinxiang rubbing her belly, Kotori thought of something and turned to Wu Yin. Her red eyes turned and a sly smile appeared on her face. Big brother, it's time to take a bath, Kotori said casually as if she was talking to her family. Oh, okay. Wu Yin nodded. He stood up from the table and looked at Qinxiang. Sure, Xiang. I bought your clothes for you. They're on the sofa over there. Go try them on and see if they fit. Okay. Qinxiang nodded. She spread her arms and pounced on the sofa. Wu Yin chuckled and shook his head. She then walked to the bathroom. When Wu Yin disappeared from the living room, Kotori's nonchalant expression changed. She sneaked a glance at Qinxiang, who was happily fiddling with the clothes. She covered her mouth and giggled. Damn, brother. This time, Kotori will definitely get her revenge. Kotori was still holding a grudge over what happened last time. Kotori quickly swallowed the pearl in her mouth. When she felt it was almost time, she turned to Toka. Qinxiang, big brother should be done. You can go take a bath now. Okay. Qinxiang didn't suspect anything. He didn't expect Wu Yin to take a bath in less than 5 minutes. He picked up a set of clothes and ran to the bathroom. Kotori giggled when she saw Qinxiang go in. She stood up and ran to the bathroom as well. Of course, she wasn't going to join them. She was just there to watch the show. Kotori schemed against Wu Yin again. She wanted to take revenge for what happened last time. It was the same as the last time she schemed against Wu Yin. She wanted to train Wu Yin. Originally, Kotori thought Wu Yin didn't need to go through so much trouble with the skill he displayed when he took down Toka. Also, last time, Wu Yin saw her naked in the bathroom, and he didn't even bat an eyelid. He might be a bit shameless, but in terms of objective, Wu Yin met Kotori's requirements. This time, Kotori found out about Tokasaki Kurumi. Even Wu Yin can't do anything about this elf. Kotori herself couldn't come up with any ideas either. She could only try to stimulate this elf. Who knows? Maybe she'll come up with a solution in the blink of an eye. It was because of this that Itsuka Shido was able to live a happy and painful life in the original work. Kotori hid behind the stairs and watched Toka walk in the bathroom. Kotori let out a sigh of relief. She peeked her head out and looked at the bathroom, waiting for some noise. For example, Toka's scream, Toka's scream, Toka's scream, Toka's scream. Chapter 440. 10 seconds later. 30 seconds later. 1 minute later. Why is there no movement? 5 minutes later, Kotori finally couldn't hold it in any longer. She covered her head with her hands and shook her head with all her might. Her 2 red ponytails swayed in the air, and her white satin ribbons also swayed. She was unable to accept what was happening. Does Toka not mind Oni-ai-chan's presence? Did they take a shower together? With that thought in mind, a scene appeared in Kotori's mind. Shido. Toka was wrapped in a towel. Her face was flushed. She rubbed her hands together and said shyly, "Let's take a shower together." Toka. Wu Yin looked at Toka in a daze. He got up from the tub and walked up to her. He looked into her purple eyes. Shido. Toka. Wu Yin and Toka's eyes lit up as they murmured her name. Their mesmerized faces slowly inched closer to each other. Puff! Steam rose from Kotori's head, and her cute little face turned crimson. Kotori whimpered and cupped her face with her hands. She shook her head violently again. No, Toka and Oni-chan wouldn't do something like that. Kotori pursed her lips and said hesitantly. She didn't have confidence in her own words. Kotori raised her foot. She wanted to check out the situation with her own eyes. However, when she thought about how Wu Yin and Toka might be doing something in the bathroom, Kotori couldn't bring herself to move her foot down. No, Kotori said embarrassedly. A calm voice came from behind Kotori. What do you mean? Big brother and Toka won't do anything embarrassing at home. Kotori answered subconsciously, and then her whole body froze. I won't. Kotori's eyes were filled with tears. She tried to comfort herself, but this time, she wasn't talking about the bathroom. Instead, she was talking about the voice behind her. Kotori gulped. Her neck cracked as though it had rusted. She turned around slowly, and when she saw the figure looking at her with a spurious smile, all the joy in her heart flew away. Kotori crooked her head and forced a smile. Oh, Oni-chan. Oh ho ho, good morning. Wu Yin raised an eyebrow. He turned his head to the side and looked at the night sky outside the window. The moon could be seen clearly in the night sky. Then, he nodded with a brilliant smile on his face. Ah, good morning to you too. Kotori shuddered when she saw Wu Yan's brilliant smile. She looked like she's about to cry, but no tears came out. Why? Why am I here and not in the bathroom? Wu Yan narrowed his eyes, and he pressed down on Kotori's head. He chuckled. Haven't you heard that the same move is useless against a Saint Seiya? No, I mean against me, your brother. Plus, Wu Yan rubbed his chin, and he chuckled as he reminisced. What's more, you failed the first time you used the same move. Kotori shuddered when she saw the smile on Wu Yan's face. She didn't forget the price she had to pay when she fell at the hands of her older brother. Kotori whimpered and said meekly, Be big, brother. I know, I was wrong. Wu Yan's face turned cold when he heard that. You know you were wrong? I remember that you said the same thing the last time. Do you think I'll believe you? Gulp. Kotori gulped and forced a smile. Brother, you'll forgive Kotori, right? Kotori is your cute little sister. Yeah, my cute little sister. Wu Yin caressed Kotori's red hair. His lips curled into a grin that sent chills down Kotori's spine. So, my cute little sister, how do you want me to punish you in order to forgive you? Punish. Punishment, 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 punishment. Kotori's face paled. Was this so-called punishment referring to the one from last time? Kiss. A blush crept up Kotori's neck and covered her entire face. Kotori's face turned red when she saw the smile on Wu Yan's face. She screamed, and she turned around to run. However, with her power sealed, Kotori is just a normal human. Wu Yan, who is on the verge of reaching Tier 8, is no different from trash in terms of speed. Kotori only managed to run 2 steps before a hand grabbed her collar and pulled her back. When Kotori realized she was back to her original position, a smirk on his face enlarged in her eyes. In the next instant, the mischievous smile on his face and the panic face on his face directly overlapped with each other at almost 0 distance. Ugh! Kotori's red eyes widened. She couldn't believe her eyes. Her first kiss was taken away by her cheap older brother, just like that. His arms encircled Kotori's waist, and he squeezed her soft and petite body into his embrace. Wu Yin straightened his head, and he bent Kotori's body a bit. Then he used his tongue to force open her teeth, and he stuck his tongue into her mouth. Kotori's mouth rapidly widened. When Kotori recovered from her daze, her small tongue had already been entangled by a large tongue. Moreover, the large tongue even coiled around her small tongue domineeringly and began to stir irregularly. Ugh, ugh, Kotori whimpered. Her small hands couldn't help but touch Wu Yan's chest. She wanted to push, but she couldn't muster up any strength. She wanted to hit him, but she couldn't raise her fist. In the end, Kotori could only watch as the man enjoyed her lips. Her consciousness started to blur. At the top of the stairs, 2 figures were tightly in contact with each other. Their heads were constantly moving left and right. From their overlapping lips, TSK, TSK, sound to be heard endlessly, adding a bit of warmth to this cold staircase. Their tongues intertwined, and the pleasure was transmitted into their minds. The man was intoxicated and the woman was absent-minded. The man was even more intoxicated and the woman was becoming more and more absent-minded. This scene was repeated repeatedly. After a long time, the two lips finally parted. Their expressions once again entered the eyes of the two people. However, one of them was normal and seemed to have mastered the Tao. As for the other, her face was flushed red. Her eyes were blurred and she was panting heavily. She was unable to control herself. Coterie clutched Wu Yan's clothes tightly as she slumped into Wu Yan's embrace. The white ribbons on her head swayed as if she's shy. Coterie gasped for air as she looked at Wu Yan with her misty eyes. She mumbled something while gasping for air. Oni Ai-chan. Wu Yan held his breath when he heard Koto's mumbling. He stared at her flushed face, her watery eyes, and her panting face. He couldn't hold himself back anymore. He reached his mouth out again and took control of the lips he tasted once before. Ugh. Her teeth were attacked, and her tongue was captured. Coterie passively accepted everything that was happening to her. She slowly closed her eyes. The flirtatious atmosphere was still lingering. Chapter 441. The next morning, the sky once again turned gray. The originally good weather was completely covered by the dark clouds that covered the entire sky. The earth also seemed to have dimmed a little, and the vitality also dissipated a little. Everything became a little listless. Looking up, people can only see the dark clouds rolling in the sky. The birds also seemed to be frightened by something and flew away. Everything looks so listless. Only experienced people know that it's about to rain. On a street in Heavenly Palace City, Wu Yan, Coterie, Toka, and Shirori are walking towards the school. At this time, Toka is beside Wu Yan, happily eating a piece of bread in her hand. Wu Yan is lazily yawning. He looks like he didn't sleep enough. Coterie walked in front of everyone. She didn't even look back. Her usual cheerful expression is gone, replaced by a blush from time to time. Ever since they left the house, the four of them have been walking in the same manner. Shirori has been staring at Coterie ever since she left the house. Her eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. When they were about to go their separate ways, Shirori turned her head and whispered into Wu Yan's ear, "Shido, don't you think Coterie is a bit strange today? Is that so?" Wu Yan blinked his eyes that are already tearing up from yawning as he replied nonchalantly. Shirori didn't mind. She knew that Shido was always like this. They would never have the energy to wake up in the morning, so she continued, "Normally, Coterie is always smiling when she goes out, and it's inevitable that she would jump up and down when she walks. She's always so cheerful, but look at her today. Not only is she smiling, she doesn't even say anything. She just keeps walking forward. She's not like the usual Coterie at all." Shirori continued. Also, Coterie was acting strangely in the morning. Usually, Coterie's laughter is heard at home. Wu Yan looked at Coterie, who was walking in front of him. His wine-red eyes scanned every inch of Coterie's body. When he noticed that Coterie's face is slightly red, he couldn't help but chuckle. Coterie's abnormal behavior is most likely due to the kissing scene last night. Last night, Coterie woke up from the kissing scene and screamed with a red face. She ran into her room and didn't come out. She only came out in the morning after Shirori called her. She didn't even dare to look at him. Wu Yan found it funny. Coterie in her younger sister mode is so innocent and fun to play with, of course. Wu Yan has to thank Shirori for this. If it wasn't for her presence at home, Coterie wouldn't dare to use the black ribbon and turn into commander mode. Otherwise, he would have lost a few pieces of flesh last night. Silently thanking Shirori, Wu Yan laughed. Well, girls, there's always a day or two when they're not normal. Shirori almost fell to the ground. She gritted her teeth and looked at Wu Yan, obviously blaming him for being indecent. Wu Yan scratched his head and laughed apologetically. Shirori snorted. She looked at Coterie and said thoughtfully, "Coterie couldn't have been taken advantage of by a boy in school, right?" Wu Yan was shocked. He quickly turned his head and pretended not to know anything. However, his admiration for Shirori has increased by several levels. Although it wasn't at school, Coterie was indeed taken advantage of by a boy. It said that a girl's sixth sense is very accurate. He didn't expect a feminine main character to have such a special ability as well. It's really admirable. In Class 4, Grade 2 of Dooley Lichon High School, a morning class passed quietly in such a gray weather. At this time, it was already raining outside the window. Shido. Toka had a lunchbox in her hand. She moved her table to Wu Yan's side and joined them together. Let's have lunch together. Wu Yan nodded with a smile and turned to Shirori. Shirori, come here and eat with us. Okay. Shirori paused for a moment before replying. She moved her desk over as well, intending to merge it with Wu Yan's desk. However, before she could merge her desk, another desk suddenly swept out from behind and inserted itself in front of Shirori. Before Shiori's desk could merge with Wu Yan's desk, it stopped right beside Wu Yan's desk. Wu Yan, Toka, and Shirori were stunned. They reflexively looked behind the table. In the next second, Toka's expressionless face entered their line of sight. Yorushi-san. Shirori looked at Yorushi-san in surprise. She didn't know what to do. Toka was also shocked. She frowned and said, "What are you doing? I want to join you." Tabichi Origami used a flat tone, but it's not hard to hear the tone of her voice. Her blue eyes stared at Wu Yan, causing goosebumps to rise all over Wu Yan's body. Tin Fragrance could not help but pout in dissatisfaction. She did not have a good impression of Yuichi Origami, who would chase after her every time she descended. She said rudely, "Don't get in my way." Kite Origami immediately said, "That's what I want to say." Toka and Toka's eyes shot out electricity. Wu Yan, who was sandwiched in the middle, was trembling. Shirori quickly said, "Everyone, let's eat together, okay?" Tabichi Origami was the first to answer. Tabichi Origami was the first to sit down. Tabichi Origami had nothing to say and sat down with Shirori. As a result, a very strange scene appeared. Shirori sat up straight like a high school student. She picked up her lunchbox nervously. Toka stared at Tabichi Origami with unconcealed hostility. Tabichi Origami stared at Wu Yan with an emotionless expression. Wu Yan started sweating profusely. With trembling hands, he opened his lunchbox, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move his chopsticks. Tabichi Origami's calm gaze is too oppressive. Wu Yan is under a mountain of pressure. What's worse is that Tabichi Origami's eyes are filled with undisguised hostility. However, the hostility in Tobarama's eyes was different from that of looking at an enemy. The hostility in Tobarama's eyes was more like looking at a love rival. He nervously picked up a piece of meat and put it into his mouth. Wu Yan couldn't stand Toichi Origami's gaze, so he put the lunchbox to his mouth and buried his head in it. He started eating without caring about anything else. Toka was finally satisfied. She turned around and opened her lunchbox. She looked at Shirori, who was busy eating. She picked up a piece of food and brought it to Shiori's mouth as she spoke calmly. "Please eat." The air suddenly froze. Shirori stared blankly at the expressionless Tokichi Origami in front of her. She then stared blankly at the chopsticks in front of her. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She forced a smile and said, Tokichi, just call me Origami." "Huh?" Shirori looked at Toka awkwardly and said, "Origami, I have my own lunchbox. Please eat." As if she didn't hear Shiori's words, Tabichi Origami continued in a declarative tone. She stared at Shirori with an oppressive gaze. This time, Shirori finally got a taste of what Wu Yan felt just now. Shirori hesitated for a while and then ate the dish that Tobi Origami fed her. She chewed it with a strange expression. Tobi Origami then sent another dish to her mouth. Chapter 442. Looking at Shirori sullenly accepting Tabichi Origami's feeding, Wu Yan didn't feel happy at all. Instead, he felt a deep sense of sympathy for Shirori. Although Tashiichi Origami was also a cute girl, the pressure of having no subordinates was already very high. When he was facing it, he almost broke out in a sweat, let alone Shirori. The scene in front of him, and the way Tokichi Origami looked at Wu Yan as if she was looking at a rival, made Wu Yan very certain. Tokichi Origami really became a lesbian. Wu Yan's thirst for gossip is burning. He's curious. He's curious about what happened between Tabichi Origami and the main character of this world for her to be so stubborn. In the original work, she was constantly thinking about pushing down Itsuka Shido. In this world, the main character became a Yuri girl due to the feminization of the main character. These two must have a dark history. With that thought in mind, he stopped paying attention to the two lovey-dovey girls. Ignoring Shiori's pleading gaze, he calmed down a bit. Shido, that guy is really strange. Tokichi Origami said to Shido while eating her lunch. Even Shiori became a bit strange. Let's not worry about it. Shiori isn't in any danger anyway. Wu Yin said. Inside, he's grumbling. For Shiori, this is probably the biggest crisis she's going to face. Her sexual orientation was changed at this moment. The warning signs of a spacequake have been detected in this area. Please go to a nearby shelter as soon as possible. This is not a training. This is a real warning. Please go to a nearby shelter as soon as possible. Please go to a nearby shelter as soon as possible. I repeat, the warning signs of a spacequake have been detected in this area. The shrill warning sound from outside the window made everyone in the classroom, except for Tokichi Origami, stop what they were doing and look outside the window. That included Wu Yin and Tokichi Origami. Spacequake warning. Shiori was shocked and stood up from her seat. Keeping the chopsticks in her hand, Tabichi Origami walked out of the classroom without saying a word. She didn't even say a word to the others and disappeared from the classroom door. This made Shiori unhappy. What? Student Ueni. No matter when, why is her behavior always so strange? Last time, she didn't pay attention to anyone, and this time, it's the same. To think that I thought that she really wanted to be with us. No, not with US. It's with you. Ah, that's right. Wu Yin stood up from his seat and looked at Tokichi, who was still calmly eating. He helplessly pulled her up. Shiori, take Tokichi Origami to a shelter. Shelter? Tokichi Origami's head tilted in confusion. She didn't seem to understand why. Shiori heard Wu Yan's words. Shido, what about you? I have something important to do. Wu Yin patted Shiori's shoulder and said to Tokichi Origami, Tokichi Origami, be a good girl and don't run around. You have to go with Shiori, okay? Hey, Tokichi Origami said unwillingly. I want to go with you, Shido. Wu Yin bitterly smiled. It's not that he didn't want to take Tokichi Origami with him. After all, Tokichi Origami was not the original Tokichi Origami, who was unstable after her power was sealed. In this world, Tokichi Origami was wearing the sealing ring. As long as Wu Yin wanted to, Tokichi Origami could release 100% of her power at any time. If he didn't want to, he could also seal her power back in an instant. Compared to the unreliable original, where he had to worry about losing control of his power, Tokichi Origami's seal was different. In this world, bringing Tokichi Origami with him is equivalent to bringing a powerful ally. However, in the original work, Tokichi Origami had seen the protagonist interact with a descending elf and developed a great deal of jealousy. Although the main reason was because the protagonist accidentally kissed the elf and Tokichi Origami saw it. Wu Yin didn't want such a scene to happen to him. In order to prevent any accidents, it's better not to bring Tokichi Origami with him this time. Tokichi Origami, have you forgotten? Wu Yin smiled at Tokichi Origami and said confidently, I am very strong. Ten Fragrance was startled. Only then did she remember that the man in front of her had blocked her attack the first time she met him. Even if that attack was done casually by her, an ordinary human would definitely not be able to block it. At that moment, Ten Incense could only mutter. I understand. Wu Yin nodded and looked at Shiori. Shiori, I'll leave Tokichi Origami in your care. Be careful, Shiori said. She didn't object to Wu Yan's actions anymore. Even so, it's still a little irrational for someone who doesn't know anything. She's also a little worried. Under the gaze of the two girls, Wu Yin ran out of the classroom and headed outside. No one noticed that after Wu Yin turned a corner, his body flashed with an illusory light. After the light flashed, Wu Yan's figure disappeared from the spot above Heavenly Palace City, inside Fraxinus. The automatic door to the command room opened, and Wu Yan ran in, attracting everyone's attention. After all, Wu Yan is the most important part of Ratatasker's strategy against the elves. On the command platform, Coterie, who was wearing a black ribbon, saw Wu Yan's arrival in her commander mode. However, unlike the others, Coterie's face is cold. She looked at Wu Yan with a dangerous glint in her red eyes. It's like she's looking at a bitter enemy. She can't wait to bite off a piece of flesh from this person. It was natural for her to react this way. Commander mode Coterie wasn't as soft as little sister mode Coterie. She hated Kieran for kissing her so much that her teeth were itching. Last time, he had seen her naked in the bathroom. This time, he had stolen her first kiss. What about the next time? Next time, wouldn't he push her on the bed? Coterie had the urge to cut this hateful bastard into pieces for the sake of her chastity. However, the most helpless thing was that she was too easy to bully when she was in little sister mode. She was seen naked by this guy and even kissed by force. She actually developed a little bit of feelings for him. Could it be that this guy was really the god of strategy who specialized in attacking elves? Even a human with elven power like me can't avoid being conquered. Coterie sighed and inadvertently glanced at the sealing bracelet on her body. Perhaps everything was already decided the moment she put on the sealing bracelet. Who knows? Maybe everything was already decided the moment she put it on. Wu Yan didn't know about Coterie's complicated thoughts. He ran into the command room and looked at the screen. He looked at the descending elf. "Captain, you're here." Yuki Chinyu stood beside Wu Yan. As Wu Yan's assistant, he has to cooperate with Wu Yan. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes as he stared at the small green figure on the screen. "This is the elf this time?" "Yes, Captain," Yuki Chinyu said. "His name is Hermit. In terms of danger level, he's much weaker than Toka and Tokasaki Kurumi." Then Yatsuki Chinyu retreated to Wu Yan's side and he asked, "Captain, are you confident we could take down this elf?" "Well," Wu Yan chuckled. "Just wait and see." "Yes, Captain," Yuki Chinyu said respectfully. "Do you need me to do anything?" Wu Yan nodded, and he looked at Yatsuki Chinyu with a serious expression. "Prepare a lollipop for me." Yuki Chinyu, everyone present. Chapter 443. On the big screen in the command room, a small figure with a height of about 144 centimeters wearing a green bunny ears and a hooded cloak was standing in the middle of a large crater. She was holding a doll in her hand. Her entire body was shrouded in green light. Under the sci-fi rendering on the big screen, she looked like a character from a painting. That's the elf who descended this time. Her identification name is Hermit. She's a little lowly. While the atmosphere in the command room was tense with Wu Yan, a red alarm flashed on the big screen. It startled the Ratatosker members on the left and right of the screen. "Commander, AST has arrived." As soon as the voice fell, the people in the command room saw a large number of light spots flying from afar towards Hermit, who was standing in the middle of the crater. When their armor-like attire was imprinted in everyone's eyes, they raised their weapons at the same time. In the next moment, countless cannon fire blasted towards the small figure in the middle of the crater. Under the watchful eyes of every member of Ratatosker, the little green figure flew out from the deep crater that was shrouded in smoke and artillery fire. It dashed out of the encirclement of AST, but what greeted it was an even fiercer barrage of artillery fire. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with the sound of cannon fire. The Hermit was flying rapidly under the cover of the cannon fire. The sound of the Hermit flying through the air to avoid the attacks also soared into the sky. Under the gray clouds, the light of the fire kept flashing, looking at the small figure who was constantly struggling under the cannon fire without any resistance. Wu Yan's heart was filled with anger. An inexplicable murderous glint flashed across his wine-red eyes. The temperature of the scene suddenly dropped to freezing point. Everyone in the command room felt a chill run down their spines. At this moment, Wu Yan's favorable impression of AST dropped by dozens of points. Since the other party was an elf, and they were only following orders, it was their duty. However, If they could indiscriminately attack a little girl like this, at least Wu Yin could not use such a rational reason to convince himself to understand AST. Sure Dao, feeling the pressure coming from Wu Yin, Coterie hurriedly called out to him, telling him to calm down. Otherwise, the ordinary people in the command room would have to lie on the ground. Captain, Yatsuki Chinyu patted Wu Yan's shoulder. Wu Yan's aura is only a tiny bit, but Yatsuki Chinyu is just a normal person. It's no wonder Coterie assigned Yatsuki Chinyu as her assistant, if he can remain calm under such a small amount of aura. He was the combat officer, and as the assistant of the combat officer, how could Yue Chinyu not have any combat ability? Wu Yin came back to his senses and noticed the heavy expressions on the faces of the people in the command room. He took a deep breath and slowly calmed down the anger in his heart. Coterie. Wu Yin turned to Coterie, and for the first time in the command room, his face was serious. Give the order for the next operation. That child, I must bring her back. Coterie smiled. Even if it was just a small smile, it was enough to let others feel how happy Coterie was at this time. As expected of my brother, Coterie suddenly stood up, and the aura of a superior spread from her petite body throughout the command room. There was no doubt that at this moment, Coterie's body was full of endless majesty. Everyone, prepare for the first level of the strategy. Yes, everyone present was infected by the pressure and majesty displayed by this pair of siblings. Their blood was boiling, and there was a fire burning in their hearts. Everyone's face was flushed red, and they were eager to give it a try. The atmosphere in the command room was also raised to the highest point. Coterie turned to look at Yue Chinyu below the platform. Sure Dao, you are in charge of full support. Yes, Commander. Yue Chinyu ran out of the command room, and before that, when Coterie gave the first order, Wu Yin already ran out of the command room. Coterie looked at the excited people in the room, and she smiled with satisfaction, looked up at the big screen, Hermit and ST, and her eyes were burning with fire. Let's start the war between us. Heavenly Palace City, under a commercial building, two figures surfaced from a corner. They raised their heads and looked at the commercial building in front of them, after which they scanned their surroundings. Although the surroundings were very quiet and there was not even a single person in sight, the two of them knew that if they were not careful, this quiet place would be bombarded with countless cannon fire. Is that Loli in here? Without turning his head, Wu Yin rubbed his chin and asked Yatsuki Chinyu who was behind him. Ha! Yue Chinyu laughed, no longer paying attention to the word little Loli in Wu Yan's mouth. His face became serious. Fraxinus has sent word that Hermit has indeed entered the house. The AST around the house has also entered standby mode. They seem to think that it's not worth destroying the house just to deal with Hermit. After all, the reconstruction work is not only troublesome, but also expensive. Unexpected reality, Wu Yin commented, then reached out his hand. Did you bring what I asked for? Yes. Yes. Yue Chinyu said a bit unnaturally, took out a lollipop from his pocket and gently put it in Wu Yan's hand. There's a trace of helplessness on his face. Wu Yin weighed the lollipop in his hand. His wine-red eyes looked at Yue Chinyu with deep meaning. You're quite good at taking out lollipop. You must have done this a lot, right? Yue Chinyu almost hit his head on the wall. Captain, can you not make this kind of joke? Wu Yin clicked his tongue. I'm praising you as a necessary skill for the 21st century's youth to be able to practice it to such a level. You have a bright future. Yue Chinyu could only make an ugly smile. He said helplessly, Captain, are you sure you want to use this lollipop to deal with an elf? Yue, this is where you don't get it. Wu Yin patted Yue Chinyu's shoulder, and he continued in a serious tone. Any creature that is related to Loli, even if it's a fairy, Lolita's destructive power is limitless. Is that so? Yue Chinyu's face was full of doubt, but since his captain said so, Yue Chinyu had nothing to say. Then I wish you success, Captain. Well, just wait and see. Therefore, from the corner, a lightning-like figure flew out from it and streaked across the sky. With a slight whoosh sound, the figure flashed into the commercial building in front of him. leaving behind a young girl who was struggling with the lethality of the lollipop. She was hesitant there. In the commercial building, Wu Yin pressed the wireless headset in his ear. He flew upstairs. He said, "Coterie, where's Hermit?" Coterie's voice came in not long after. "It's just one more level up. One floor up." Wu Yin looked ahead. "There's a big door at the corner." "Is it there?" "Ah, it's in there." Yue Qinyu's voice came from a small communication device in Wu Yan's pocket. "Captain, AST's troops haven't shown any signs of movement, but there's no way to guarantee that they won't." Wu Yin nodded. He stood in front of the door and pushed it in without hesitation. Suddenly, a dark hall appeared in front of Wu Yin. Chapter 444. In the quiet floor, the darkness completely isolated this area. Walking here, one could clearly hear their own footsteps and even a trace of echoes. Around them, there were some mannequins standing in different postures. In the dark environment, these mannequins seemed to be shrouded in a layer of shadow and coldness, making the atmosphere in the entire space a little strange. Even Wu Yin felt a bit nervous in this eerily silent environment. Perhaps every building has the potential to become a haunted house at night. Wu Yin looked around and tilted his head. "Where is she?" No, where's the elf?" Wu Yin pressed the wireless earpiece and asked, "Coterie, are you sure the elf will appear here?" The environment here is pretty much the same as the original work. However, the original work didn't specify which building the lowly elf went into. Also, unlike the original work, Wu Yin didn't meet the elf before she descended. Thus, it wouldn't be strange if the plot changed. According to the results of the analysis, Hermit should be there. Can you be a little more patient? Don't tell me you're afraid. Wu Yin raised an eyebrow at Coterie's taunting. As expected, Commander Mode Coterie needs to be taught a lesson. Suddenly, a bunny doll fell from the sky in front of Wu Yin and hung upside down in front of Wu Yin. "Are you here to bully Yashina too?" The sudden appearance of the doll in front of him and the voice gave him a fright. He almost shot out an electric shotgun. Luckily, Coterie's voice came from his wireless earpiece. Otherwise, things would have gotten out of hand. Looking at the bunny doll, Wu Yin lifted his head to look at the ceiling. He saw the sprite he once saw on the big screen, and now it's the sprite he saw on the big screen. It was a beautiful young girl who looked like a French doll. Her long blue hair was slightly curly, casually scattered in front and behind her, looking like two blue torrents. A green cloak with rabbit ears covered her small body all the way to her calves. She wore a pair of green boots on her feet, and behind her there was also a tail-like accessory connected to a white fur ball. At this moment, the rabbit-eared hoodie was still on her head, covering her head under the hoodie. As long as she lowered her head slightly, she would be able to cover the area above her nose. Under the hoodie, a pair of large eyes were looking forward. They were the same sky blue pupils that looked as if they were formed by a lake. It was very captivating. She has a dreamy appearance and a petite figure. She's about the same age as Flandre-chan. She's also holding a bunny doll with a black eye patch that looks like a pirate's eye patch on one of its eyes. Without a doubt, this was a very adorable little girl. In terms of appearance, even if there was an unconcealable immaturity, there was no way to hide her lovable temperament. Compared to little Flandre-chan, she was only on par with her. She was simply too adorable. Yoshino, level 70, Hermit. Yoshino, the water and ice elf. Looking at this girl who looks like she just walked out of a manga, she's a manga character. Even though he's been through the baptism of at least 10 girls who aren't any less beautiful than Yanban, Wu Yin couldn't help but be dazed for a moment. He has to admit, this elf girl in front of him is too cute. After all, this is the first time he met her. The scene in front of him is the same as in real life. Of course, it was only for a moment, not even 0.1 seconds. The elf girl in front of Wu Yin didn't notice it. The fairy who was hanging upside down on the ceiling stared at Wu Yin with her blue eyes. He couldn't see any emotion in her eyes. It's as if she had nothing to do with this. She lifted her leg and landed on the floor. She looked at Wu Yin while raising the rabbit plushie in her hand. She's Yoshino, so this is Yoshino, right? Wu Yin narrowed his eyes as he looked at the single-eyed bunny doll in Yoshino's hand. Don't think that this is just an ordinary bunny doll. This doll called Yoshino isn't an inanimate object. It's another personality created by Yoshino's spiritual power. In other words, there was an independent personality in this small doll. As long as Yoshino's spiritual power connected it to his hand, this independent personality would appear. This personality would replace Yoshino's introverted self to communicate with the surrounding things. Therefore, if one wanted to conquer Yoshino, then this puppet with an independent personality, Yoshino, could not be ignored. Because if you want to come in contact with Yoshino, you have to go through Yoshino first. Oh yeah. Yoshino's mouth doesn't show any signs of moving, but a sharp voice came out from it. Coupled with Yoshino's exaggerated dance, it looks like she's talking. Why aren't you wearing any of those disgusting armors? Aren't you here to bully Yoshino? Before Wu Yin can say anything, Kotori's voice came out of the wireless earpiece. Sure, Dao. Wait for a moment. Let us help you analyze how to carry out the conversation to achieve the best effect. Wu Yin couldn't stay calm after hearing Kotori's words. Let those old men who are lazy and can only go to nightclubs, and those women who specialize in beating up villains and are under observation help me conquer Yoshino. Why don't you just ask me to throw this little lowly out of the window and reduce her favorability to 0? Kotori, no. Before Wu Yin can finish, a voice came from the other side of the earpiece. Sprite data loaded into inventory. Analysis AI activated. Commander, the analysis AI is responding. Options have appeared. Okay, Kotori said. Let's begin. As soon as Kotori's voice came out, Wu Yin turned off the wireless earpiece in his ear. Countless Qing characters appeared on his forehead. You can see how Wu Yin is feeling right now. Wu Yin turned to look at Xiao Xiao Karen and the bunny doll standing in front of him. He sighed and took a few steps forward. Can I talk to her for a bit? Wu Yin pointed at Yoshino while looking at Yoshino's plushie. Yoshino and Yoshino were startled at the same time. They were unable to react to what was going on. Could it be that the person in front of them knew about the matter between the two of us? Aha, Yoshino doesn't understand. What are you talking about? Yoshino said, while dancing as if she's trying to hide something. It's like she really doesn't understand Wu Yan's words. However, there's a hint of unnaturalness in her tone. Wu Yin stared at Yoshino with his wine-red eyes and said with a smile, Do you want this little sprite to hide behind your back for the rest of your life? Wu Yan's words stunned Yoshino. She froze on the spot, unable to do anything. From the outside, she looks like a normal doll that can't move. Wu Yin continued in a gentle tone. You've been the one who's been communicating with the outside world on her behalf, right? As a friend who has been by her side day and night, you should know how important your existence is in her heart. Because without you, she can't do anything. At least, that's what she thinks. Don't you want her to change? Don't you want her to be able to communicate with someone else? Chapter 445. Don't tell me you don't want her to change. Don't you want her to communicate with others? Hearing Wu Yan's words, Sharona was silent. How could Shino not understand the situation of the two of them? Sharona is a docile and timid person. She almost doesn't dare to talk to people directly. She's very afraid of humans. She's so afraid that just a little contact will make her shrink her body like a snail. Because of this, Sharona was born. Due to Yoshino's extremely introverted character, he would usually communicate with others through Yoshino. When it came to external matters, Yoshino would also be the one to deal with it. However, due to Yoshino being the one to deal with external matters, Yoshino himself did not have the slightest bit of contact with others. This caused Yoshino's mind, which was originally afraid of strangers, to directly enter a closed state. Just like what Wu Yin said, Sharona knows what kind of position she has in Shiona's heart. It can be said that Sharona herself is Shiona's goal. Because Sharona is weak and timid, Sharona, who has a strong personality and is cheerful and talkative, is equivalent to spiritual support in Shiona's heart. Once she loses Shiona's support, Sharona will easily panic as if she has lost everything. Even her mental state will be a bit off. At this time, As long as there's a little stimulation, Sharona will lose her mind and reflexively attack. However, Sharona is a docile person. In her heart, she actually hopes that she won't hurt anyone because Sharona is a person who hates pain and fear very much. So, Sharona doesn't want to bring pain and fear to others. Sharona can't leave Shiona's side because she will be afraid. Once she's afraid, her spirit energy will go out of control and hurt others. Sharona was born by relying on Sharona. Once she leaves Shiona's hand, without the support of Shiona's spirit energy, she will fall into a state of slumber and can't appear. The two of them rely on each other and support each other. Actually, Shitonai knew that the reason why Shitonai treated her as a spiritual support was because of her personality. Shitonai deeply longed for her personality. In Shitonai's heart, she hoped that she could be as strong as Shitonai and not be so cowardly. But the problem is, Sharona doesn't dare to communicate with others. How can she become strong? That's why when Wu Yin said, "Don't you want her to change? Don't you want her to be able to communicate with someone else?" Shino fell silent. How could it not want to toughen up the 4G Nai? This is Shiona's wish. Of course, after thinking so much, it was only a moment of silence outside. Sharona has already raised her head and said to Wu Yin, "You, why do you know so many things about Sharona?" Hearing Shiona's words, Wu Yin smiled and said, "Don't worry about that. I just want to ask you, do you want this little elf to change? I don't need you to care about Shiona's matters." Sharona said in an unfriendly tone. You humans bully Sharona every time and almost hurt Sharona every time. Why should Sharona believe you humans? Hearing this, Wu Yin sighed. Indeed, I don't have anything worthy of your trust, but I trust you. Trust us? Sharona is stunned. Yes. Wu Yin nodded firmly. I believe that an elf like Sharona is definitely not a bad guy. So, I want to help you. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire place fell into silence. Although there is no way to see any changes on Shiona's body except for her tone, Wu Yin can feel that Sharona is carefully observing him, sizing him up. Not long after, Sharona said, "Why do you trust Sharona?" Wu Yin chuckled, raised his head, and looked at the ceiling. Because in my home, there is such a kind, pure, and adorable elf. There's an elf in your home? This time, Sharona is surprised. Impossible. Aren't humans very hostile to elves? So they have been attacking elves, and elves are also very hostile to humans, because humans are constantly attacking elves. How can humans and elves live together? Indeed, in the beginning, she was very hostile to humans. Wu Yin bitterly smiled and shook his head, but then he smiled and said, "But when she recognized the gentleness of this world, she became my family." The gentleness of this world? Yes. Wu Yin nodded and said, "Among elves, there is Sharona, and Sharona, who are gentle and kind. Among humans, there are also people who are not hostile to elves, but you haven't met such people before, so you are afraid and hostile to humans. Now, I am here. As long as you trust me, then, in this world, no one will bring you pain and fear." Looking at the smiling Wu Yin in front of her, Sharona lowered her head and became silent again. Following Shino's silence, this space once again became silent. In this dark environment, only the faint sound of breathing could be heard clearly. It wasn't until a long time later that Sharona said, Sharona, in fact, also hopes that she can be strong, and Sharona also hopes that Sharona can be strong. After that, Sharona raised her head and looked at Wu Yin. Can you help Sharona? Wu Yin smiled. Of course. After pondering for a moment, Sharona said, "But what should I do to make Sharona change? That's why I want to talk to her." Wu Yin shifted his gaze from Yoshino to the quiet Yoshino. He didn't know if she didn't hear anything or if she couldn't understand their conversation. He continued, "I want her to know that interacting with others is a very joyful thing." Happy, Sharona muttered softly, and then looked at Wu Yin. What should I do?" Scratching his face, Wu Yin nodded and said to Sharona, "If possible, I hope you can leave Sharona for a while." "What? Calm down, I have my reasons." Wu Yin quickly said, "Think about it. As long as you are by Shiona's side, Sharona will not take the initiative to communicate with others and entrust everything to you, right? In that case, if you're not here, Sharona will have to use her own mouth to communicate with others. This way, she can slowly change Sharona." But Sharona hesitated. She had no choice but to hesitate. She knew very well what would happen to Sharona if she left. To put it bluntly, once she left, Sharona would be afraid. If something went wrong, this place would very likely be razed to the ground by Sharona. This was not only what Sharona didn't want, but also what Sharona didn't want. How could Sharona be at ease and leave Sharona alone? As if seeing through Shiona's heart, Wu Yin said softly, "Don't worry, leave everything to me. Soon, you'll be together again. Moreover, the next time you face me, you won't be alone, but together with Sharona." Staring at Wu Yin for a long time, Sharona finally nodded her head. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile, and at the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. He stretched out his hand and directly took Sharona from Shiona's hand. Chapter 446. The moment Shitonai left Shitonai's hand, Shitonai's blue eyes went blank. Then she collapsed to the ground as if her life force had left her body. She stared blankly at Shitonai in Wu Yan's hand. She was speechless. A moment later, Yoshino's big eyes suddenly fluctuated, and his little face immediately became incomparably flustered. With a face full of bewilderment, he stood up from the ground. She ran to Wu Yan and tightly grabbed Wu Yan's clothes. She looked at Shitonai in Wu Yan's hand and whispered, "Please, please, get it back to me." His wine-red eyes were filled with Shitonai's helpless and pitiful little face. Seeing Shitonai's flustered expression, Wu Yin felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. He suddenly felt guilty, as if he had done something unforgivable. Wu Yin quickly rubbed the little lowly's head and said softly, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Shitonai won't leave you." Hearing this, the panic on Siyu's little face calmed down. However, her blue eyes were still filled with nervousness. She did not know what to do next. Wu Yin lowered his body. The wine-red and blue eyes looked at each other. Then Wu Yin said, "Shitonai should have heard my conversation with Shitonai." Shitonai stared blankly at Wu Yin for a while. After a long time, Shitonai slowly nodded her little head. The bunnies on her head also nodded. Coupled with Shitonai's cute lilicon face, it almost made Wu Yan's nose itch. Wu Yin awkwardly rubbed his nose. After making sure he didn't lose his composure, he exhaled and said to Shitonai, "Then, you should know that Shitonai wants you to be strong. That's why she chose to leave you temporarily. Now that you want to take Shitonai back, do you want to disappoint Shitonai?" "I don't want to disappoint Shitonai. That's more like it." Wu Yin squatted down and rubbed Yono's head through the hood of her cloak. "So, in order to not disappoint Shitonai, leave Shitonai with me first, okay?" Seeing that Shitonai was still a little flustered, Wu Yin smiled and said, "Shitonai, as long as you listen to me today, I'll return Shitonai to you tomorrow. How about it? Is that true?" Yono tightened her grip on Wu Yan's shirt. Her eyes were filled with anticipation and nervousness. Seeing how cute Shitonai was, Wu Yin couldn't help but smile. Of course it's true. After all, Shitonai is Shitonai's hero. She's also Shitonai's ideal self, right? Shitonai blinked her eyes and nodded with a slightly red face. Then, as if to confirm, she nodded again. She was really cute. Wu Yin smiled and stroked Shitonai's hair. He looked straight into Shitonai's eyes and said, "Then, today, you have to work hard." Hearing Wu Yan's words, Shitonai became anxious. "I will leave you alone. Don't worry." Wu Yin smiled and shook his head. He said softly, "Even without Shitonai, your hero will not disappear. At least for today, let me be Shitonai's hero." Shitonai raised her head and looked at Wu Yan's face. Shitonai's blue eyes flickered. Then she nodded. "You're pretty good." In the command room of Fraxinus, Coterie couldn't help but smile as she watched the progress on the big screen. More than two-thirds of the favorability points had filled up the progress bar of Fraxinus favorability points, as expected of the commander's older brother. Kanazuki Kuhei looked at Wu Yin on the screen like he was on a pilgrimage. He almost knelt down and put an incense stick in his mouth. Even though he's a fake, not everyone can fake the commander's older brother. Kotori's smile widened when she heard Kuhei's words. She froze when she heard Kuhei's words. It's a good thing he's the commander's brother. He won't do anything to the commander. Otherwise, the commander might have been taken down by him too. Kanazuki Kuhei patted his chest. He didn't notice Kotori's darkened expression and continued talking to himself. Well, that's true. Even if he's a fake, they're still siblings. Why would he lay his hands on his sister? Even if he did, the commander wouldn't fall for his older brother. It's not like he's a prostitute. As soon as he said that, a giant foot came down from the sky and kicked Kuhei in the face, sending him flying and crashing into the wall behind him. Why? Kanazuki Kuhei said as he collapsed against the wall. Kotori's face was livid as she stared at Kuhei. Thinking about what he said, Kotori's anger rose even higher. Why? How dare he ask why? What do you mean he won't lay his hands on his sister? That guy did it with his mouth. Also, what did he mean by it's not like he's a prostitute? Isn't that the same as calling me a prostitute? Kotori completely forgot that Kuhei said it's not like he's a prostitute under the premise that he won't fall for his older brother. Kotori snorted and looked back at the screen. Her face reddened as she thought of something. As for Kuhei, he fainted. Inside the commercial building, Yatsuki Chinyu stared blankly at the cute loli hiding behind Wu Yin. He still hasn't recovered from his shock. No way. Yatsuki Chinyu's lips twitched. He couldn't stay calm. That's it? Oh my god, it's only been 15 minutes. Time isn't going to stop my great career. Wu Yin looked at Yatsuki Chinyu with disdain. Ever since Wu Yin found out that there's a real man under that pretty face, he's been a lot more casual with Yatsuki Chinyu. Yatsuki Chinyu didn't care about Wu Yin's disdain. Instead, he looked at Wu Yin with admiration. Captain, how did you do it? Please teach me. Wu Yin pursed his lips and smiled. He didn't answer Yatsuki Chinyu's question. Instead, he pointed at Yoshino and pushed Yoshino, who was hiding behind him, a little bit, so that Yoshino's head was exposed to Yatsuki Chinyu's eyes. Yatsuki Chinyu was petrified. At this moment, Yoshino was holding a lollipop in his hand. He was slowly licking it. Although there was no expression on his face, one could faintly see a bit of joy in his blue eyes. Yatsuki Chinyu's mouth opened into an O shape. Don't tell me. He was defeated by a lollipop? After that, Yatsuki Chinyu looked at Wu Yin. At this moment, Yatsuki Chinyu's admiration for his captain was like the water of the Yangtze River. No wonder he's called the god of strategy by all the members of Ratatoskr. After that, Yatsuki Chinyu secretly glanced at Yoshino, who was licking the lollipop. He secretly remembered this trick in his mind. Chapter 447. Opposite the commercial building, on the top floor of a building, two AST girls were standing there with weapons in their hands, glaring at the opposite side like a tiger watching its prey. One of the two AST members was Kyuchi Origami, and the other was a mature woman around 25 years old. She was the captain of the AST frontline unit. What about the permission to attack? Yuichi Origami said expressionlessly, as usual. However, from her pair of blue eyes, one could see a trace of impatience. It was as long as elves existed in front of her eyes for a second, she would not be able to tolerate them. The captain of AST seemed to have gotten used to the former's way of speaking, so he replied nonchalantly, I don't think so for the time being. After all, our opponent is that cowardly hermit. It's not worth it for us to destroy such a big building and send out a reconstruction team. It's different from that powerful Princess Pasha. After saying that, she seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Tokichi Origami. But it's really unbelievable. No matter how you look at it, there's a girl who looks like a princess who transferred to Duli Zen High School that you're studying in. Not only is she in the same class as you, but there's also no elfin reaction on her, and there's nothing suspicious about her household registration. What's going on? The captain of AST didn't know that all of this was Ratatosker's handiwork. Ratatosker had activated the political protection plan against the elves, completely concealing her identity and hiding among the masses. As long as Toka didn't show any psychic waves, AST would at most treat her as a girl who looked like a princess. There would be nothing suspicious about her, and AST would have an excuse to kill the wrong person rather than let her go. From this, one could see how brilliant Ratatosker was. Perhaps AST didn't know that they had an opponent hiding in the dark. Unfortunately, the powerful Ratatosker had a commander who was usually very astute, but would occasionally go against nature. As a result, a certain true ancestor would be shot when he was walking. Tabichi Origami opened her mouth slightly when she heard her captain. After a while, she regained her expressionless face and looked at the building in front of her. No one knows what she's thinking. It was not until a certain moment that a voice came from their radio that the two of them turned their attention back to the conversation. Captain, Hermit spotted. The two of them froze at the same time and turned their heads to look in the direction of the commercial building. Then, the two of them quickly discovered a green figure running out of the commercial building and running toward the other side of the street. The captain of AST could not help but frown. Hermit has come out of hiding? Why isn't there any psychic wave? Moreover, why didn't they fly but run instead? While the captain of AST was muttering, Toichi Origami stomped on the ground and fired the propellers on her back at full power. She flew towards the green silhouette on the ground at full speed. Wait, the captain of AST was shocked. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "This origami kite always acts without permission." Seeing that Koichi Origami was already on the move, the captain of AST could not let him deal with the elves alone, so he could only follow. Everyone attack. Suddenly, the sound of ejectors firing continuously rang out from the top of the buildings surrounding the commercial building. They rushed towards the green figure running on the ground. At the same time, continuous artillery fire also rang out. The originally undamaged street was mercilessly attacked by the cannons. The sound of explosions echoed through the sky, and smoke covered the entire street. After the cannon fire subsided, the previously undamaged street became riddled with holes. Amidst the smoke, the green figure rushed out. Other than some dust on her body, nothing else happened to her. Seeing this, AST no longer hesitated and continued to fire at the figure on the ground. However, under the barrage of attacks, the green figure was like a vigorous warrior. He dodged left and right, dodging the incoming attacks. At the same time, he continued to move forward unwaveringly. It was this movement that allowed him to evade the earth-shattering barrage of attacks. The AST captain clenched his teeth as he looked at the heavily damaged street. His heart was filled with hatred. Originally, AST did not want to cause too much damage to the cowardly Hermit. That was why they did not make a move when Hermit entered the commercial building. Who would have thought that Hermit would be so cunning? Instead of attacking them from the sky, he chose to run on the ground like a rat, causing damage to the streets. It seems that the reconstruction team will have to be mobilized this time. Flying in the sky, Origami Kitsune mercilessly pulled the trigger of her cannon. She continuously fired at the green figure on the ground. Seeing the figure nimbly dodging the cannons, Origami Kitsune frowned. She felt that something was wrong. However, Yuichi Origami's hatred for the elves quickly suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. Yuichi Origami's figure flashed, and the frequency of the heavy cannon in his hand increased by a few notches. What Origami didn't know was that the feeling she had in her heart was right. If one were to take a closer look, they would notice that the green figure running on the ground was twice as tall as Hermit. Unfortunately, the AST members could only vaguely see a green silhouette flying high up in the sky. They were unable to discern its exact height. On the ground, the figure in the green cloak was dodging the incoming cannon fire as she dashed into the distance. From the perspective of the AST members, a beautiful face was buried in the green cloak. She looked like she was about to cry, but no tears came out. 10 minutes ago. What? Yu Echenyu looked at the green cloak in his captain's hand in disbelief. He shouted, "You want me to distract AST? Is there a problem?" Wu Yin said matter-of-factly. Yu Echenyu almost jumped up. "There's a big problem. Captain, it's not like you don't know how strong AST's firepower is. Even the elves might not be able to avoid it. If you want me to go when I die, well, don't say that." Wu Yin smiled and patted Yu Echenyu's shoulder. "You might not be as strong as the elves, but I believe you can still avoid them. If you can't even do that, Coterie wouldn't have arranged for you to be my assistant." "But Captain, isn't it safer for you to come?" "I have no problem with that." Wu Yin pursed his lips at Yoshino. "As long as you have the confidence to appease Yoshino." Yu Echenyu recalled the conversation 10 minutes ago. Yu Echenyu was sweating profusely while dodging the cannons. "Why don't I have the ability to pick up girls?" As Yu Echenyu ran for his life, the AST members gradually disappeared at the end of the street. Inside the commercial building, Wu Yin held Yono's hand as he strutted out of the building. He looked at the rubble on the street, and he silently prayed amen. "Brother, Shido," Yoshino said uneasily. "Is that person okay?" Wu Yin smiled. "It's okay. That uncle won't die that easily." "Uncle?" "Well, you can call him that from now on." Chapter 448. Heavenly Palace City, Itsuka's house. Wu Yin pushed open the door to his house. He led Yoshino, who was looking around nervously, into the living room. At this time, Wui's house was very quiet. There was not a single person in the hall. This was to be expected. Shirji and Toka had taken refuge when the spacequake alarm sounded. Even though the alarm had been lifted, it would still take a while for them to return home. Coterie is still on the command deck, talking to Wu Yin through the radio. "Shido, can't you seal Yoshino's power now?" Coterie asked in confusion. As far as she knows, the sealing bracelet isn't as troublesome as Shiori's ability. He needs to raise favorability first before sealing the elf's power. Wu Yin shook his head and said helplessly, "The sealing bracelet isn't as troublesome as Shiori's ability. In some ways, it's much more troublesome." "Much more troublesome?" "Yes." Wu Yin nodded and walked toward the living room while talking to Coterie in a way Yoshino can't see. To use the sealing ring, you must first clearly explain the ability of the sealing ring to the other party. Then, the other party must be willing to put on for it to take effect. Otherwise, no matter how strong your ability is, you won't be able to put the sealing ring on an elf. Wu Yin glanced at Yono, who was gripping his hand tightly. She looked anxious, and he sighed. Fourth Banai, on the other hand, has a rather delicate personality. If we rashly tell her the ability of the sealing bracelet without a certain foundation of feelings and explain our purpose, it might cause her to subconsciously panic, and then her spiritual energy might completely go berserk. This is going to be troublesome. Coterie felt a headache coming on. Wu Yin and Yoshino's conversation was captured on the big screen in the command room. Based on their conversation and Yoshino's cowardly behavior, Wu Yin's claim is entirely plausible. "Then what should we do?" Coterie asked. Maybe Coterie didn't notice that her independent and shrewd self is starting to rely more and more on Wu Yin when it comes to making decisions. Wu Yin chuckled, and he consoled her. "Ma, don't worry about it too much. Yoshino is an easy person to get along with. Think about Shikisaki Kurumi. Yoshino isn't that hard to deal with." Hearing this, Coterie couldn't help but think of that arrogant time elf. Her head that was originally a little headache really got a lot better, and her complexion also became better. This made Rain Murasame stare at her for a while until Coterie felt embarrassed. Wu Yin smiled as if he predicted Coterie's reaction. "Do you feel better now?" Don't worry. I'm confident I can put the sealing bracelet on Yoshino before tomorrow." In the command room, Coterie looked at the confident Wu Yin on the big screen. She couldn't help but feel a sense of security when she heard Wu Yin's confident words. Ever since Coterie became the commander of Ratatoskr, this is the first time she felt such a sense of security other than when she's in sister mode. Coterie suddenly had a thought. Maybe it's not so bad to have a big brother like him. Kotori couldn't help but have this thought. In the past, Kotori had the support of Kanazuki Kuiai and Rei Murasame, but most of the time, Kotori was the only one in charge of Ratatoskir's affairs. Internally, I have to save the elves, and externally, I have to deal with the AST. No matter what, Kotori is only 14 years old. Even if I'm in commander mode, it's only natural for me to feel tired when dealing with the affairs of a large organization. Wu Yan's appearance as a big brother is unprecedented. Kotori felt like she could rely on him. In Ratatoskir, he managed to conquer the elf that gave her a headache in 10 minutes. At home, he's a good cook. His combat prowess is on par with the elves. Although his personality is a bit unsettling, it's undeniable that Kotori is slowly starting to accept him as her big brother. She's starting to rely on him. Kotori doesn't hate this feeling. But when Kotori realized that she had such thoughts, she was startled. Could it be that this big brother whom she had only known for less than a month had become so important to her? Thinking of this, Kotori blushed. She couldn't help but feel shy and rebellious. To put it simply, she was being too proud. Oomph. How can I not worry about a scum like you? Kotori didn't even think before she said it. Wu Yan's confident smile froze. He said angrily, I say, Kotori, even if you don't trust me, you don't have to call me a scum. Kotori's mood improved a lot when she saw Wu Yan's angry face. She continued to mock him. Aren't you a scum? Then who was the one who did that? That thing last night. Kotori started blushing when she recalled Ripple from last night. Wu Yan didn't see this, but he couldn't refute Kotori's words, so he just stood there, speechless. Forget it. I'm the one who did it anyway. It doesn't matter if I lose the argument. Thinking of this, Wu Yan's expression lightened up. He shifted his attention away from the radio and looked at the four elements. Hey, Yoshino, sit here for a bit. Wu Yan brought Yoshino to the sofa. I'll make you something to eat. You should be hungry, right? Hearing that, just as Yoshino wanted to shake his head, a clear and audible rumbling sound came from his stomach, causing Yoshino's face to redden. He took off his hat and covered his face. He was so embarrassed that he didn't dare to look at anyone. Wu Yan was amused by Yoshino's cute behavior. He held back his laughter and scratched Yoshino's little nose. Wait for a bit, it'll be ready soon. Yoshino nodded with a red face. Wu Yan laughed and walked into the kitchen. After a while, a fragrant smell wafted out of the kitchen. Children's endurance was always relatively small. Even Yoshino was no exception. Smelling such a good smell, Yoshino couldn't help but turn around and look at the kitchen. Wu Yan shook his head with a smile when he saw Yoshino's covetous expression. As expected, she's just a child. Wu Yan didn't know how much of a charm his cooking has on other people. Whether it's Hanajuku, Mikoto, or Toka, they couldn't help but crave his cooking because it's just too delicious. In a way, Cooking Master might be the strongest ability among all the abilities that Wu Yan exchanged for. Even the members of Ratatoskir in the command room of Fraxinus swallowed their saliva at the sight of the delicious dishes on the big screen. Kotori, who knew how delicious the dishes were, couldn't help but tremble at the sight of them. When a strange sound entered Wu Yan's ears through the wireless earpiece, Wu Yan knew what's going on. He laughed and said, "Come back if you want to eat. It's not like I won't let you eat." Hearing this, Kotori couldn't hold herself back any longer. She jumped off the podium and ran out of the room. Everyone in the command room looked at each other when they saw Kotori's reaction. Chapter 449. At this moment, two delicate voices suddenly rang out from the main entrance. "I'm back." The moment the voice rang out, Siyu, who was sitting on the sofa, jumped in fright. Her small face immediately became incomparably flustered. Her head looked left and right, as if she was looking for a place to hide. For a moment, she was actually at a loss of what to do. When the footsteps began to sound and were getting closer and closer, the corners of Yoshino's eyes couldn't help but tear up. She really didn't know what to do, so she lowered her head. At the same time, a cold air was emitted from Yoshino's body. In the space around Yoshino, the cold air was like steam, slowly rising, causing the temperature of the entire hall to drop a lot. On the sofa where Yoshino was sitting, thin sheets of ice directly formed. In the kitchen, as soon as he heard the sound outside the door, Wu Yin secretly knew that it was not good because he knew that with Yoshino's personality, it was already very difficult for her to face him. If it wasn't for Yoshino's words, Yoshino would have already gone berserk like the original. At this time, Yoshino's mood, who had lost Yoshino, was undoubtedly very unstable. And in such an unstable mood, if a stranger appeared, then with Yoshino's timid personality, there was a 90% chance that her spiritual power would directly go out of control. As expected, hearing the approach of a stranger, Yoshino's heart began to fear, and with this fear, her spiritual power really went out of control. Looking at the cold air that began to spread to the surroundings, Wu Yin quickly flashed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Yoshino and hugged Yoshino. Almost as soon as this small body entered his hands, an extremely cold air was transmitted from the small body in his arms into Wu Yan's body, causing Wu Yan to groan, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. Yoshino was also greatly frightened. In the midst of panic, she was hugged by someone. Anyone would be more afraid, and Yoshino was the same. Immediately, one of Yoshino's hands was raised. On top of it, a dense cold air flickered. However, in the next moment, Yoshino's hand that was filled with dense cold air stopped, and the cold air on it also dissipated. Yoshino calmed down, resisting the corrosion of the cold air that entered her body, and allowing it to be like an electric current that destroyed her body everywhere. Wu Yin fiercely clenched her teeth, and with a trembling voice, she tightened her body, trying to use her body temperature to make Yoshino feel a little safer. Those people are Big Brother's family. They won't hurt Yoshino. So, Yoshino, listen, you have to become strong. Hearing the trembling voice that came from her body, Yoshino's mind finally calmed down, and the panic in her eyes also began to slowly dissipate. The consciousness that she nearly lost due to fear also gradually returned to her mind, allowing Yoshino to regain her senses. After regaining her senses, Yoshino realized what she had done. Looking at the sofa that had turned into ice and the body that was hugging her and trembling nonstop, Yoshino panicked again. Yoshino looked at the slightly pale face of Wu Yin and said helplessly, "I'm sorry," gently exhaling. Following Yoshino's recovery, the surrounding cold air also disappeared, and the cold air that invaded Wu Yan's body was the same. The internal organs that were frozen by the cold air also began to slowly recover under the powerful vitality of the true ancestor. A moment later, Wu Yin was once again in perfect condition. Looking at the flustered and guilty Yoshino in his arms, Wu Yin chuckled and rubbed Yoshino's head. "Don't worry, everything has to be done slowly. It's normal that Yoshino hasn't gotten used to it yet. But Yoshino, don't be afraid. Even if Yoshino isn't here, I'm still here." Hearing this, Yoshino raised her head and looked at Wu Yin. Although there was still guilt in her big blue eyes, most of the fear and panic had disappeared. She touched Wu Yan's body, and only when she confirmed that Wu Yin was fine did Yoshino relax. Seeing this, Wu Yin also let out a sigh of relief. He looked around the hall that was almost frozen and the sofa that was already frozen. Hearing the approaching footsteps outside the door, he quickly waved his hand. A scarlet spatial ripple appeared in front of Yoshino's surprised eyes. The handle of the Nyedan Shana extended out and was held in Wu Yan's hand. In the next second, following a soft, muffled sound, the red lotus flame burned on the Nyedan Shana. The temperature in the hall that was a bit cold due to Yoshino's ability immediately rose up. Yoshino's small body began to tremble. Seeing the red lotus flame on the Nyedan Shana, Yoshino grabbed Wu Yan's clothes in fear. For Yoshino, who can control ice and water, the red lotus flame of the Nyedan Shana is like her natural enemy. If Wu Yan wasn't holding her, Yoshino would have lost control again. He waved his hand that was holding the Nai Dian Shana in front of him. The red lotus flame exploded into sparks and landed on the sofa and various parts of the hall. After that, the thin ice disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, The strange thing was that when the thin ice disappeared, the red lotus flames also disappeared without a trace. They didn't damage anything in the hall at all. When all the thin ice disappeared, Wu Yin immediately put away the Nyedan Shana and put the frightened Yoshino back on the sofa. At this time, at the entrance of the hall, the owners of the two voices finally appeared. It's Toka and Shurji. Shido. Toka squealed in delight. Back in the shelter, Shirori told her how dangerous it is outside after the spacequake alarm went off. That's why Toka has been worried about Wu Yin since a while ago. If it wasn't for Wu Yan's order that Toka must follow Shirori, and if it wasn't for Wu Yan's strength, Toka would have already gone out to look for him. Dao, you really came back. On the contrary, it was Shurji who had expected this. When I came in through the door and smelled your fragrance, I knew you were back. Ah, I'm so sorry for making you worry. Wu Yan scratched his cheek and smiled. At this time, Toka and Shurji also noticed Yoshino standing next to Wu Yan. The two girls were shocked, and Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. After all, in the original work, when Toka saw Yoshino with the main character, her reaction wasn't normal. Now, in a different place, the same thing is happening. Wu Yan can't help but worry that Toka will lose her temper. Why do you give me a familiar feeling? Toka's expression didn't change. She blinked her eyes and said with a bit of surprise, Could it be that you're a Toka? Realizing that Toka probably guessed Yoshino's identity, Wu Yan quickly interrupted her. Are you hungry? I made a lot of delicious food for you. Toka's eyes lit up. She nodded her head and ignored Yoshino's identity. While Wu Yan was relieved, he couldn't help but feel confused. What's going on? In the original work, when Toka saw the main character with Yoshino, her jealousy went off the charts. Why didn't she react at all? Does Toka not have feelings for me? But I'm not worse than the main character in the original work. In fact, I'm much better. Wu Yan guessed wrong. In the original work, Toka was mad because Yoshino accidentally fell down and kissed Shido. Toka just happened to see it. Plus, Yoshino has a bad habit of going overboard when talking. That's why Toka almost went berserk. Since there's no drama here, Toka has no reason to be jealous. After all, Toka doesn't even know what love is. Chapter 450. What's your name? Shiori's blue pupils secretly glanced at Shirori, then immediately lowered her head and said in a small voice, I am. Shirori Yono? What a cute name. Shirori smiled and moved closer. Hey, Yono-chan, where's your family? Mom and dad? Family. Shirori couldn't help but raise her head and blinked her big eyes. She looked so cute that it almost made Shiori's eyes twinkle with stars. I have no family. Shirori flinched and the smile on her face slowly faded away. What replaced it was a look of pity. She turned around and looked at Wu Yan. Shido, is Yono an orphan? Wu Yan bitterly smiled at Shiori's words. She's right. At least Wu Yan never heard of elves having parents. You can say that. Shurji's face was suddenly filled with love. She looked at the four nuns with a strange look in her eyes. It was obvious that her motherly nature had been triggered. Then this child. Shurji hesitantly glanced at Sifu and frowned. Since Sifu was an orphan, didn't that mean that this child might not have anywhere to go? It's no wonder Wu Yan brought Yono back. If she was in his shoes and met such a cute and lonely child, she wouldn't be able to resist the urge to bring her back. It's not just out of sympathy, it's also because a child with such good looks who has nowhere else to go would have a high chance of being targeted by human traffickers. Shirori didn't know that if Yono did encounter a human trafficker, unless Yono ran away as usual, the human trafficker would be turned into a popsicle. Kotori pitifully cried when she saw Shiori's intention to take Yono in. Sister, she's so pitiful. Can we let her stay at home? In theory, Wu Yan is the one who can make the decisions in this house. However, this isn't Wu Yan's house, it's Shirori and Kotori's. So, it's better to let the head of the house make the decision. Shirori agreed without hesitation. Wu Yan, on the other hand, couldn't stay calm. He pulled Kotori's sleeve and whispered in her ear, "Hey, Kotori, don't tell me you want all the elves to live in our house." His warm breath made Kotori shiver. Not only did her ears turn red, her face turned red as well. Kotori almost ran away when she saw Wu Yin so close to her. After all, her first kiss was taken away by this so-called older brother last night. Kotori, who is in her younger sister mode, still can't face Wu Yin with a straight face. Kotori blushed and stammered. I can't do anything about it. The house for the elves isn't ready yet. I can only arrange for them to stay with us, so that way we can observe them." Wu Yin rolled his eyes at Kotori when she stuttered. But he didn't mind. If Toka and Yoshino stayed here, it wouldn't matter to him. In fact, he might even be able to take advantage of them. From the very beginning, Yoshino had been observing the crowd's performance the entire time. To the timid Yoshino, this was the first time that she had personally interacted with so many people. However, at this time, Yoshino couldn't help but think that the three girls in front of him weren't as scary as he imagined. Moreover, each one of them was as gentle as Brother Sherdao. "Hey, are you gonna eat? Shido's cooking is the best." Toka kept stuffing food into her mouth. Ever since she discovered Yoshino's identity, Toka subconsciously felt close to her. After all, they're both elves. Yoshino lowered her head and whispered, I'm full. Yeah, but you don't look like you're eating much," Toka said in a surprised manner. She stuffed a meat bun in her mouth and swallowed it. Wu Yin couldn't help but grumble inwardly. "Do you think that everyone is a foodie like you? Since you're full, Yono-chan, do you want to take a bath with me?" Shiori looked at Yoshino expectantly. Who knows if she was treating Yoshino as a real doll? Yoshino was shocked. She shook her head without hesitation. Shiori was disappointed, but she can't be blamed. Yoshino is afraid of strangers. It would be strange if she accepted Shiori's invitation to take a bath. However, Fourth Uncle's next words caused the people at the dining table to no longer be able to remain calm. I'll take a bath with Brother Shido." Toka and Kotori spat out their food at the same time. The food in their mouths exploded like fireworks on the table. Only Shiori, who didn't have any food in her mouth, managed to escape. As for Wu Yin, he wanted to spit out his food, but the food got stuck in his throat. Pounding his chest with all his might, Wu Yin hammered his chest so hard that it made pong-pong sounds. Finally, he managed to swallow the food in his mouth, but the result was him panting like a dead dog. But he didn't care about any of this. At this moment, he is looking at the reddened Yonko with an astonished expression. The expression in his eyes can only be described as marvelous. Yoshino wants to take a bath with him? This doesn't make sense. While Wu Yin was stunned, Toka and Kotori stood up and slammed their hands on the table. They shouted in unison. No. Shiori, who just regained her composure, was confused by the two girls' shouts. She looked at the two girls with a weird expression. She couldn't understand why they are so excited about Yoshino bathing with Wu Yin. Toka and Kotori blushed when they realized they overreacted. Kotori pursed her lips and looked at Yoshino. She decided to go all out. Oni-chan, how can you take a bath with Yoshino? Yoshino is a girl. Kotori looked at Wu Yin as if he's a pervert. Wu Yin almost flipped the table. Yoshino is the one who asked to take a bath together, not me. Toka's reason is much more straightforward. In any case, no means no. She looked at the furious Toka, the embarrassed Kotori, the flustered Yono, and the confused Wu Yin. She shook her head when she saw Wu Yin with a face full of all kinds of colors. I say, Yoshino is just a kid. Why are you so agitated? But Kotori wanted to say something, but she couldn't. She looked at Shiori with a weird expression. She remembered that on the surface, Wu Yin is still her long-lost brother. With such a big reaction at this time, it was only natural that people would find it strange Kotori could only turn her head away and let out a muffled cry. I'm full. Toka wanted to imitate Kotori and get angry, but she couldn't bring herself to say, I'm full. In the end, Toka sat down with a dejected look on her face. She picked up the food on the table and started gobbling it up. Wu Yin was the only one left sitting there in a daze. Am I really going to take a bath with Yoshino? Chapter 451. Heavenly Palace City, Itsuka's house. In the bathroom, the steam from the hot water is spreading all over the place. The thick steam completely covered the bathroom, making it hard to see what's inside. Faintly, one could see two figures, one big and one small, swaying within the misty space. The people inside the bathroom are Wu Yin and Yoshino, who asked to take a bath with him. Sitting in the bathtub, Wu Yin subconsciously lowered his head. Yoshino is sitting in front of him with her back facing him. The place is shrouded in mist, but that didn't affect Wu Yan's appreciation of her beauty. In fact, due to the obscurity of the surroundings, Yoshino's petite figure is filled with a different kind of allure. At this time, Yoshino's long blue curly hair is tied into a ponytail, exposing her smooth white neck to the air. The water in the bathroom can't completely cover her smooth body, causing a certain wolf to almost lose control. Wu Yan's face is full of tears. Thinking back, in the movie, Wu Yan was quite envious of the original protagonist Itsuka Shurdao, who can take a bath with several elf girls. He didn't expect Yoshino to give him such a big benefit as soon as she came. It made him realize that he will have such a day. Compared to the other elven girls, Wu Yan is the only one here. But it's better than nothing, even if the one giving out the benefits is just a lowly. Rubbing his itchy nose, Wu Yan can't help but look forward to it. Will this be the same as the original plot? After conquering Yoshino, will they go to the hot spring? If it's possible, just thinking about it, Wu Yan can't help but laugh. That, Brother Shurdao. Yoshino couldn't help but speak, scaring a certain guy who was thinking about something improper. For a moment, Wu Yan thought his wishful thinking was seen through. What's wrong? Wu Yan's nervous voice came out of his mouth. Realizing his voice is trembling, Wu Yan can't help but scold himself for being useless. It's not like he hasn't taken a bath with his wife before. Ikaros was asked to take a bath with him almost every night. Why am I so nervous? Yoshino shyly said. Just now. I'm really sorry. Hearing that, Wu Yan froze. The nervous feeling in his heart also eased. He put his hands on Yoshino's head and helped her wash her hair. Wu Yan asked softly, "Why are you apologizing?" "Because..." Yoshino lowered her head. "I hurt." Brother Shurdao. Wu Yan finally understood what's going on. This kid is still hung up over the incident where she accidentally injured him when she lost control of her emotions. Wu Yan shook his head, and he pulled Yoshino closer to him. He asked her in a gentle voice, "Didn't Yoshino already apologize to me?" But, seeing Yoshino's expression, Wu Yan knew it's because Yoshino is someone who hates pain and fear. She doesn't want to bring pain and fear to others. She almost lost control in the hall and hurt herself. Maybe she's blaming herself, Wu Yan sighed. Yoshino. If it's Yoshino, would you apologize to her? Yoshino froze. She didn't expect Wu Yan to suddenly ask such a question. She blinked and pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Wu Yan shook his head as well when he saw the four nuns shaking their heads. He chuckled. Because Yoshino is Yoshino's hero, Yoshino has never said sorry to Yoshino. Is that right? So, you don't have to say sorry to me. Because when Yoshino isn't by Yoshino's side, your older brother is Yoshino's hero. Yoshino raised her head and looked at Wu Yan's wine-red eyes. She felt it was the most beautiful eyes in the world. Because Yoshino could see the love and tenderness in his eyes, Yoshino immediately lowered her head shyly. Yes. Seeing Yoshino lowering her head shyly, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. This girl is really cute. She's the same as Xiaofu. She's the type that people can't be cruel to and don't treat well. Hey, Yoshino. After thinking for a moment, Wu Yan said to Yoshino, "Do you really not want to bring pain and fear to others?" Yes. Yoshino was silent. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he nodded his head. It could be seen that Yoshino truly hoped from the bottom of his heart that he wouldn't harm others. He also hoped that he wouldn't bring the emotions that he hated to others, seeing Yoshino nod her head, Wu Yin closed his eyes. Soon after, as if he had made a decision, he suddenly opened his eyes. Yoshino, if your older brother has a way to make you not harm others, but the price is that you will lose all of your fairy powers, are you willing to do that? Yoshino's body trembled. She quickly turned around. Her large blue eyes were staring straight at Wu Yan's face. There was a trace of hope and hesitation in her eyes. Wu Yin didn't say anything. Just like that, he looked at Yoshino. Quietly, they looked at each other from a distance. It was as if they were communicating with their eyes. In fact, Wu Yan's heart was also very nervous. After all, Yoshino was easily scared. It wasn't easy for him to make Yoshino accept him. If this sudden request made Yoshino afraid, she might go berserk this time. If he didn't feel that his relationship with Yoshino had improved a lot, Wu Yin wouldn't dare to rashly ask such a question. Moreover, Wu Yin couldn't bear to see her lose control of her emotions and hurt others. Then, he would secretly feel guilty. That would be too cruel. Therefore, Wu Yin decided to take a gamble. Fortunately, his gamble didn't seem to be in vain. At least, Yoshino didn't show any signs of fear. After a long time, Yoshino said a little anxiously, "Really, can I?" "There's hope." Wu Yin was happy. He nodded at Yoshino. Then, he told Yoshino about the existence of the sealing ring and its effects. He didn't hide anything. After all, this is the condition for the sealing ring to take effect. After Wu Yin finished explaining, Yoshino raised her little nose and said with melancholy, "But my power is sealed." Yoshino, Shitona was an independent personality born from the spiritual energy of the four kinai. Only with the support of the spiritual energy of the four kinai could Shitona appear. If the power of the four kinai was lost, then Shitona was no different from being dead. In the original work, the reason why Yashina could still appear after Yashina's power was sealed was that after Shido sealed the power of the elf, an invisible connection would be formed between him and the elf. This connection would allow the elf to reverse the elf power stored in Shido's body when the elf lost control of his emotions. Because of this, Kotori was always worried that the elves would be in a bad mood and retrieve their elven power. At the same time, it's also because of this connection that Yoshino can extract a little bit of spiritual energy to maintain Yoshino's appearance. However, the sealing ring has no connection at all. But there's no problem with that. "Don't worry," Wu Yin said with a smile. "When you seal your power is sealed in your own body. Although you can't use it, it can be used to maintain Yoshino's appearance. If Yoshino can maintain Yoshino and prevent herself from hurting others," Yoshino no longer hesitated and nodded firmly. Wu Yin chuckled at this. Chapter 452. This is, Siwon looked at the sealing bracelet on her wrist with a bit of surprise. Her big blue eyes were filled with curiosity and surprise. She could feel that when the red bracelet was put on her wrist, the spiritual force in her body had completely sunk into her body. In the past, he could sense the water vapor and cold air all the time. At this moment, he could no longer sense them, let alone use them. Although he can feel the existence of the fairy's power, Yoshino can't use it if he wants to. Siwon knew that if she wanted to use the power of the past again, she would have to get the consent of the man who was connected to her fate. There was no other way. Towards such a situation, Shino did not have any thoughts of resisting. Instead, he was faintly happy. In this way, he would no longer do excessive things to everyone when his mind was in a mess. After sealing Yoshino's energy, Wu Yin let out a sigh of relief and smiled. But when he saw the row of sealing bracelets on his wrist, Wu Yin bitterly smiled. The sealing bracelet paired with Flandrachon, Toka paired with Yakuni, and the sealing bracelet paired with Toka. The three white sealing bracelets took up almost half of Wu Yan's right wrist. This is just the beginning. Kotori and Tokasaki Kurumi might have their own bracelets in the future. When that time comes, 5 sealing bracelets might fill up his entire right wrist. Wearing 5 bracelets would definitely look out of place, wouldn't it? Sighing, Wu Yin muttered to himself, "Forget it, I'll just wear it as a wrist guard. Speaking of which, when the sealing bracelets are linked together, it does look a bit like a wrist guard. How do you feel? You should be able to get used to it, right? Wu Yin grinned at Yoshino. He no longer has to worry about her losing control like before. Yoshino slowly nodded, but then she shook her head. She opened her mouth, but she didn't know how to describe her feelings. For a moment, she revealed a conflicted expression. Wu Yin laughed when he saw this. Wu Yin pulled Yoshino in front of him and said with a smile, "Well, you can slowly experience it in the future. After all, no one will attack you anymore. Come on, Big Brother will help you wash your hair." For some reason, Wu Yan's tone is a little perverted when he said this. Yoshino blushed and lowered her head to let Wu Yan wash her hair. The two people who were immersed in their own world did not notice that at some point outside the bathroom, the door leading to the changing room behind the glass door was quietly opened at this moment. Outside the door, a young girl with dark purple hair and a bow-tied hairband sneakily stuck her head in. Her amethyst-like eyes scanned the entire space before she tiptoed into the room and closed the door. The person who came in was none other than Toka. She glanced at the glass door of the bathroom not far away and then scanned the changing room. When she saw Wu Yan's clothes in a basket, she couldn't help but feel angry. What is Shido doing? Is he really taking a bath with Yoshino? Xiang couldn't help but clench her fists tightly. Her little feet were also constantly stomping on the ground. It was obvious that Xiang was in a terrible mood right now. Fortunately, Toka's power is sealed in the sealing ring. If it's the same as the original, Toka's power would have flowed back due to her bad mood. The result would be that the entire bathroom would be turned into a pile of rubble. However, when Ten Incense raised her head and was about to go to the glass door to check out the situation, she inadvertently glanced at a corner. Ten Incense's mouth fell open. "You?" Ten Fragrance's voice involuntarily rose a little. Just as she was about to scream, a hand suddenly covered her mouth, blocking the rest of her voice. "Shoo!" Kotori made a serious gesture and pointed at the glass door. It was clear what she meant. Toka blinked and nodded. Kotori sighed in relief and let go of Toka's mouth. The two looked at each other, one red and one purple eyes had a strange expression. Toka is confused. She's confused as to why Kotori is here. She's here because Wu Yin and Yoshino are taking a bath together. It made her feel uncomfortable. Kotori is here too. Does she feel uncomfortable? As for Kotori, she's embarrassed that her behavior was discovered. She can't explain it to Toka, but it's true that she felt uncomfortable when she heard that Wu Yin and Yoshino are taking a bath together. The two women had a tacit understanding and didn't talk at this time. Instead, after they looked at each other, they went to the bathroom's glass door and leaned their ears against it. That. Shido Gidge, what's wrong? That, where? Here? Oh, why? It hurts. Bear with it. It'll be over soon, yes. Kotori and Toka immediately widened their eyes. Kotori felt a fire burning in her heart as she listened to the conversation and strange sounds coming from the glass door. Toka bit her lips. Her face was filled with anger, causing her mind to go blank. Unable to hold back her anger, Toka pushed the glass door open. Kotori, who was leaning against the door, screamed and fell to the ground. She angrily looked into the bathroom. Tears hung from the corners of her eyes as she shouted, "Sure Dao, what are you doing?" After shouting, Toka was stunned and couldn't speak anymore. Not only Toka, but Kotori on the ground and the two people in the bathroom were also stunned. "You!" Wu Yin pressed his hand on Itsuno's head. He looked at the two uninvited guests. He didn't know how to react. Yoshino blushed, and she dipped her head into the water. The moment she moved, Yoshino yelped in pain, and she covered her head. Wu Yan's hand that was pressing down on her head is now tangled with her hair. Kotori was the first to understand what happened. Wu Yan's hand got tangled with Itsuno's hair when he was washing her hair. Kotori felt awkward. She replayed the scene in her mind when she overheard the conversation between the two. Her face started to burn up. Toka, on the other hand, was stunned for a moment. When she saw the two naked in the bathtub, she got even angrier. She stomped her foot and yelled, "Shido, what are you doing? Wu Yin gulped. Inside, he's complaining. Is Toa really jealous now? However, this thought completely flew out of his mind when he heard 10 Incense's next sentence. All that was left was the thick shock on his face. Toka glared at Itsuno and yelled, I want to bathe with you. Wu Yan's mouth turned into an O shape. His eyes were wide open. He couldn't stay calm. Kotori crawled up from the ground and was also bombarded by Toka's bold words. She couldn't get up from the ground again. Wu Yin was confused. He only had one thought left in his mind. I'm lucky. Chapter 453. Shirori looked at Wu Yin, Toka, Kotori, and Yoshino in surprise. She asked with uncertainty, Hot springs? Yes. Yes. Wu Yin sighed. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the surprise Shirori. When he was bathing with Yoshino last night, Wu Yin was thinking about how the protagonist went to a hot spring with a few elf girls in the original work. He wondered if he would have the chance to enjoy the same benefits. Who would have thought that the thought that flashed through his mind would actually come true? It can't be helped. He can't bathe multiple times in one night. He already took a bath with Yoshino last night. When Toka asked to bathe together, Wu Yin couldn't do it. Although the request is tempting and Wu Yin is willing, Kotori was there at the time. The bathing incident was supposed to end like this, but Toka seemed to have gotten serious. He made a big fuss and insisted on bathing with Yi Si, even if he had to die. Kotori almost changed into a black satin belt to keep the situation under control. Thus, Wu Yin yelled out loud, Why don't we all go to the hot springs together tomorrow? That way we can all bathe together. This sentence spread throughout the bathroom, causing everyone to quiet down. In the end, it was actually decided just like that. That was why the scene before them was happening, hot springs. Shirori couldn't help but fall silent. Her heart faintly moved. For girls, hot springs were always a very attractive place. Even Shirori was no exception. But the problem is, mixed baths? Shirori carefully looked at Wu Yin. Her eyes flickered. It's like she's looking at a good youth who's about to go astray. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. However, Shiori's question made him swallow all the words he wanted to say. After all, their goal this time is indeed to soak in a mixed bath. Shirori saw Wu Yan's silence. She knew what the answer is. Her expression became strange. At the same time, the way she looked at the three girls changed to that of Wu Yan. Toka is fine. She moved in as Wu Yan's girlfriend, so it's reasonable for her to go to the mixed baths with her boyfriend. Yoshino is nothing out of the ordinary. To Shirori, Yoshino is just a kid. He had already taken a bath with her last night, so it didn't matter if he took a mixed bath again. But what's with Kotori? Isn't she his sister? She's going to have a mixed bath too? Although it wasn't that there weren't siblings who were close enough to bathe together. That was something that only happened when they were young, right? It's not like there aren't any who have grown up, but Shirori still feels strange. Under Shiori's strange gaze, Kotori couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She buried her head and couldn't say anything. She began to hate herself. What was wrong with her that she agreed to go with them? Wu Yan's gaze is also a bit evasive. After all, this is like a scumbag trying to capture a girl. It's really embarrassing, especially under the gaze of the other girl. In this silent atmosphere, after a long time, Shirori scratched her little face and sighed. Then you guys go, I'll wait at home for you guys to come back. Shirori didn't know if it was just her imagination, but she felt like the four people in front of her seemed to be relieved after she said those words. Of course, if Shirori goes with them, then they will be under a lot of pressure. On the way to the hot spring hotel, Toka and Yoshino are like two curious babies who have never seen anything before. They're curious about everything. They kept pointing here and there. They're very energetic. Fortunately, they're not asking Wu Yin. Otherwise, Wu Yin would be mentally and physically exhausted even if he's about to take a mixed bath. Wu Yin didn't know what Kotori told Ratatoskr about this hot spring trip. Ratatoskr is paying for all the expenses. Even Murasame Rain was hired as a driver. Wu Yin didn't know what to think about this. If Kotori really wants to tell Ratatoskr something, she'll definitely switch back to commander mode. Once she switches back to commander mode, with her arrogant personality, Would she still agree to take a mixed bath with Wu Yin? Wu Yin doesn't know either, but in the end, Wu Yin took advantage of the situation and didn't even need to spend money. Just like in the original work, under the lead of Murasame Rain, everyone arrived at the hot spring hotel. Of course, there were no AST people here to cause trouble. Shirori did not follow them, and Tokichi Origami had nothing to do with them. Naturally, she would not bring a group of AST people here to soak in the hot spring. Of course, the battle between Ratatoskr and AST in the original work would not happen. It's worth mentioning that Yoshino has returned to Yoshino's side. On this trip to the hot spring, Yoshino kept chirping, scolding Wu Yin from time to time, and attacking Toka and Kotori. This made the group hate this filthy rabbit. Wu Yin can't do anything about it. He took advantage of Yoshino's absence and conquered her while she was away. He even sealed her power in the process. It's only natural that Yoshino would be dissatisfied with him. When the group arrived at their destination, the sky was already turning yellow. This is the best time to take a bath in the hot spring. Wu Yin and the others really know how to pick a good time. In the hot spring hotel booked by Ratatoskr, the group soon arrived at the hot spring. Looking at the hot spring, Wu Yin, Kotori, Toka, Yoshino, and Yoshino were all happy. As for Rei Murasame, she disappeared for some reason. Wu Yin looked at Kotori, Toka, and Yoshino. He coughed and pretended to be serious. "All right, get ready to change your clothes," Kotori and Toka shuddered. They blushed when they heard Wu Yan's words. They actually started acting bashful at a time like this. Do we have to do it now?" Kotori hesitated and said, "It seems like she's going to change her mind." Wu Yan sighed. After all, in the original work, Kotori jumped into the water with Shido, even though she was in commander mode with a towel wrapped around her. "Well, you can wait." Wu Yan didn't seem to care. "But when we are done, I don't think we will wait for you." Kotori pursed her lips, and her little face fell. The two white ribbons on her head also became listless, making her look quite adorable. In the end, Kotori decided to jump into the water. "Shido." Toka turned around and looked at Wu Yan. She pointed at the door and said, "You go out first. Come back in later." Wu Yan paused for a moment. "Why?" Toka stomped her feet and stuck her tongue out at Wu Yan. "Just get out of here. Idiot. Idiot." Wu Yan raised an eyebrow as he looked at Toka, who looked like she was possessed by a stria. He helplessly sighed, and he pulled Yono's hand. "Then I'll go out with Yoshino to change clothes." Shino's tone was a little sharp as she cried out. "So Shido likes Yoshino more." Toka glared at Yoshino and humphed. She stopped talking. Chapter 454. In a changing room outside the hot spring, Wu Yin helped Yono take off her clothes while she blushed. Her tender body that he saw last night was revealed to him. Even though he saw her once last night, Wu Yin couldn't help but turn his head away. It's not that he's pretending to be serious, but if he doesn't do this, he's afraid that he'll lose his composure. Shideo-san, Shideo-san, you're shy?" Siono smiled and teased. Wu Yin rolled his eyes and ignored her. Wu Yin picked up a small bath towel and wrapped it around Siono's body. Then he took off his clothes and wrapped himself in a towel. His firm chest heaved up and down in the air. Occasionally, there would be the sound of his heartbeat, and occasionally, there would be a glimmer of light flashing through his eyes. He looked very well built. Touching his chest, Wu Yin couldn't help but laugh. If it was in the past, with his small otaku body, how could he have such a golden ratio? All of this is thanks to the blessing of the true ancestor bloodline. "Siono, don't forget to tie up your hair," Wu Yin said to Siono. "Yes." After a short day of interaction, Siono's words are a lot more eloquent. She's no longer like before where she would pause every 1 or 2 words. At least, it's not that often, but her voice is still as low as before. And it's this change that made Siono surprised when she woke up. For Siono, who is very familiar with Siono, this change is already a great progress. While Siono's hair is tied up, Wu Yin chose 3 towels and folded them into a square shape. For some reason, when they're soaking in the hot spring, they always have to put a square towel on their head. Wu Yin thought it's a bit troublesome, but since everyone did it, he followed suit. After doing all this, Wu Yin brought Siono to the hot spring and opened the door. When the hot spring came into view, two figures entered the hot spring as well. Shido. Toka leaned on the side and waved at Wu Yin. Come down quickly. This is amazing. It's much more comfortable than bathing at home. Wu Yin didn't answer Toka because he's completely focused on the scene in front of him. In the hot spring, Kotori grabbed her towel and sat opposite Toka. Her delicate body was deeply hidden under the hot spring, making it impossible to see what's going on inside. But her face, which is red from embarrassment or from the heat, is exceptionally charming. Toka sat opposite Kotori, but compared to Kotori, Toka didn't wear a towel. She leaned on the edge of the hot spring and closed her eyes comfortably. Half of her naked body was covered by the hot spring water, but the two semicircles were exposed. Seeing the two in the hot spring, Wu Yin swallowed a mouthful of saliva. When he came back to his senses, he scolded himself for not living up to expectations. He had 8 wives at home. How could he not see enough of them? He couldn't even withstand the test. While despising himself, Wu Yan's body shrunk back unnaturally. Because seeing the two women like this, Wu Yan couldn't hold back his lust and raised the flag. He didn't want to let anyone see the tent under his towel. It looks really comfortable, Shatona shouted while dancing with joy. Shatona also wanted to try it. When she heard Shino blinked her eyes, and then she walked towards the hot spring. When her little feet soaked in the hot spring, her large eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly, while a flush appeared on her face. It seemed that the effects of the hot spring were rather outstanding for Shino. Yoshino quickened her pace and slowly submerged herself in the water. She swam to Toka's side and sat down. Seeing Yoshino enter the water, Wu Yan's restless heart was released. He couldn't wait to get into the water. Looking at him, he almost shouted, "I'm coming." Wu Yan glanced at Toka and Yoshino, then at Kotori. A wicked light flashed in his eyes. Then, without hesitation, Wu Yan came to Kotori's side and sat down. Kotori shrunk back and looked at Wu Yan sitting beside her. Her face blushed even more. She tightened her grip on the towel, and her gaze became unnatural. But she didn't leave. After Wu Yan entered the water, the hot spring became quiet. Toka, Yoshino, and Yoshino's eyes were closed as if they were asleep. Kotori envied them. She also wanted to close her eyes and enjoy the hot spring. However, Wu Yan made her nervous. She couldn't calm down and enjoy the hot spring. After a while, Wu Yan suddenly said in a voice only Kotori can hear, "Kotori, you didn't bring a black ribbon to the hot spring, right?" Kotori was stunned. She tilted her head in confusion. She didn't understand why Wu Yan suddenly asked this, but she answered honestly. "No, I brought a ribbon. It would get wet." Wu Yan's wine-red eyes flashed with a brilliant light as he grinned. Kotori's body stiffened. She made a strange sound like a hiccup. Her red eyes flashed with disbelief. She slowly turned to look at Wu Yan. She wanted to prove that Wu Yan didn't do it. Unfortunately, all she saw was a face with a hateful smile. "Oni-ai-chan." Kotori's face turned red. She wanted to scream when she saw Wu Yan's face, but Wu Yan's words stopped her. "Toka and the others are still on the other side." Kotori swallowed the scream she was about to blurt out. She pouted and wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Wu Yan's hand on Kotori's breast started to slowly move. A scorching sensation traveled from Wu Yan's skin into Kotori's body. Her heart trembled violently. The hand that seemed to have a very high temperature seemed to have some sort of magical power. Kotori almost moaned. Kotori bit her lips and looked at Toka and Yoshino, who had their eyes closed. She was so embarrassed that tears welled up in her eyes. Kotori was extremely afraid. She was afraid that Toka and Yoshino would open their eyes and see what happened. If that happened, she wouldn't be able to face them anymore. Kotori quickly stopped Wu Yan's mischievous hand and looked at Wu Yan pleadingly. "Oni-ai-chan, don't be like this." Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. He glanced at Toka and Yoshino before turning back to Kotori. He ignored Kotori's attempts to stop him, and he started caressing Kotori again. He used his actions to answer Kotori's question. Coteries' body trembled again and again. She reached out and pressed Wu Yan's hand. Unfortunately, Wu Yan's hand seemed to have infinite strength. He didn't care about Coteries' attempts at stopping him. He continued moving without any hindrance. Oni-chan, Oni-chan, don't. We'll be discovered, Coterie said to Wu Yan with a trembling voice. She didn't dare to speak too loudly for fear of waking up the two women. Will Wu Yan agree? The answer is no. Chapter 455. Coterie is filled with regret. Why did she agree to come to the hot spring last night? If she didn't agree, she wouldn't be treated like this. Coterie is using all her strength to press down on the hand under the hot spring. She's trying to stop the hand from invading her body. However, it was as if all her strength was non-existent. She was completely ignored by the other party. Under the suppression of all her strength, the big hand was not affected at all. It moved freely as if it was nothing. It touched Coterie's body from front to back, from top to bottom. Coterie's heart seems to stop for a moment every second. She's gasping for air as if she can't breathe in fresh air. The quiet hot spring is filled with soft panting sounds. Every time she gasped for breath, her strength would decrease by a notch. The strength in her hands would decrease as well. Towards the end, Coterie's hands that were pressed against Wu Yan's palms can only be described as a pair. Coterie's pretty face is as red as a peach. Her forehead is secreting fine beads of sweat. As she gasps for breath, the beads of sweat slowly slide down her face and the tip of her nose, dripping into the hot spring. The air above the hot spring is filled with a faint body fragrance. Feeling her strength leaving her body, a strange desire is gradually attacking her. Coterie lowered her head and gasped for breath. From time to time, she'll let out a soft murmur. Her red eyes are starting to water. Wu Yan shook his head and laughed. He started looking forward to Coterie's reaction. If Coterie's already in such a sorry state when he touched her breasts, what would happen if he touched other parts of her body? Thinking of this, Wu Yan can't help but lick his lips. His hand's movement suddenly turned into a hand. Coterie's smooth body is now completely in his palm. Coterie clenched her teeth, trying her best to endure the strange feeling in her body. This feeling made Coterie panic because this is the first time she's felt this kind of desire. Coterie panted and looked at her big brother. She wanted to beg for mercy, but every time she tried to speak, her voice would turn into a heart-wrenching moan. Coterie didn't dare to open her mouth anymore. She could only use her eyes to express her pleas. But Coterie didn't know that her eyes were the most attractive part of her body. Her eyes were filled with confusion and pleading. Anyone who wasn't on guard against her face couldn't help but feel short of breath. Wu Yan quickened his pace and increased the intensity of his thrusts. Coterie's heart is filled with hatred. How can her brother treat her like this? It's fine if you take away her first kiss, and she won't blame you for touching her. But I'm begging you, how can you ignore me and watch me embarrass myself like this? I should have changed to a black ribbon. Coterie doesn't know that Wu Yan is only bullying her in her sister mode. After all, a soft girl is easy to bully. As for the commander mode, Wu Yan doesn't have the guts to tease her yet because he doesn't want to die. Thus, Wu Yan can only take it slow, starting from sister mode. When the time comes, he will push Coterie down, and she will have no choice but to accept the fact that she is in commander mode. This is why every time Wu Yan has bad intentions, he'll either take away her black ribbon or ask her if she has one. One has to admit that this method is very effective. At the very least, the sister mode Coterie can't refuse Wu Yan. She can only let Wu Yan do whatever he wants. As time passed, Wu Yan gradually grew dissatisfied. Narrowing his eyes, Wu Yan calmed himself down and started moving his hand upwards. Coterie's eyes widened, and her face was filled with panic. She sensed that the scorching hand was moving to a place that she absolutely couldn't accept. Her heart was pounding so hard that it could be faintly heard in the air above the hot spring. It was not hard to imagine how tense Coterie's emotions were. No, please don't. Coterie can't speak anymore. She can only scream madly in her heart as the hand gets closer. She hopes that a certain kind werewolf can hear her. Unfortunately, Wu Yin doesn't know how to read minds. Finally, Wu Yan's hand covered the most private part of the coterie. With a gentle flick of his finger, Coteries' tightly shut lips let out a moan. The sound is so pleasant that it made Wu Yan's blood boil. That one flick turned into a lot of flick. Ugh! A deadly electric current ran back and forth in Coteries' body, engulfing every cell in her body. Then, the deadly electric current turned into a deadly orgasm. Coterie raised her head with her mouth wide open. Her eyes flickered with the most erotic light. Looking at Coterie's expression, Wu Yin held his breath. He couldn't help but reach out with his other hand. Ignoring Coterie's flustered expression, he removed the towel from her body. When the white towel was removed from her body, Coterie's body was revealed. The pair of white bunnies he saw in a hurry in Wu Yan's bathroom entered Wu Yan's eyes. Oni Ai-chan. Coterie couldn't help but cry out. Her body was completely exposed in front of Wu Yan. She was extremely embarrassed. However, Wu Yan's hand didn't stop moving. Coterie felt like she was in an abyss of fire. She couldn't save herself. She could only watch as her body writhed in front of Wu Yan's eyes. Finally, Coterie is within Wu Yan's grasp. Wu Yan couldn't wait any longer, and he started rubbing Coterie's body. While rubbing Coterie's body, he bit down on one of her ears. MMM. Coterie let out a seductive moan. Her face was as red as water. She placed her hands on Wu Yan's upper and lower arms, but she couldn't exert any strength. From the outside, it looked like Coterie was the one driving Wu Yan's hand. Coterie kept moaning. The luxury called rationality was slowly collapsing. Coterie's voice uncontrollably became louder and louder, echoing throughout the space. To avoid attracting the attention of the two girls, Wu Yin lowered his head and he sucked on Coterie's lips. He also pried open her teeth, and he searched for Coterie's flustered tongue. Then, he started making love with her. The ambiguous atmosphere began to spread throughout the entire hot spring. Even the hot spring seemed to be shy. It began to accelerate the evaporation of heat, enveloping the two's entwined bodies, covering their embarrassment. On the other side, Toka, Yoshino, and Yoshino seemed to be really asleep. They didn't notice at all that there was a ripple that was enough to destroy the pure thoughts of the elves in front of them. When Wu Yin and Coterie's lips parted, their red eyes met. They started panting when they saw the look in each other's eyes. Wu Yin kissed Coterie's lips again. He let go of Coterie's thigh and held Coterie's breasts. He lifted her up and placed it between his legs. No, Oni Ai-san. Coterie moaned. Don't. Here. Coterie's words made Wu Yin realize where they are. His mind cleared up. He bitterly smiled. There's nothing he can do. He stopped pressing down on Coterie's breasts and started to move his hands back and forth. Coterie's light panting sounds kept coming from the hot spring. Chapter 456. Hot Spring Hotel. At a certain moment, the door of the hot spring was finally opened. Ten Fragrance and Si Wenai walked out of the hot spring with a towel wrapped around their bodies. There was still some mist around their bodies, and there was a strong sense of satisfaction on their faces, so comfortable. Toka sniffed and smiled happily. Hot spring is really good stuff. Yoshino by the side also repeatedly nodded her small head. One could see a trace of joy in her large blue eyes. For Yoshino, who was temporarily unable to properly express her emotions, this kind of expression was already an extremely happy expression. Oh, where's Shido? Yoshino waved her rabbit hands, reminding the two elves who were immersed in the hot spring world not to forget a certain someone. Ah? Toka was shocked. Yeah, where's Shido? Siyu tilted her head in confusion. She blinked her big eyes, full of question marks. It was obvious that Ten Fragrance had asked the wrong person. Thus, the two sprites, one big and one small, immediately began to stare at each other. He should still be in the hot spring, Yoshino said. She covered her mouth and secretly smiled. So little Toka doesn't care about Shido anymore. Yoshino must tell Shido this fact. Shido will be very sad, and then ignore little Toka? 10 fragrances immediately turned pale with fright. He shook his head frantically and shouted, "Of course not. Shido won't ignore me." Yeah, Shido won't ignore little Toka. Yoshino's words pierced Toka's heart. But this time, it was you little 10 fragrances who left Shido behind. Yoshino thinks Shido will be very sad. Toka's eyes were full of tears. She said to Yoshino, "But didn't Yoshino also leave Shido behind? Shido will also ignore Yoshino." Yoshino was stunned. Then her little face started to become nervous. Her eyes were filled with tears. Yoshino's heart jumped. She didn't want to scare Yoshino. She changed her tone. "We're all in the same hot spring. Why didn't you notice Shido?" Toka opened her mouth. She tilted her head and said seriously, "I forgot." Yoshino lowered her head and said weakly, "Me too. These two elves are so natural that they broke through the sky. More importantly, it's not too late to remember Wu Yin, but you forgot about Kotori." Both Toka and Yoshino seemed to be scared by Yoshino's words. Toka quickly said, "I'll go find Shido." The 4 Kano nodded. The 2 spirits turned around, and when they were about to enter the hot spring, Wu Yin appeared before them. He slowly walked out of the hot spring with a smug look on his face. He looked like he just ate something good. Anyone who saw him would know that he's in a good mood. His body and mind are at their best. Under Toka and Yoshino's surprise gaze, Wu Yin said to Yoshino in a bad mood, "I say, Yoshino, is it fun to bully Toka and Yoshino?" Yoshino giggled. Yoshino didn't want to bully Yoshino. Yoshino only wanted to bully Toka. Toka suddenly realized, it's like she just realized she was being bullied. But the truth is, she just realized she was being bullied. She angrily looked at Yoshino and said, "So you've been bullying me? Who told Toka to be so fun?" Yoshino said while waving her hand. Her tone is asking for a beating, that it's not good to quarrel. Si Ning withdrew the shitona in her hand a little and softly said. That gentle voice caused 10 Incense's anger to involuntarily subside. Wu Yin laughed and shook his head. "These 2 elves are being bullied by a doll. If they really cared about me, they would have come to me from the start." Bang! Suddenly, a foot kicked Wu Yin from behind. It landed on Wu Yan's waist. Wu Yin didn't expect someone to attack him. He was completely unprepared. Puffed. The sudden kick landed on his waist, causing him to spit out a mouthful of saliva. He flew through the air in a parabolic arc before crashing into the ground. His toes twitched a couple of times before he went limp and couldn't get up anymore. Shido, Oni Ai-chan. Shi Xiang and Siwa Nai couldn't help but exclaim. They turned to look at the owner of the foot and couldn't help but be stunned. Kotori, why did you suddenly kick Shido? Toka looked at Kotori. Yoshino was also anxious. Kotori's state is too strange. His red eyes were actually suffused with a black light. His face was so gloomy that it seemed as though water was about to drip from it. His body was constantly trembling, as though he was enduring something. However, there was a misty mist in his black eyes. His gloomy face was suffused with a red flush. If the state was not strange, what was it? On the ground, Wu Yin struggled to get up. He looked at Kotori's head. Wu Yin despaired. The white ribbons on Kotori's head have turned black. Commander mode. Kotori narrowed her red eyes. A fierce glint flashed in her eyes. Under the bath towel, her long white legs strode towards Wu Yin. Each step is followed by a heavy thud. It's like she's stepping on everyone's heartstrings. Toka and Yoshino hugged each other. They're trembling. Wu Yin laughed dryly. He shook his hands. He pretended to be relaxed. If it wasn't for his body moving back, they'd think he's going to argue with Kotori. Kotori stood in front of Wu Yin. She looked down at Wu Yin. Ignoring the fact that Wu Yin is seriously injured, she said coldly, "Speak. How do you want to die?" Wu Yin smiled sheepishly. "Must I be sentenced to death?" "Looks like you don't want to choose how you want to die," Kotori said. "Then let me decide for you." Kotori. Wu Yin looked at Kotori, who's glowing black. He shouted with grief and indignation, "Please listen to my last words." "Oh." Kotori glanced at Wu Yin expressionlessly. "What do you want to say? This commander allows you to speak." "What should I do? What should I do? What should I do?" looking at Coterie, who could turn into a dark one at any moment. Wu Yin racked his brain to think of a way to get out of this situation. However, the cruel selection process slowly extinguished his hope. In the end, Wu Yin looked like he wanted to cry, but no tears came out. "Looks like you're testing my patience." Coterie clenched her teeth and raised her foot. "Since that's the case, let me end you." Wu Yin looked at the foot that's about to land on him. He jumped up and grabbed Coterie's hands. Coterie was shocked. She shouted, "Let go. Let go. How can I let go? I'll die if I let go." He grabbed Coterie's hands and hugged her tightly. Coterie's body stiffened. Coterie pushed Wu Yin away as she glared at Wu Yin. She gasped for air as if she had used up all of her strength to push him away. She looked at Wu Yin with a dark expression on her face. After a while, Coterie snorted coldly. "You're lucky." Coterie grabbed her clothes and walked out of the changing room without looking back. The other three sighed in relief and looked at each other. Coterie's legs turned to jelly and she fell against the wall. Her face was flushed, the murderous glint in her eyes turned into a daze, and her skin was flushed red. Coterie's face reddened again when she recalled what she did with Wu Yin in the hot spring. "Idiot." Chapter 457. The sky had darkened, and the night had surrounded the entire sky in darkness. The stars were slightly glowing, embellishing the black sky, making the color not so monotonous. Unfortunately, perhaps because it was a little superfluous, the moon did not appear in this beautiful scene. In the distance, a luxurious car drove over at an average speed and soon stopped at the door of Wu He's house. All the doors were open in a moment, and a man and 3 women also got out of the car, closed the door, and came to the gate. These 4 people were naturally Wu Yan's group who came back from the hot spring hotel. "Then, I'll go back first," Murasame Ling Yin said to everyone with a pair of eyes wrapped in dark circles. It had to be said that this time, Murasame Ling Yin sacrificed a lot. Not only did she act as a driver, but she also didn't go to the hot spring. This was only secondary. More importantly, when Wu Yan's group was comfortably enjoying the hot spring, Murasame Ling Yin was entertaining herself in the hot spring hotel alone for several hours, which was admirable. It wasn't until Murasame Rain drove away that everyone retracted their gazes. However, Yoshino raised his head and looked at the sky. There was a strange color in his big blue eyes. The big eyes reflected the scene of the night. The little starlight at this time seemed to enter Yoshino's big eyes, flashing frequently, which looked very beautiful. Catching a glimpse of this scene, Wu Yin, who was about to enter Wu He's house, stopped, looked at Yoshino sideways, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Hearing Wu Yan's voice, Yoshino seemed to be awakened. She took back her eyes that looked up at the sky and said with a little embarrassment, "That is very beautiful, beautiful." Wu Yin raised his head and looked at the distant sky. Indeed, the night sky at this time was very beautiful, but such a scenery was relatively common. Compared with those real beauties, such as the beautiful scenery between the sky and the sea that he saw last time at the seaside of the Whirlwind Butler world, there was still some gap. Of course, Wu Yin did not say anything because of this. He could more or less guess why the 4 bunnies were behaving like this. Squatting down, Wu Yin touched the beautiful hat on C and I's head and said, "Haven't you seen it?" "See, he is." Being touched by Wu Yin on the head, Yoshino seemed to enjoy it very much. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and a happy blush appeared on her face as she whispered, "Yeah, I've never seen it before." Upon hearing this, not only Wu Yin, but even Toka and Coterie, who was still in commander mode, turned to look at the 4 genii at the same time with a pitiful expression on their faces. Yoshino is the spirit of ice and water. Every time it descends to this world, it will bring along a sky full of rain because of its special ice and water spirit power. Because of this, if Yoshino were to raise its head to look at the sky in the past, it would only see the same rain and clouds up until now. Everyone still remembered that after Yoshino's power was sealed last night, when she woke up the next day, her face that always carried a bashful expression when she saw the blue sky Just what kind of brilliant expression appeared on her face from a certain point of view, Yoshino was really pitiful. Looking at Yoshino's blushing face, Wu Yin smiled and scratched Yoshino's nose. He said dotingly, "In the future, there will be a lot of time to see it." Yoshino raised his head and smiled. He nodded his little head. The crowd was able to sense that Yoshino's mood seemed to have become very happy. Thus, smiles involuntarily appeared on the crowd's faces. After rubbing Yoshino's head again, Wu Yin stood up and glanced at the door. He hesitated for a bit, but didn't choose to enter. Instead, he turned to Kotori. "I say, Kotori, aren't you going to switch back to sister mode?" Wu Yin asked out of curiosity. To prevent Shirori from getting involved in unnecessary trouble, Kotori has always been reluctant to act like a commander in front of Shirori. This is why Wu Yin was able to bully Kotori back in the Itsuka family. Kotori snorted. She glanced at Wu Yin and she mumbled, "It's all because of you. What did you say?" Kotori's voice was so soft that even Wu Yin couldn't hear it. This made Wu Yin even more confused and curious. Kotori glared at Wu Yin and shouted, "I said it's none of your business." Kotori's shout caught Wu Yin's attention. Wu Yin felt like his head was struck by lightning. He felt dizzy and his eyes were spinning. Pursing her lips, Kotori swung her two red ponytails as she walked towards the door. She's cursing inside her heart. In her sister mode, she's so naive and cheerful. How could she have the nerve to come out and see Wu Yin after that dubious affair in the hot spring with him? "That's strange, Kotori." Toka held Wu Yan's ears and pouted. "She's like a different person." "No, she's like a different person. In a sense, she's a different person." Kotori followed Wu Yin, Toka, and Yono into Itsuka's house. They pushed open the door, and the three girls greeted them with a sweet, "I'm back." Shirori came down from upstairs as well. "You're all back." Shirori looked at everyone with a warm smile. "Did you have fun in the hot spring?" Juxiang and Si1 nodded vigorously. It could be seen that they were indeed very happy. After all, something as enjoyable as a hot spring was something the two of them could never enjoy in the past. In the past, the two of them only had to constantly be chased and run away. Of course, Shirori didn't know all of this, but as long as everyone was happy, it was fine. Shirori quickly noticed Kotori's difference and asked with some doubt, "Kotori, why are you wearing a black ribbon?" Here it comes, Kotori sighed. Then she showed a bright and innocent smile, just like when she wore the white ribbon. She came to Shiori's side and hugged her arm. "Sister, my ribbon got wet in the hot spring." "I see." Shirori nodded in agreement. Wu Yin, who knows the situation, felt a chill down his spine. He looked at Kotori's innocent smile and the black ribbon on her head. After confirming that this is indeed commander mode, Wu Yan's lips twitched and he turned his head away in an awkward manner. The one acting like a spoiled brat is the same face as before. However, when he thought of Kotori's commander mode, he couldn't stay calm. It's hard to believe that commander mode Kotori would act like a spoiled brat. It's a good thing Kotori didn't know what Wu Yin was thinking. Otherwise, he would have been sentenced to jail for sure. At night, lying on his bed, Wu Yin exhaled and looked at the ceiling. His eyes looked a bit unfocused as he thought of something. Apart from the beach trip in Butler Whirlwind's world, it's been a long time since he had such a relaxing time. Come to think of it, since he got the system and came to Spalier World half a year ago, he rarely had such an ordinary life. Fortunately, even though it's few, it's not like there's none. In the world of Butler Whirlwind, I lived the life of a student of White King Academy. In the world of magic, I also went on dates with the girls and went shopping. When I was in the world of Silveria, I also lived quite a peaceful life. Compared to those seniors who have to work hard every day after transmigrating, he's much happier with the system. I wonder how Chuju and the others are doing. Is Flander-chan obedient? I miss them so much. Chapter 458. The next morning, Wu Yan's house had a peaceful morning as usual. Aside from the girls being dissatisfied with Wu Yan's habit of sleeping in instead of cooking, nothing else happened. Of course, that's only for the girls. Due to some unknown reason, Kotori has been in commander mode since yesterday, even when she's sleeping. Normally, this would be inconceivable. Since Coterie is in commander mode, Wu Yin, who used to be the one to wake up in the morning, got to wake up by force this morning. After all, commander mode Coterie isn't as nice as sister mode Coterie. She'll call out Oni Ai-chan a few times and get bullied by Wu Yin. For Coterie, waking up Wu Yin is a piece of cake. She only needs to pull his blanket and kick his feet to wake him up. When he wakes up, he's no longer on the warm sheets, but on the cold floor. If Shiori wasn't still at home, Coterie would have ordered Wu Yin to make breakfast. After all, Coterie has always coveted Wu Yin's food. Then, after sending the 4 Kanai to Fraxinus, Murasame Rain took care of them. Everyone left home and went to school separately. Tiangong City, Duralai Zen High School. Meng Meng's homeroom teacher stood on the podium and looked around at the students below. She nodded her head in satisfaction. Then she opened her arms cutely and said with a smile, "Good morning, everyone. Today, there will be a transfer student coming." Hearing this, the students looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Some time ago, there was already a Tsuka Shido and a Night Blade God Toka in the class. Now, in just a few days, there was another transfer student. Since when were there so many transfer students? Shiori, Toka, and Tabichi Origami didn't know what's going on. Only Wu Yin, who was sleeping at the last row, opened his eyes when he heard this. He lifted his head and looked at them. A transfer student? At this time, his consciousness slowly returned to his mind. Narrowing his wine-red eyes, he turned towards the classroom door. He bitterly laughed inside. The transfer student after Toka, in the original work, other than her, who else could it be? Come in." As the homeroom teacher's voice rang out, the voices of everyone in the class weakened. Under everyone's gazes, the classroom door was slowly opened. The sound of footsteps echoed throughout the silent classroom. The person slowly walked up to the podium and revealed his true face to everyone. For a moment, the students who were originally waiting for a good show widened their eyes and were speechless when they saw the person's true face. Her long black hair was tied into 2 long braids and stretched out in front of her chest. She had long bangs on her forehead, but the length was completely different. The hanging bangs covered her entire left eye, leaving her right eye a wine-red color. It was smooth like a pearl under the black Duralaican high school uniform. A pair of black silk stockings were on her feet, making her look very charming. After writing his name on the blackboard, he turned around and smiled at everyone. "My name is Toka Kurumi." That's right. The newcomer is the Time Fairy, Toka Kurumi. The Toka Kurumi who almost swallowed Wu Yin a few days ago. Seeing the beautiful Toka Kurumi on the podium, everyone in the classroom came back to their senses when they heard Toka Kurumi's voice. Everyone instantly fell to their knees before Toka Kurumi's beauty and screamed in surprise. Tokisaki Kurumi didn't seem to care about the students' reactions. She scanned the classroom with her wine-red right eye until she saw Wu Yin sitting at the back of the class with an expressionless face. Tokisaki Kurumi's eyes lit up, and she flashed a sweet smile. Another wave of wolf-like howls erupted from the class. Hearing the cheers in the classroom, Wu Yin couldn't help but bitterly smile. He looked at the dignified and elegant Toka Kurumi. Who would have thought that such an existence would be a fairy who personally killed more than 10,000 people? If he didn't remember the battle with Toka Kurumi a few days ago, Wu Yin wouldn't have believed that Toka Kurumi was such a crazy fairy. Toka Kurumi's lips curled up as she retracted her gaze from Wu Yin. She smiled and said, "By the way, I am a fairy." The loud cheers came to an abrupt end. Everyone was a little stunned as they looked at Shikisaki Kurumi, who was standing on the podium as if he was talking about something insignificant. They looked at each other and froze on the spot. Wu Yin, who was sitting in the back row, bitterly smiled. As for Toka and Origami, their mouths were wide open. A drop of cold sweat dripped down the teacher's forehead as he looked at the silent classroom and dryly laughed. That's a really rich self-introduction. The form teacher wiped her forehead. She was a little dumbfounded. Why were the 3 transfer students in her class so good? In order to prevent Tokisaki Kurumi from saying anything else, the homeroom teacher quickly said, "Then, please take an empty seat." Before that, can you wait? Tokisaki Kurumi interrupted the homeroom teacher. The homeroom teacher froze on the spot and forced a smile. What's the matter? He asked. I'm unfamiliar with a lot of things in this school. So, I hope someone can show me around the school. Shit. Wu Yin had this thought when he heard Tokisaki Kurumi. He couldn't keep his cool anymore. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Tokisaki Kurumi said the same thing as the original work. She's not going to pick me, is she? Does she think I will agree? As if she didn't hear Wu Yan's inner thoughts, she didn't hear the other boys' enthusiastic invitations. Toshiaki Kurumi chuckled, and she walked towards Wu Yin, who couldn't bear to watch this any longer. She walked towards Wu Yin, who was covering his face with his hands. Can I ask you for a favor? Shido-san. Toka Kurumi smiled elegantly and ignored Wu Yin, who was covering his face. Her voice echoed in the classroom and made everyone's jaws drop, including Toka and Shirori. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Not long after, the crowd boiled over. The girls whispered to each other and pointed at Wu Yin while the boys had a dark cloud hanging over their heads. They looked very gloomy, and their gazes at Wu Yin looked like they were about to spit fire out of them. Who would have thought that a normal and unremarkable student like Shido would be able to attract the attention of a goddess? That guy, Toka, who was originally a bit lazy, suddenly became alert. She looked at Tokisaki Kurumi with hostility and gritted her teeth. Why is it Shido? Could it be? Is it someone you know? Shirori nodded doubtfully. She then turned to look at Toka, who was still fuming, and laughed inwardly. Looks like the vinegar jar is about to explode. All kinds of piercing gazes made him want to vomit blood. He almost cursed out loud. Do you guys really want to be with such a dangerous person? Tokisaki Kurumi giggled. She lowered her body and she whispered to Wu Yin in a voice that only Wu Yin could hear. Like I said, you can't reject me. A demonic red glow flashed in Tokisaki Kurumi's red eyes as he scanned everyone in the classroom. His meaning was obvious. Wu Yin stared at Toka Kurumi's smiling face for a long time before he sighed. Fine. Chapter 459. In the sky above Tiangong City, in Fraxinus, Radatasker's members are in a mess in the command room. They're looking at Tokusaki Kurumi, who's sitting in Toritsuki Zen High School's second-year class 4. Their eyes are filled with disbelief and confusion. Even Kanazuki Kyuhei, Rei Murasame, and Yuki Chinyu are the same. At some point, the door to the command room opened by itself. Kotori, who was in commander mode, finally walked in. Her presence was like a tranquilizer. Everyone's faces lit up with joy as they calmed down a little. One had to admit that Kotori was indeed very authoritative in Radatasker. Commander, Kanazuki Kyuhei, Rei Murasame, and Yuki Chinyu heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Kotori. She's like Radatasker's pillar of support. They're all relieved when she's here. What's the situation? Kotori walked to the commander's seat and sat down. She said with a heavy expression. Her red eyes stared at Shikisaki Kurumi on the screen. No one knows what she's thinking about. Nothing important has happened so far. Tokusaki Kurumi doesn't seem to want to show off in Toritsuki Zen High School. Kanazuki Kyuhei reported. He's confused as well. He doesn't understand why Tokusaki Kurumi would come to his door. Kotori opened a pearl and put it in her mouth. That Tokusaki Kurumi, if I'm not mistaken, she's here for Shido, right? That should be the case. Yuki Chinyu said calmly. He's the one in charge of assisting his captain. No one knows Wu Yin better than him. Of course, other than Kotori, Tokusaki Kurumi just invited Captain to tour the campus, and Captain agreed. Yatsuki Chinyu frowned and said doubtfully. That Tokusaki Kurumi should be a very dangerous existence. She's obviously coming for Captain. It's impossible for Captain to not know. But why did Captain agree to Tokusaki Kurumi's request to be with her? Isn't that dangerous? I'm afraid Shido had no choice but to agree. Kotori narrowed her eyes. Tokusaki Kurumi is a reckless person. If Shido rejected her, the students of Toritsuki Zen High School would be in danger. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. Chinyu looked at the big screen and clenched his fists. But won't Captain be in danger? Kotori looked at Tokisaki Kurumi on the screen. Then, she shifted her gaze to Wu Yin, who was standing beside Tokisaki Kurumi. She asked him in a low voice, "Shido, what are you planning to do?" Kotori thought for a moment and turned to Yuki Chinyu. "Have you contacted Shido?" "I did." Chinyu gritted his teeth. "Captain told me to inform Commander that since Tokisaki Kurumi didn't make a move immediately, he shouldn't make a move now. Captain, you shouldn't act rashly. Observe the situation before deciding what to do." Kotori nodded. Shido's choice is correct. With that, Kotori stood up and shouted to everyone in the command room, "Everyone, prepare for battle. If anything happens to Shido, you're allowed to activate the battle mode." Yes. Everyone was shocked. Ratatasker's main goal was to save the elves, so this so-called battle mode had never been activated before. The only reason it existed was because of the AST. But now, it was allowed to be activated for a single elf. In the past, this was something that was simply impossible. However, no one hesitated and agreed. After all, the present was different from the past. Tokisaki Kurumi was not a kind-hearted fairy who could harm other living beings at any time. Against such a fairy, who was an important member of the organization, who could be in danger at any time, no one had any objections to starting a battle mode. Kotori's expression improved a little when she saw the order being carried out. However, she still frowned. She turned to Yuki Chinyu and said, "Yuki, go to Toritsuki Zen High School. Be prepared to support Shido." "Yes, Commander." Yuki Chinyu replied and ran out of the command room. Kotori glanced at everyone who's busy. She touched the sealing bracelet on her hand. Her eyes flickered with uncertainty. After a while, she sighed and looked at Wu Yin on the screen. She murmured softly, "Shido, please be safe. Tokusaki Kurumi's participation is just a small disturbance in the daily life of the students who don't know anything. Even if something happens, it won't be a big deal. If it wasn't for Tokusaki Kurumi's outstanding appearance and elegant demeanor, she wouldn't even be able to cause a small disturbance. However, for those who know Tokusaki Kurumi's background, it's a big deal. No one can deny that Tokusaki Kurumi is crazy. Such a crazy elf was really capable of doing anything." When the bell rang, the people in the classroom looked at Wu Yin and Toshisaki Kurumi with envy and curiosity before leaving the classroom. For some reason, Toka followed Shirori out of the classroom after she said something to her. In the end, only Wu Yin and Toshisaki Kurumi were left in the classroom. "Captain, I'm at Toritsuki Zen High School." Inside Wu Yan's pocket, Yatsuki Chinyu's voice came from the communicator. Wu Yan paused for a moment before calming down as if nothing happened. "Yuki, go to Shiori's side. If Tokusaki Kurumi attacks, you must take her away from here. Make sure she's safe." "What?" Yuki Chinyu was shocked. "But Captain, you don't have to worry about me." Wu Yan spoke to the communicator in his pocket in a very small voice. "If I can't handle it, then you can't handle it either." The communication device went silent after Wu Yan's words. After a while, Yuki Chinyu's voice came again. "I got it, Captain." Then, the signal from the communication device was cut off. Exhaling, Wu Yin stood up, and he rubbed his forehead as he approached Tokusaki Kurumi. He walked over as well. "Sorry to trouble you, Shido-san. Please take care of me." Tokusaki Kurumi tilted her head as if she didn't know Wu Yin at all. She spoke in a flat tone. "All right." Wu Yin sighed. "Let's go." Hearing Wu Yan's answer, Tokusaki Kurumi smiled and tapped her cheek. She narrowed her eyes and followed Wu Yin out of the classroom. On the other side of the classroom, Tokusaki Kurumi looked at Wu Yin and Tokusaki Kurumi walking together. She muttered in dissatisfaction. What the hell is he doing? Why did he choose Shido out of all the girls? Toka doesn't know why, but looking at Tokusaki Kurumi, she felt an inexplicable sense of irritation. She could understand why, but there was also a faint trace of unease. This kind of uneasiness was different from the usual uneasiness. He felt that this trace of uneasiness was a little dangerous. Let's follow them and take a look. Toka thought, but then she stopped and remembered what Shirori said to her. If you push a guy too hard, you'll make him hate you, hated by Sherdao. Tin Fragrance pouted and paced back and forth. After a long time, she stomped her feet and pouted with dissatisfaction before walking in another direction. Chapter 460. Inside one of the corridors of Toritachi Zen High School, Wu Yin and Tokisaki Kurumi walked together. They looked at each other like strangers. They didn't even talk to each other. That's if you ignore Tokisaki Kurumi's constant glances at Wu Yin. As they leisurely walked along the corridor, neither of them spoke first. They tacitly walked in the same direction. If one were to observe carefully, one would discover that as the two of them walked, the number of people in the corridor became fewer and fewer. When they reached a deserted corridor, the two slowed down their pace. With his hands behind his head, Wu Yin yawned lazily. Finally, he started talking to her for the first time since they started walking together. "So, what are you doing here?" Tokisaki Kurumi. Tokisaki Kurumi chuckled. Her wine-red eyes flashed with a peculiar glint. She turned towards Wu Yin. Era, Shido-san, why do you say that?" Wu Yin stopped. Tokisaki Kurumi stopped as well. Wu Yin turned around to look at Tokisaki Kurumi. Wu Yin snickered. "Don't tell me you're really here for school?" Tokisaki Kurumi's beautiful eyes narrowed into crescents. She took a few steps forward and approached Wu Yin. She didn't stop until she touched Wu Yin's body. Her head was still moving towards Wu Yin. Wu Yin frowned as he looked at Tokisaki Kurumi, who was getting closer. He couldn't help but take a step back. However, Tokisaki Kurumi didn't give up and continued to press closer to Wu Yin. Wu Yin had no choice but to step back. After a while, Wu Yin felt a cold touch on his back, and he couldn't retreat anymore. He could only let Tokisaki Kurumi get closer to him and fall into his arms. From the outside, it looked like a girl in love falling into the arms of her lover. Her soft body fell into Wu Yin's embrace. Tokisaki Kurumi's huge chest pressed against his chest. It gave Wu Yin a strange feeling. However, Tokisaki Kurumi didn't seem to be satisfied. She twisted in his arms and looked at Wu Yin's face. Her face flushed red as if she was aroused. That woman. In the command room, Kotori saw this scene on the big screen and crushed the jewel in her mouth. The crisp sound caused everyone in the command room to shiver. They could feel their commander's resentment from this action. It would be fine if it was another elf, but it's Tokisaki Kurumi. Kotori is very unhappy. Tokisaki Kurumi's personality is a bit of a headache for Wu Yin. However, it's an undeniable fact that Tokisaki Kurumi has a face that can drive anyone crazy. Coupled with her blushing face, Wu Yin couldn't help but feel a little restless. Wu Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this. Wu Yin suppressed the restlessness in his heart and looked away helplessly. "I say, what are you trying to do? What's wrong?" Tokisaki Kurumi tilted her head and smiled. "Don't you like it, Shido-san?" Wu Yin shook his head. "Don't tell me you like doing this kind of thing." Tokisaki Kurumi nodded without hesitation when she heard Wu Yin's words. "Ah, yes, if it's Shido-san, I'm very willing. I like it very much." Wu Yin gulped. He didn't know what to say inside. "I don't think I have that much charm to make a beautiful girl like you fall in love with me. At least when you've only met me once. Era. You're wrong, Shido-san." Tokisaki Kurumi's eyes glistened with tears. One could see the unconcealable blurriness in her eyes. "Since the last time I saw Sherdao, I've been thinking about you. Every day, Sherdao's figure is flying and stirring in my mind. It's driving me crazy. I can't hold back my longing for you any longer." Tokisaki Kurumi wrapped her arms around Wu Yin's neck. She leaned forward and she said in a seductive voice, "That's why I came to find you. This is the only way we can be together. That's right. I'm very happy right now." Tokisaki Kurumi's words are no different from confession. Wu Yin's face was stunned. He couldn't stay calm anymore. Even though he has about 10 wives, words of love like this are impossible to hear from Chuju, Mikoto, and the others. This is Wu Yan's first time in a situation like this. It's also his first time being confessed to. Wu Yan is at a loss of what to do. He's behaving like a pure and innocent little boy. No one would have guessed that this guy already has a wife, and 8 of them at that. Moreover, Tokisaki Kurumi's body kept moving closer to his as she spoke. Even a real gentleman wouldn't be able to hold himself back, let alone a fake gentleman like Wu Yan. Wu Yan could only hold back the evil fire in his heart. His face was red as he leaned against the wall like a little girl who was violated. He was about to cry. Of course, Wu Yan was having a good time, but a certain arrogant girl with 2 ponytails in the command room almost went berserk. Just like Wu Yan, she was also holding it in. Her face was red as well. Seeing Wu Yan's reaction, Tokisaki Kurumi found it very interesting. Her body moved closer to Wu Yan's chest, as if she was trying to squeeze herself into Wu Yan's body. "Hey, Shido-san." Tokisaki Kurumi smiled. "Can you agree to my request?" And the smile on Tokisaki Kurumi's face turned a little sinister at this moment. Her wine-red eyes flashed with a hint of fanaticism as she raised her head and enunciated each and every word. "What about merging into one body?" Tokisaki Kurumi's words were like a bucket of cold water splashed on Wu Yan's head. His burning head instantly calmed down and his face slowly turned cold. "I say, Tokisaki Kurumi." Wu Yan looked at Tokisaki Kurumi and said in a deep voice, "Are you joking?" I'm very serious, Shido-san." Tokisaki Kurumi's eyes were filled with fanaticism and infatuation. She said to Wu Yan, "As long as Shido-san accepts me and becomes one with me, we can be together every day." Tokisaki Kurumi's words were like an invitation to give her body to the other party. If it was someone else, they would have been infatuated with her words. However, Wu Yan knew that the becoming one Tokisaki Kurumi mentioned was different from the becoming one between a man and a woman. Tokisaki Kurumi really meant what she said. She wants to merge with Wu Yan. In other words, she wants to devour him. Tokisaki Kurumi never forgot that Wu Yan had an immortal body. He had endless time and the ability to fulfill her wishes. Therefore, Tokisaki Kurumi really fell in love with Wu Yan. However, it was a crazy love. This love is too heavy. It's too heavy for anyone to accept, including Wu Yan. Do you think I will accept it? Wu Yan looked at Tokisaki Kurumi's dazed eyes and asked. The fanaticism on Tokisaki Kurumi's face instantly disappeared. Tokisaki Kurumi chuckled and let go of Wu Yan. She walked forward. "Shido-san, let's continue walking around the campus." Wu Yan was confused when he saw Tokisaki Kurumi walking away. He could only follow her helplessly. Tokisaki Kurumi covered her mouth and chuckled. "I told you, you can't reject me." Chapter 461. After that, Tokisaki Kurumi behaved like a normal transfer student. She followed Wu Yan around the school, chatted from time to time. She didn't mention anything about what happened before. It's as if she's a different person. If it wasn't for the golden eye clock hidden under her bangs, no one would suspect that she's an elf. Wu Yan didn't say anything about Tokisaki Kurumi's actions. He acted like a normal classmate as he introduced Tokisaki Kurumi to the rest of the school. Those who didn't know would have no idea what the relationship between the two is like. Of course, even though the two of them seemed to be getting along so well, it wasn't easy for everyone in Ratatoskr. Not only did they have to keep an eye on Tozaki Kurumi, but they also had to constantly analyze her mood swings. They also had to be on guard all the time and prepare a plan to deal with her at any time. Today's work was more tiring than any other day they've spent in the past. As for Kotori, she's lost count of how many pearls she chewed. She feels like she's being played by Tokisaki Kurumi. While she's on guard, Tokisaki Kurumi is leisurely strolling around the school. It's infuriating. This situation persisted for an entire day until the sun set and the sky was completely covered by dusk. Only then did the two of them end their long school trip. At the entrance of the school, Wu Yan looked at Tokisaki Kurumi standing in front of him with an elegant smile on her face. She's carrying a backpack. She's especially dazzling under the dusk. If he could, he really hoped that Tokisaki Kurumi would always be this calm. I've really troubled you today, Shido-san. Tokisaki Kurumi tilted her head and smiled. I'm having a great time. Oh. Ian looked at Tokisaki Kurumi seriously. Tokisaki Kurumi returned a beautiful smile to prove that she's having a great time. Wu Yin could only sigh. That's good, Tokisaki-san. You can call me Kurumi. Tokisaki Kurumi took a few steps forward and stared at Wu Yan's face with her red eyes. Wu Yan felt pressured. I know, Kurumi. Kurumi seemed happy to hear Wu Yan call her that. She rolled her eyes and said, Then, Shido-san, can you agree to another request of mine? Again, Wu Yan's mouth twitched. Don't tell me it's another request to become one. I don't have that kind of fortune. Shido. You're such a joker. Kurumi didn't care and looked at Wu Yan with a hopeful gaze. Actually, I don't know much about this city, so can I trouble you again, Sherdao? Can you take me out for a walk tomorrow? Wu Yan was surprised. This isn't an invitation to date, right? I just don't know if I have the honor to do so, Kwang San said with a smile. There was no trace of shyness in her tone. It was as if she wasn't talking about a date, but a guest. Wu Yan frowned, and he hesitantly glanced at Kurumi. Kurumi's unwavering smile and the anticipation in her eyes. She doesn't look like she's faking it. Wu Yan hesitated. To be honest, going out on a date with Kurumi is making him nervous. He's worried that Kurumi might not be able to hold back her urge to attack him and swallow him whole. But if he rejected her, let's not talk about how Kurumi would react. Let's talk about his side. Not only did he need to complete the second instance dungeon mission, but Kurumi wasn't evil to the core. On the contrary, she was actually a very kind person. Rejecting her just because her personality was a bit scary, it was a bit unreasonable. Kurumi saw Wu Yan's hesitation, so she didn't urge him. She just stood there and waited for Wu Yan's answer. The whole place became quiet. Shido, accept her offer. Kotori's voice came from Wu Yan's wireless earpiece. Wu Yan, who was contemplating whether or not he should agree to Kurumi's request, was surprised. His face remained expressionless, but there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. No matter what, Tokisaki Kurumi is still our target. If we can spend more time with her, we might be able to obtain some useful information. Moreover, this elf is still a little dangerous. It's a good thing to have her under our noses, Kotori analyzed calmly while curling her lips. Besides, if something happens, we still have Toka and Yoshino. With their abilities and your power, why should we be afraid of Tokisaki Kurumi? At this point, Kotori's voice was filled with displeasure. Unlike the original Kotori, Itsuka Shido's seal was too half-baked. Whenever the elves' emotions were unstable or they had a strong desire, they would be able to retrieve their power and regain their strength. But in this world, they can only wear the sealing bracelet. Once they wear it, there's no other way to remove the seal except for white sealing bracelet. This was also what made Kotori unhappy. If she could use her fairy force, she would have taught Tokisaki Kurumi a lesson for acting so recklessly. Kotori is confident in her power. She won't lose to Tokisaki Kurumi. And that's the truth. Kotori's words shattered the last bit of hesitation in Wu Yan's heart. He nodded and looked at Kurumi. I understand. Tomorrow, right? I'll be there on time. Hearing this, Kwang San finally smiled and closed her eyes. She took 2 steps back and softly said, Yes, Master Kwang San. I'm looking forward to it. I have a date with Shido. Then, I'll take my leave. Kurumi turned around and ran away. She skipped and slowly disappeared from Wu Yan's sight. It's obvious that she's in a good mood. Wu Yan's face fell, and he let out a tired sigh after Kurumi disappeared at the end of the street. Don't be fooled by the relaxed expression on his face. In fact, his mental state had been raised to the extreme for the entire day because no one knew better than him about Kwang San's insanity. If something goes wrong, there'll be a chaotic battle in the school today that's enough to kill countless students. That's why Wu Yan raised his vigilance to the highest level after spending a day with Kurumi. He didn't want to be caught unaware if Kurumi swallowed him. After all, Even though he doesn't want to admit it, with his current strength, he's still not bad against Kwang Sanxiang when he's not using Angel. But compared to Kwang Sanxiang who's using Angel, he's still lacking. I'm still not strong enough. Increasing my strength is the most basic solution. Wu Yin shook his head and rubbed his forehead to relieve his fatigue. He took a deep breath and looked at the direction Kurumi disappeared. If things went according to the original plan, there should be a few idiots who want to flirt with Kurumi and got swallowed by her. Of course, even though he knew Kurumi was swallowing people, Wu Yin didn't plan to intervene. If they were innocent, he could go and plead for them. With Kurumi's attitude towards him, she wouldn't offend him for a few ordinary people. However, Wu Yin wouldn't be so kind as to save those scumbags who came to his door. Just because he has the name Itsuka Shido doesn't mean he is Itsuka Shido. He doesn't have a compassionate heart. He has killed a lot of people himself. He can save innocent people if he wants to. But if it's someone who deserves to die, he's not going to stick his nose in their business. Let's think about tomorrow's date. Chapter 462. The next day, Heavenly Palace City. Standing at the intersection of a certain street, he looked at the bustling crowd coming and going. He looked up at the sky and estimated the time. He couldn't help but sigh. In order to go out and have a normal date with Kurumi, Wu Yin put in a lot of effort, and only he knew how hard it was. Not only because of the process of the date, but more importantly, Toka. In the original work, the protagonist also had a date with Kurumi, but that date, in Wu Yan's view, was more appropriate to call a day of suffering than a date. Because in the original work, it wasn't only Kurumi who went on a date with the protagonist, but also Toka and Yuichi Origami, for various reasons, also went on a date with the protagonist. In other words, in the original work, the protagonist went on a date with 3 girls on the same day. It sounded like a perverted idea, but after truly enjoying it once, I realized that it was nothing more than torture. Not only did I have to take care of all 3 aspects, I also had to prevent the 3 girls from meeting each other in case a fire broke out in my backyard. In the original novel, the date between the protagonist and the 3 girls fully demonstrated the truth of this world is really small. Even though Heavenly Palace City was so big, the 3 girls had passed each other back and forth countless times. This made the protagonist try his best to smooth things over and exhaust himself. But in the end, he still met them. Although Yuichi Origami has nothing to do with him here, and it's impossible for her to invite him on a date, he didn't want to follow the tragic path of the protagonist in the original work. As for Toka, Wu Yin put in a lot of effort. Not only did he play with her for the whole night, but he also cooked for the whole night, almost making Wu Yan's true ancestor body collapse. Fortunately, in the end, Toka was satisfied and didn't bother him this morning, allowing him to get away smoothly. Otherwise, Wu Yin wasn't sure if Toka would suddenly want to follow him and let him experience the same thing as the protagonist in the original work. Of course, Kotori definitely contributed a lot to this. After all, he was with Kurumi today, and if something went wrong, they might get into a fight. If that happens, he would need Toka's help. Kotori spent a lot of time talking to Toka about Ratatoskr and the elves, letting Toka know what Wu Yin did for the elves. This made Toka very moved. Perhaps because she thought of the scene where Wu Yin saved her, it made Toka sympathize with Kurumi, who was also an elf. So when Kotori asked for Toka's help in times of need, Toka readily agreed. This made Wu Yin almost burst into tears. Sure enough, having a sister who can do and see in all kinds of ways is a very happy thing. Moreover, with Toka's feelings for Wu Yin, even if she was jealous, she wouldn't just watch Wu Yin die. Not to mention, Toka understood the situation very well, so it was reasonable for her to agree. As for Yoshino, her original words were, "Yoshino will do whatever Brother Shido says." And so, Wu Yin stood here, waiting for Kurumi's arrival. Without a doubt, compared to the protagonist in the original work, Wu Yin was much happier. "Shido, you really don't need our support? There are many experts in this field in Ratatoskr," Kotori said to Wu Yin through the radio for the umpteenth time. She sounded very confident in those so-called experts, which made Wu Yan's heart ache a little. I really don't need it. Wu Yan firmly rejected Kotori's offer. He really didn't know where the shrewd Kotori got her confidence from. To have such high hopes for those so-called experts, then be careful, Kotori said helplessly. But she's not worried about her brother's abilities. At least, there are 2 elf girls who have been successfully conquered, right? Or perhaps there are 3. After an unknown amount of time, Kurumi's figure finally appeared at the end of the street. She slowly walked towards Wu Yan, causing Wu Yan to look up. The moment Kurumi appeared, everyone on the street stopped in their tracks. Their eyes couldn't help but be attracted to her. Even some girls couldn't help but glance at her. It could be seen that at this moment, Kurumi had become the focal point of the scene. Her remaining wine red, right? I saw Wu Yan on the other side of the street. Her entire eye lit up, and a dazzling smile appeared on her face. Everyone who was looking at Kurumi was stunned. She acted like she didn't notice anything and walked towards Wu Yan. I'm really sorry for making you wait. Kurumi stood in front of Wu Yan and smiled at Wu Yan. She bowed and apologized. I didn't wait that long. Wu Yan shrugged and said casually, plus, in a situation like this, isn't it normal for a guy to wait for a girl? Allah, sure Dao is really a gentle person. Kurumi's mouth curved into a smile. She seemed to be very satisfied with her answer. So, Shido, where should we go? Kurumi looked at Wu Yan with an expectant gaze. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. He bitterly smiled and sighed. If only Kurumi was always like this. He didn't know how many times he lamented in his heart. He scratched his face, and then he laughed awkwardly. If you don't mind, let's go to the zoo. That idiot. Kotori cursed in the command room. She shouted into the radio. Are you a kid? It's a date. Why go to the zoo? Wu Yan turned a deaf ear to Kotori's words. He looked at Kurumi, and he waited for her reply, without saying anything. Qei Kanazuki and Rei Murasame shook their heads. They thought Wu Yan made a stupid decision. A date like a movie theater, an amusement park, or even a concert is the wisest choice. Isn't the zoo a place to bring a kid? However, what happened next made everyone's jaws drop. Their jaws almost hit the ground. Kurumi's eyes lit up. A faint look of excitement appeared on her face. She looked like Toka, who saw a delicacy, Mikoto, who saw a Gouda, and Ikaros, who saw a watermelon. There was a deep blurred look on her face. In the command room, the people who saw this scene through the big screen were stunned. They looked at each other in dismay. Haha, did I make things difficult for you? Wu Yan lowered his head and said in an embarrassed tone, I'm sorry, I like animals, so, if you don't like it, we can go somewhere else. There's no need. Kurumi interrupted Wu Yan. She looked anxious, as if she's afraid they can't go to the zoo. The zoo is great. Let's go to the zoo. Everyone in Ratatoskr opened their mouths in an O shape. They couldn't react. Looking at her anxious expression, they couldn't stay calm. Is this still the arrogant Tokisaki Kurumi? Chapter 463. On the big screen in Fraxina's command room, everyone in Ratatoskr saw it clearly. After Wu Yan said, I like animals, Kurumi's favorability bar increased by half. It almost reached 2/3. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when they saw this. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They looked like they were deceived by the world. Even though they've only met Tokisaki Kurumi a few times, everyone in Ratatoskr knows a lot about her personality. Crazy, sick, acting recklessly. That's everyone's impression of Tokisaki Kurumi. And now, Tokisaki Kurumi's favorability bar increased by more than half just because she said, I like animals. This is unbelievable. Even Kotori was stunned. She almost forgot to keep the pearl in her mouth, almost fell to the ground. After a while, Kotori reacted first. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Wu Yan, who was walking towards the zoo with Kurumi. She said with an unknown emotion, Shido, you really are an unbelievable person. Kanazuki Qei put his hand on his forehead and said with a bit of anger, no wonder he's Ratatoskr's trump card. It wasn't him who was stupid. It was us who were stupid. Brother Commander's realm is not something we mortals can compare to. This is the true god of strategy. The people in the command room looked at Wu Yin on the big screen with admiration. Their eyes sparkled with starlight. How should I put it? That look is pretty disgusting. On the other side, Wu Yin, who was walking towards the zoo with Kurumi, heard everyone's comments. He smiled but didn't say anything. He was very proud of himself. Who wouldn't know that Tokisaki Kurumi liked animals? Even if they didn't know, they could easily find it on Baidu. With such an obvious entry point, if they didn't make good use of it, they might as well just bang their head against the wall and die. One must know that in the original work, because a few people bullied a cat, Kurumi went berserk and sent those people to hell. From this, one could see how much Tokisaki Kurumi liked small animals. Wu Yin isn't going to let go of such a hobby. It would be best if he could max out Kurumi's favorability and make her put on the sealing bracelet. That way, he would be able to complete his mission. The first part of the plan is still normal and smart, but the latter part is already at the level of fantasizing. Heavenly Palace City, Wu Yin and Kurumi appeared at the entrance of a zoo. After they entered the zoo, a panda wearing a panda costume appeared in front of them. Under Kurumi's confused gaze, the panda passed the ice cream to Wu Yin. Then, he walked away like a worker at a zoo. Kurumi was quite confused about this. After all, she never heard of an ice cream in a zoo. Only Wu Yin took the ice cream in his hand and continued walking with Kurumi. Wu Yin gave a thumbs up to the panda, without Kurumi noticing. The panda also saluted Wu Yin. Phew! The panda didn't relax until the two disappeared from sight. He took off his panda mask and revealed a very beautiful face. It's Yeyuech and you. It's really not an easy job to eliminate all the bad treatment of animals in the zoo. Captain really knows how to torture people. Yeyuech and you bitterly smiled. How could he know that if Kurumi saw the scene of animal abuse, the zoo would become a bloodbath? That's why Wu Yin ordered him to solve it in advance. Of course, Kwang Sin didn't know about this. At this moment, she was happily looking at the little lambs in the pen. Her face blushed a little. She looked just like an ordinary girl who loved animals. Only at this moment did Kwang San express her true feelings. Here you go. Wu Yin handed the ice cream to Kurumi and smiled. He was more or less amused. Who would have thought that Kurumi would act like this in front of those animals? For me? Kurumi doubtfully took the ice cream and said, "What about you, Sherdao?" "Well, there's only one ice cream. Of course, it's for a lady." Wu Yin didn't care about it and smiled. "This?" Kurumi hesitantly raised the ice cream in her hand and said with a smile, "Sherdao, why don't you eat with me?" "Great," Wu Yin shouted in his heart, but his face was full of embarrassment. He said, "Is that okay?" Era. Kwang Sin rubbed her face and blushed. "If it's Sherdao," scratching his head, Wu Yin shrugged with a grin. He started eating the same ice cream as Kurumi. Kurumi smiled back at him. The scene of the two eating the same ice cream made them look like a loving couple. The people in the command room couldn't help but admire the pair. At this time, on the edge of the fence, a few shepherd dogs ran over from not far away. They circled around the fence and barked nonstop, attracting Kurong San's attention. Seeing this, Wu Yin couldn't help but smile. He bent down and clapped his hands. He called a shepherd dog softly. "Come here. Come here." Seeing Wu Yin's action, Kurumi was startled. She nervously looked at the shepherd dog, as if she was expecting it to come over. The shepherd dog seemed to be hesitating. It paced back and forth not far away. After a while, it slowly took a step and walked towards Wu Yin. Seeing the shepherd dog coming, Kurumi became even more nervous. She held her breath, as if she was afraid that her breathing would scare the shepherd dog away. As time passed, the shepherd dog finally got close enough to Wu Yin to lick his palm. Wu Yin laughed out loud and rubbed its head. After rubbing its head, the shepherd dog finally let down its guard and started barking. Honestly, this shepherd dog is pretty cute. Kurumi was so excited that her face turned red. She quickly squatted down and looked at the shepherd dog in front of her. She tilted her head. A trace of excitement could be seen on her face. It could be seen that Kurumi really liked animals. Wu Yin was observing Kurumi's performance. He smiled and turned his head towards Kurumi. Why don't you touch it too? Me? Kurumi was startled. She hesitated and said, Can I? Won't it scare it away? It won't. Try it. Wu Yin shook his head with a smile. He didn't expect Kurumi to be so careful around an animal. She's worried about scaring it away when she's just touching it. No wonder she got so angry when she saw people bullying animals in the original work that she even summoned her spiritual equipment. Kurumi's eyes flickered. She looked at Wu Yin for a while and then looked at the shepherd dog barking at her. She couldn't help but like the shepherd dog. She finally reached out her hand and patted the shepherd dog's head. The shepherd dog comfortably snorted twice and barked at Kwang-san again. Then it ran in front of Kwang-san and threw itself on her, licking her cheeks. Wait. Ha ha ha, it's itchy. Kurumi couldn't help but hug the shepherd dog. The wet and itchy feeling on her face made Kurumi laugh. For a moment, the scene of a young girl being licked by a dog and the smile on Kurumi's face formed a very beautiful scene. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.